Spin it. Sweating hot level. Spill the roll there.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, man of straw. Good morning, everybody who's watching and not chatting just yet. Yes, indeed, Mukhtar is there. I'm guessing he's a day 2 buying because he's not on the list. But the day 2 buyings,
23, I believe.
23. Are you mad? 40 from 21 to 44, as it says right in the top corner. 40 for 110.
110, yeah.
For the high roller.
That's what we had at the. Was it not what we had at the Vic 110 last month?
Round about that time, yeah. Stato, Andy Hume, chip leader. Andy Wilson, 655. I says to Mitch Johnson, he says, how come you two are always on the same table? He says, I requested. Stato, be aware, Mitch Johnson's after your chips. First hand of the high roller. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody is good. This is a field. Jay's going to run through the table, but this is a field, and this is going to be a great day. Live streaming the high roller to a champion.
It could be a bit of a who's who today.
Absolutely. Who we got, Jay?
Recognisable face on the feature table for the first 2 hours. Ludo in 1, Jamie Dwan in 2, Chris Maguire in 3, Twan Lee in 4, Paul Epramson in 5, 6 is Mukhtar, 7 George Pop, 8 is the Mad Turk, and then 9 is Chris Johnson. We get straight into it here, Twan, with the Ace King suit. It goes for the 3-bet, fairly small. Going to keep Turk in with a 5-3 of hearts. He's going to peel with position.
Queen 9 flop, Queen 8 6. The old Turk raising up with the trash.
Just to continue from Twan and expect that to be hand over.
Should be.
Even as the Mad Turk.
Yeah. Is he going to think?
How much is it started?
5.9.
How much did you start with? Says Turk, 590. Here he comes. Loving the raise. Now raises to 90. Not 78, I thought it was 90. And the snap fall front one, there you go. Don't show him, Turk.
He is.
Oh yeah, that's for you, he says.
How'd you like that? Start the day.
That's for you.
I'm here to play. Thank you, man. Well, it was nice. A winning hand. It looked like a good hand to me.
You should have let me know you had 5-3.
That's my favorite hand.
And a shove 3.
That's my favorite hand. 5-3, 5-4.
Anything with a 5. Remember, yesterday you made pocket 5s.
Yeah, the 5s are my best hand. 5-3.
So 44 in the high roller. 4 and 4, 44. Give you the eliminations on the outer tables when they start to fall.
George under the gun here, ace 4 suited. Fresh starting stack.
12.
Making it 12. Mad Turk. Another potential continue.
That's it again, raising up. This time we're legit.
And George just going to have to get out of the way now. I think finds it. Go for the still with this one, but met with a free bet off of our stack size. Not got no fold equity if we jam. Just has to let it go. Twan's cold called here on the bottom with ace jack suited.
Second pause. One pause I want to make. No, I have to give up.
Heads up.
So he says, I don't want to play another pot against you, just one.
Position on him because I can bet first.
And king high flop this time, king 8-5.
Yeah, I have a position on him. So I can bet first. Check.
Checkity check.
Looks like a lady on the
Yeah,
turn.
is that the Queen of Hearts? for the royal redraw?
Yeah.
No, it's the Queen of Diamonds.
About 26k from the Mad Turk. Twan makes the call of his ace jack.
And that'll do it nicely. Board got worse and worse for Turk.
1-7 to be turning into a bluff, but the Mad Turk, he's had his Weetabix this morning, so I'll tell you that.
It's got to be a call, this, hasn't it?
Yeah, for 5-1 on our money, we just can't fold as Twan. Gonna have to pay this one off.
Have them back, he says.
Must win. 7. Nice. You got there.
You must win. There we go, gets them back. So 44 out of 110, superb numbers.
I thought that was
Can't remember who it was this morning. Marched up to the table. Marched up to the desk. What are you doing with this 2% you're taking out the eye roller? What are you doing with it? Where's all this money going? And Mike says, well, all the money goes into the MPL league, and for the high roller league. All the money goes back to the players. And at the end of the year, whoever is in the top of the top 10 or top 15 get the packages. What about the MPL points? Well, all the MPL points from the high roller go into the normal league as well. Do they? Yes. What a great idea that is. And off he went. And off he went. Just disappeared. Right, can you tell me how it works, please? None of that. Where's all this money going? Where's the points? If you play the high roller and you get points in the high roller, you get the points in the MPL exactly the same. Oh, what a good idea that is, he said. And off he went. I just stood there thinking, why don't you just say, excuse me, can you just tell me how the point system works, please?
Do you know who it was?
I do.
You do.
I do indeed. But I'm not saying. I just thought it was hilarious. Where's all this money going? Brilliant. So yeah, if you do play the high roller and you cash and you get points, it does go into the normal NPL league as well. So if you're fortunate enough to win a satellite and get yourself in that you don't normally play, then your points of the NPL do get added to the normal NPL league as well. So I don't think if you do win a satellite that you're going to not get points, because you will. Should you change how you're playing a high roller versus the main? I don't think you shouldn't at all. Just because the buying's a little bit different, just play exactly how you normally play. Same as if you're playing a £30 game in Luton, or you're playing a 10k main event. I know that, I suppose that's a little bit different, but just please, I would just try and play the same game. I know you don't want to get bust out of a 10k straight away. Or play like the Turks started. Hiya Paul, there is no snow in Manchester, not any. It's snow flurried about 12 o'clock when I came into work, It stopped and it's now raining.
So-
There is no snow.
That cold rain as well.
It's cold rain.
Yeah, it's
a
definitely cold
day.
rain.
It's a cold day. Bring your woolies, but there is no snow.
We're going to have an all-in and a call here. Jamie with 10s. Has to call this off. George with the goods. Couple of kings. Start of the day.
Jack 5, 7, all diamonds. So the 10 of diamonds is out.
Just the one out to fade for George.
Yeah, there we go.
That will dead it on the turn. Turns a nut flush.
Very nice. So we get a big double up. Jamie down to 3 bigs. Oh no. Jamie had 300k.
Imagine 30k, 60k
I know, yeah,
already.
I was-
We'd be done by 4 o'clock.
I looked at the 193 and thought, there we go, he's lost 176. But Jamie down to 30 bigs. Had a decent day yesterday.
Would you like a cup of tea, Tara? I'm
Hey,
gonna
well, he
go.
said, talking about tea, I'm
Oh,
not being funny.
oh, no.
Jamie Nixon walked in today and said, hi lads,
Yeah.
holding his own 1 cup of Tim Hortons coffee. He literally walked to the Tim Hortons, bought himself, nobody else, not anybody, didn't ask, straight in, 1 cup, walked in, showing off he's been to Tim Hortons. Not a thought for the team, not a thought for anybody else. So yes,
Okay.
if you're doing the tea run, get old Bob to go and make us a cup of tea. Because I'm pretty damn sure you won't be making it. Good lad. Hiya Simon, question. Will the 12-hour limit on the live stream YouTube policy be addressed if the stream final table goes on to 12 hours? Yes. What will normally happen, Simon, is if they get a dinner break, what will normally happen, we'll stop and start it. Facebook has an 8-hour limit for live streaming, so we have to stop and start Facebook. If we think it's going to go over the 12-hour remit, then what we do is we'll, at one of the breaks, we'll stop and start it. So you don't lose any action. What you do is just have to find the new live stream feed when you come back after the break. If we get to round about, say, 8 p.m. and we think it's going to be over 12, Facebook cuts off after 8 hours, which will be just after 8:45. So we'll probably stop and start them at the closest point and the closest break to that time. Yeah, Jay Patel, he did. Jamie Nixon's protege. Jay Patel was playing $5 sit and goes and grinding the $5 games, and he went down into London and won their big main events and won 80,000. It was fantastic. Hi Kenny. Kenny Diver says, when is the bubble? I have no idea at the moment. They're still working out the payout structure, I'm pretty sure. When we...
14.
What?
14.
You've only faced a tease.
Yeah, I've just heard what you said. I'll say 14.
14?
That's not confirmed, but I'm guessing it's going to be around that number.
110 players paying 12.5%. There we go. And as soon as we get the payout structure, we'll stick it on the screen as well. We'll get a payout structure when we get it. And Jay reckons it's 14 bid. Do you think he's in the know? Do you think he's...
I'm not in the know.
Do you think he's wandered up to Mike and said, Mike, how many are they paying? I'm going to the tower. Yep, 23 have regged. With the blinds at 3,000, 6,000, and you start with 100,000. They're in.
Riz, 12,000.
Hiya, Logs. Cashed another local top. Logs has cashed another local tournament. A min cash in Dundee for 130. Well done, Logs. Hope to see you in Edinburgh when we go up for the 888 next week. If not, there's a GUKPT in April. Get yourself online and try and win the live credits that they run on a regular basis.
This one should be getting through for Ludo. This one's got the chips, but just too many bigs to be calling off here, just sub 15.
Awesome. Logs is planning to go to Goliath. We have news of Goliath.
We do.
The full schedule will be released at the UK Open. We will have the full schedule.
Mukhtar for the win,
Yeah.
says Owen Nelson.
And day 2 buying was Mukhtar Ahmed. Raises as well with ace queen off. 3 bets to 26. Oh, the Turk has got a hand. You know the video how to play jacks?
Yep, great video.
It's a brilliant 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic video. And obviously the commentary is even better. Really, really good. Is it always a 4-bet?
Not always. No, there's lots of different scenarios that we've played down. In this situation, yes, as Turk, we just want to get it in versus Mukhtar. Just clicking it to reopen the action if someone else calls behind. But that's the thing about this game. It's not any sort of, we're going to play the same hand 100% the same way in any given spot. And Mad Turk here flopping top set. Mukhtar only with 50k back. Is he going to go with it? Mad Turk sets him in.
So just going to flick it in, knowing, well, probably knowing he's behind with ace queen. Not beating much. And he has done, and he's got him drawing just about dead.
Still smiling though.
That player runner. What it is a blues.
Oh, just quads. Drawing a bit thin on the river. Mukhtar Ahmed departs. Just quads for Turk. There we go. Afternoon, lads. Just a quick one from Jim Marlow. Can money on my accounting club be used for an 888 UK poker events? Yes, it can. Yes, they can. And any online credit as well that you win the vouchers, they can be used as well.
Then he would have to phone.
Good shout, Smiter in C5. How you doing, Smiter? We won the deep stack in Stockton. Well done.
Email was, but I can't call.
I misread my hand.
Did you think we had pocket aces?
Da-da-da.
That happens to me sometimes.
Does it?
Yeah.
It sounds like that square and ace.
Da-da-da.
7 and ace.
Afternoon, Dave Elliott. I was hoping for the 5th jack just to avoid the hand. I saw 5 aces once online years ago. That was an interesting screenshot.
Never. Going to have some action here, and Twan with the King Queen of Hearts from the big, facing Ludo's LP Open. Just going to defend.
Correct. Really play careless.
1 for 18, potentially suited Broadway. could have sent versus Ludo's cut-off opening range, but just going to play cool versus cut-off are going to keep some nice dominated holdings in that Ludo will open. 9-9 deuce rainbow. Check bet call.
Five of spades on the turn.
Now Ludo in with the quick second barrel here, fires for 12k. Maybe just aware that I'm going to float versus our flop sizing fairly wide. Any sort of 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush hands, he'll be continuing. Twan's got moves.
He has. Not this time. Not this time. He has one of the best in the business. Ludo trying to build his stack up from his day 2 buying. Afternoon, boys. Snowed off from work today, so poker's on all day. Where do you live, Dash? There is no snow in Manchester. Not any. No snow. So who's who at the minute? As we lost Mukhtar. Jamie Dwan. Raising to 14. There's plenty of snow in Barnsley. Is there really? No, I mean there's plenty in Rotherham, I'm guessing.
Twan involved again, back-to-back King Queen of Hearts. This time does catch top pair.
Don't ask me the odds on that, but it's a lot.
$15k continue from Jamie. Twan just playing check call with the King Queen.
Five pairs on the turn.
Might be where Jamie going to check this one behind. Going to be a lot of this like King Jack, King 10, King Queen, King 9 suited in small blind range, and maybe not thinking going to be folding out like the 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, facing another barrel. Do beat some ace 4, ace deuce suited potentially. That's what I'm going to go for his value on the end.
That's 35. And into the muck they go. Fly crash. Afternoon. Nice to see you yesterday. And the old Galaxy cookie hot chocolate chunky chip chunks came in from Fly Crash yesterday, and I haven't even had one yet.
Neither have I, and we've got half the packet gone.
We've got PK at it, that's what it is, and Andy, and then they disappear, and that's it. Thanks for that, and it's snowing in Glossop. That'll be the Snake Pass closing then very soon. Snake Pass and Woodhead closed. I'm not saying it is, but there's no snow in Manchester at the moment. If you are thinking of coming over, stick to the main roads. And there is 0 snow in Mank at the minute. Not any. One in 1326. We dealt the same hand.
Second player all in.
There we go. Thank you for that. I said it was a lot. Would you give me that?
Yeah, I would have given you a lot.
If I'd just said a lot, you'd have given it me.
A bit of a cold deck for Chris here. I've just 13 BBs, runs into a better hand.
Well, he now needs to hit a queen. Same scenario. No, he's not.
Chris Johnson, runner up in the last high roller on the stream.
Before him, Archibald Seaton went out. We saw, Abdul Qadir Ahmed, he went out. Jamie Nixon, as we saw. Mukhtar Ahmed. Giulio Mascolo, and now Chris Johnson, which puts us on 38.
Risk. 12 game. Sunset. Risk. Do that one more time.
Alright, thank you.
You want reception? And second. Is that much? 80. Risk.
Will this finish today? Well, it will if Mad Turkey's getting jacks and aces and every hand you could think of.
I mean, you don't mess about.
I played the beginning. Sunset.
It's a very small 4-bet.
It is fairly small tower, but I guess with George's stack size, to be honest, once we 4-bet, there's no size we can choose that isn't going to be able to call off a jam, so it's kind of awkward, but 4-bets tend to be a lot smaller than 3-bets in terms of the size. Like 3x usually as a 3-bet in position around that sort of remit, and then that skews dependent on stacks, and then 4-bets in position can go like 2.2, 2.3x the original 3-bet. You don't get the 4-bet much in the comps you play, don't you? It's just 3-bet all in or nothing a lot of the time.
Oh, you know how many times I 4-bet in the mini last year in Vegas?
Probably 0.
4-bet. What are they? Get them in. We've not got the payout structure yet, Jack. We'll give it you as soon as we have it.
Afternoon, gents. What time will you be finishing today? Asked Jerry for. I'll have a little look now.
What's that?
But to be honest with you, I think this one has the same amount of numbers as the Vic last month, and the Vic we finished about what was it, 1:30ish, around that sort of time. So I'm expecting the same sort of thing today, just a full day. Let's have a look.
Maurice Williams says he's been snowed off work since 2018. So poking it is all day. Looking forward to Malta. The first week in April. What's on in the first week of April? I know the Malta Poker Festival is on like the 23rd of April, or the 22nd till the 29th. What's on at the beginning of April? When are you going, Maurice? Snowing in Blackpool. Wow. It's missed us, thankfully. Matagi. Hi guys, in your experience, what would be first prize in a £100 buy-in, 7,500 guarantee?
I'm never usually still in by the time the prize pool comes up.
Yeah,
I wouldn't know.
I think it's about 22% to the winner.
22%.
I think.
About.
Yeah. I think it's 21.6. But I think it's 20. If you work on 22% to the winner, you'll be pretty close.
22%.
Yeah.
It's about.
So what's that, about 1,800?
22%. Yeah, about that. 16.
Yeah, obviously depends on the runners, but by the time the prize pool comes, it's usually around about 22% to the winner.
And George double barreling here with the Jack 10 of spades. Gets Jamie off a top pair.
Slice says, did you know the Battle of Malta is running the same week as the MPF? That can't be right, surely. That's silly. That is silly. I know they've worked week on week before and they've had a gap before of a week and then gone back again, but working the same week just seems silly in the same town. Less than half a mile away from each other. That seems silly.
Call from Jamie here and Chris, ace 7 off, just sub 15, 14 BBs. Could be going with this one. There's the jam snap fold from Jamie, and as Jamie folds, we are heading out to an outer table, and it's an all-in Dan Laidlaw against Tom Hall.
Ace 9 I've just seen. On an ace 10-6 flop. Is that Dan Laidlaw?
It is Dan Laidlaw. So Tom Hall had the ace queen, Dan had the ace 9, similar stacks, but looks like Tom has Dan just pipped, so we are going to lose Dan Laidlaw, and Tom Hall takes. Look at that table. You and Bowie effect, Tom Hall, Matt Davenport.
Wow.
Dan's just bust. Sunfield we got here for this high roller in Manchester.
Oh, the dealer's come to the table. He's waving to his mum on the screen. Oh, bless. Unlucky Dan. Dan Laidlaw busting out. Very unlucky. The Battle of Malta is the 3rd and 10th of April, and then the MPF is the 22nd to the 29th. 3rd till 10th of April is where are we? We are in Edinburgh. We are in Edinburgh for the GUKPT. So it won't be in Malta 3rd till 10th, but you never know about the 22nd to 29th.
Is that April 22nd
Yeah.
to 29th?
Yeah, it's a couple of days before Luton.
I'm not in Luton.
Oh, you're golfing. You're on, yeah.
I missed the start of May. That's the one I missed this
Yeah.
year, Luton.
Off golfing. Get his handicap down to 42.
Yeah.
spoke to Yvonne during the week who runs the MPF, and she wasn't aware but fuming when she looked into it. I think one of them will have to change. I think set the dates and look at it and just realise that you can't clash in the same town. That's silly. Even though it is Malta, a lot of people do go. A lot of Italians go over. Loads of Italians. A lot of online qualifiers for the MPF, obviously. Flying out to Malta. Any big events coming to Dundee and not always Edinburgh? Not too sure regarding the 2550s for the year, but we can show you the schedule. I think Glasgow's looking to refurb, you know.
Glasgow.
On,
GUKPT Glasgow.
On what might, yeah. Obviously Edinburgh because it's the Maybury. I don't know how many tables Dundee has. Maybe 10 or 12. I think Glasgow are looking to have a look and see what they can do. Oh, yeah, the 2550 in 2550 in Dundee. I'll show you the schedule after this and for the rest of the 2550s for the year. King Eye flop to a Twant, Mad Turk none of it. Those check on the flop.
Twant picking up and down to go with his top pair now. I'm going to try and get some
That'll be
value.
the end of it. Has to be the end of that. So the 2550's on their way. Who sat on floor?
That's my chair. Look at my chair. When I lean back, look, it keeps going, it keeps going, it keeps
Oh,
going.
you've got a
it keeps
recliner,
going.
have you? You go to the next, we'll see your feet. The 2550s coming up that are scheduled at this moment in time. You never know. Others might get added. You never know during the year. But I can't see Dundee. It's Dundee. I can't see Dundee.
Can't see Dundee.
Dundee. You've had one in Dundee. We need another. Get Dundee back on the map. Plenty in Glasgow, plenty in Edinburgh. Newcastle as well. Newcastle and Edinburgh on the same weekend in March. That's interesting. Only a couple of hours apart. But, yeah, can't see Dundee, unfortunately. I'll ask the question.
So I'm making it 22 with the ace-9. Lions are going to be going up in just under 5 minutes time for the first time today. Late Reg now closed.
Yep, and we're on 37. There's Dan bust out.
How are we doing, Annette? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Marlon Dingle's got the flight books for the 24th, went in October for the first time and loved it. Yeah, we were there a couple of years ago at the Battle of Malta. It is a good week, but I think it clashes for us. Clashed with the 888 big one last year. I think it's exactly the same this year, but it is what it is. Poker booming at the minute again. Everywhere you go, you can play poker.
No, it wasn't easy. No. Disappointing. Yeah. On my slow
Jack,
play.
8, 10 flop. Bottom down for Turk. Second pair for George. It's checked. 4 diamonds turn.
The check on the flop, George. In a lead on the turn.
Snap call from Turk.
Middle pin.
Doesn't waste time, does he, Tower? The Turk just
Absolutely
gets
not.
on with it.
Snap call. Oh, he's giving up. Thought he was going to bet.
So emotive with how he is at the table sometimes. I'll use help. He's looking like, oh, is that ace help?
Is he going to get him to fold the best hand?
George just can't fold his hand here. Flop's gone check. Don't expect Mad Turk to be checking too much. Jack X, maybe like a Jack 9. He's called the turn bet. Not too much ace X. He's going to have either. Who's going to start raising a lot of his aces pre against this stack depth of George. So therefore, our King 10 just seems like a very easy catch. And George agrees. Does pick off the bluff.
Nice one. 37 out of 110. We'll get you the payout structure as soon as we have it and let you know exactly what they're playing for.
Kenny asked when's the next break. We've still got an hour and 20 minutes. Been playing 40 minutes this session, 2-hour sessions.
When's the next break?
Is that Mo in the chat from yesterday?
Give me a break. I need a break. Give me another break, please. I want another one.
Patrick, there's a tournament coming to Cardiff, Jim said yesterday. Did he not?
They're thinking about putting a special on in Cardiff. I think might be. Have they got a new GM or something like that?
Was that not Bristol or one of the?
There's been a few changes because we've got a new GM at Berry New Road
And at Luton.
and at Salford and at Luton. So we will try and get you some information regarding Cardiff. I think there might be a tournament later in the year. And poker trying to get back into the. Is it still at the Red Dragon Centre? I think it is. King 5-5 flop. First bet wins. Is it Jamie?
An interesting turn card after check flop. Paul picks up flush draw and gut shot. Jamie turning the top pair. And could just see delay C bet here. There's Jamie, but just going to check. Try and induce something from Paul perhaps. Paul not taking the bait.
I'd love to say I'm all in.
Just all in.
Yeah, I'd love Jamie to just say I'm all in.
250% pot, why not?
Absolutely. Try and get Max. We know Paul's not calling. Julian Nods on his way to the Battle of Malta. Good luck with that. An afternoon apocalypse. Hope you are well. If you're not travelling, February looks like this for UK and Grosvenor Poker. This week, as you can see right at the top, Berry New Road, the main event started today. Same weekend, this weekend, the 25.50 in the Vic, if you're not travelling up from London. Next week, the UKPL in Edinburgh, we'll be there. 25.50 is also in Sheffield, Bolton, Walsall and Reading. And then 2 weeks at the UK Open, the warm-up week, with a lot of satellites, plenty of satellites.
We're not there for 2 weeks,
so you can be if you want to be. Do you want to be?
Have we got a streaming schedule for the UK Poker Open
We have.
yet? We have?
Yeah, what day would you like to start?
4th of March.
We are starting on the 26th of February on the Monday and finish when we crown a champion on the 3rd. How many fingers you got?
I'm just seeing how
You
many
got more
days
than one
off.
hand?
How many days in between Edinburgh and the start?
Plenty.
For the UK Open.
You get a week's worth of golfing.
6 days, I make it.
You get a week's worth of golfing. 6. So you finish Edinburgh Sunday,
Yeah.
and then you don't start till the following Monday. To me, that's like 8.
Hold on a second. So we start streaming on the 26th,
On the Monday,
and we get back from Edinburgh
whenever you want.
whenever we want.
Stay in Edinburgh if you want to.
Might do that.
Great city.
How did Bixie finish up last night?
7th.
They didn't really get a single hand other
No,
than the bust out hand. And couldn't win a flip. There's Ludo on the button here, pocket 3s, 12.5 BBs. Seems sorry, 13.5 BBs. Seems like a pretty easy jam. Gets it through.
That's it. Finish Edinburgh on the Sunday night. Bring the wife and the cat up.
Yeah.
Have a few days in Edinburgh. Get them train back down on the...
Nah, the cat will be in Coventry, so I'm not having the cat in Edinburgh and Coventry. No can do.
I want to meet your cat in Coventry.
Yeah.
I am. The UK Open will be busy. Full Starlight week. Ludo. Day 2 bind. Raise us to 16.
Blinds now up, so Ludo just with north of 16 bigs. Twan always continuing, does so in the form of defend.
Flop of King 8-3 checked. 2 of spades turn.
Nice one to mix in the top pair check back as Ludo and does the same again. Talk about losing the absolute minimum here. Now surely Twan going to go for some value on the end. It's King 10, but checked again from Twan, though checking it 3 times here.
He's going to get Ludo to bet. Has to be a call from Twan.
Might even be a raise tower once it's checked 3 times. See what size Ludo's come with here, but I think we want to do a lot of raising here.
That's
as Twan.
18.
Yeah, versus 18, I think we want to raise here as Twan. Like, I just make the assumption that Ludo's never checking back a hand better than King 10 twice here.
Yeah.
So therefore, as Twan, we can do exactly this. It does go for the small raise. And
Very nice.
Ludo with the quick call.
We'll see the King 10 and the bad news with Ludo. You got the King. Says I'm not bluffing. Ludo down to 62. It's Ravi this time. Ravi of the chef. Cards are in the middle. Fogging with ace king against jack queen of spades. 10 of spades first card for a royal.
And that will
Ouch.
almost seal the deal.
Yeah,
Likely to see Ravi exit.
that does. Unlucky, Ravi. Unlucky. Out of the high roller. Off to buy into the main event. Mark Fogging, who had a superb 2023. Takes out Ravi Chef.
People behind you.
Turk been getting some nice hands to start this session. Opens the ace jack here, raises to 18.
Yeah, I don't have 5 to 8. The higher than that.
To pull defense from the big. I'm going to hold it.
I have 5 full.
Turk, nice flop. Top pair, decent kick up. Not expecting to just see C-bet here. Over to Paul. Played with Paul the other day. First time.
All right, okay.
Sat next to me on my direct left in the Mystery Bounty. Nice chap.
Indeed he is. Good man. Any bets for Cheltenham? Not at all. Not until the week. No anti-post for me at Cheltenham anymore.
After what happened to me last year, man, a straw.
Oh, it's a great story. I think you should tell everybody.
Yeah, give up. So betting, done 4 days of betting, Tuesday to Friday last year.
Yep.
I'd done 4 lucky 63s each way. So that's 24 horses each way.
6 horses.
So 6 horses per bet per day. So 24 horses.
Yeah.
I had 0 winners, 0 places in 24 races. I had 0 winners
Ladies and gentlemen,
and 0 places, and they weren't even like long shots. This is the crazy thing about it. It was just like I didn't get a single,
not one place,
not even a place out of 24 races. It's very difficult to do.
We got any tips this year? That takes some doing. That really does take some doing. You're not wrong, Kev. Good effort is that. Wow. 24 horses at Cheltenham and not one of them come in the top 3 or 4. Jeez.
Or 5 or 6 some races, 6 places some races, like
incredible. I don't even know when the Cheltenham Festival is because it's normally on St Patrick's Day. But St Patrick's Day this year is on a Sunday, and Cheltenham's never on a Sunday, not ever. So I don't know whether it's before or after this year. Let us know.
I do like the horse racing festivals. I don't really bet on the
I've
horses.
never been Cheltenham.
So.
I just think it's too busy.
Yeah.
It's like Aintree. Aintree's
Same week as Blackpool, says Razor Kev. There you go.
10th to the 17th.
There we go.
Yep. There we go. Oh.
Oh.
What are you pressing?
Oh.
No.
Oh.
Yay!
Oh. There we go.
10th
to the 17th.
10th to the 17th. Obviously the 10th. Over the Monday, so 12th to the 15th inclusive will be Cheltenham.
Nice.
Always finishes on the Friday. There we go. Cheers, Mark. Cheers, Ricky. And Paul Rogers all tuning in saying it's March the 12th to the 15th. How are we doing, Mark? Watching on Facey. Hey, coming back to play. I've not seen you for ages at the tables.
Chris Maguire, let's see him back at the tables, shoving for his 10 BBs with a Queen Jack and gonna be getting some action. George Pop with the 9s in the small.
Yep.
Should be a nice easy ISO for him.
In the go. I think Chris is pretty happy to see that.
Yeah, we would be, once George ISOs that quickly. Just hoping that we are in one of these flip scenarios.
$665 flop.
Bleak start for Chris Maguire. Likely to be out unless we can find one of these queens or jacks.
Unlucky. Out in 33rd, Chris Maguire. Hamza Nazir was 34th, which means we're down to 32. Right. So we're on bang on 32. Chris Maguire busting out in 33rd, well before the money because there's the money.
15 paid. That's not 12.5%. I'm going to go have a stewards.
Or is it 12.7?
Well, no, 110 entries, so what? 12.5% would be 13.75. So rounded up would be 14.
Yeah, I think it's a bracket, isn't it? I don't know what.
That's what Mike said last time.
They have that bracket, don't they? So they're paying 15, 3,170 as a main cash. 1650 buying in the high roller in Manchester.
Almost similar payouts to the mini yesterday in terms of at the top of it, and it just shows you the mini, the £200 buy-in, you're essentially winning what's up top in a £1,500 buy-in.
Yeah,
I've not got many
it's
chips.
incredible. The numbers for the mini were amazing.
Your chance to
37,540 for
I
the
think
win.
this is the one anyway.
And when we get to the FT, you're looking at
Yeah, to be done, I
5,230.
This is the one. How can I lose?
Lane
What?
15,
I'm
and
still
there's
not losing
32
this time.
left.
In the end, the Ludo here, Mad Turk sets an in blind on blind.
This is the small
Ludo
one that you lose.
wakes
because
up
I've
with
only
a
got
call.
a small amount of chips.
It's gotta be done.
Now going to need to find a 3 out
This
out.
is the small one.
Okay.
So you can
Big
accept a
Trev
small
comes to the
loss.
table.
But I do, but he's going for the ace on the floor. And he's going to kill you on the floor. What can I do?
GUKPT champion, main event here last year, Trev.
Jack and a king, happy days.
This exact location.
Take the 8 of clubs.
8.
Oh, they're
23, 9, king on the turn for Ludo,
bang now.
You asked for Jack.
and it's a 6.
Right,
There's
160,000.
the double.
Just 160.
Okay. 60, I take it.
There's the double. Ludo smoked it in. Just telling Turkey they can accept a small loss. It's only 60,000. And that's just what happens. Ludo up to 14 bigs. The comeback is on.
You can't beat luck.
You run so good,
I
man.
run so good, it's unbelievable.
The buying was 1650 total. That was the buying.
Never met a luckier player than me, Tuck.
No,
You're better off staying away from me.
I probably will. Now you got chips, you're dangerous.
I'm very dangerous now, I've got a lot of chips.
Ludo's. I've got a lot of chips now. I'm very dangerous. Still the short stack at the table. Big TR comes to the table. Also, was he a day 2 buying? Trev, I think he was, wasn't he? He's
I
he's on,
didn't see him on the list. We got.
yeah, he's on 114.
Feel it again. Come on,
I'm guessing he was a day 2 buying.
Mad Turk's getting some unbelievable distribution today.
Absolutely.
Oh, I knew it.
Oh, they're in again.
I knew that
And
was
now
the-
he's
Right,
he's
Tuck,
going
you're
to be
get
smothered
lucky
again. He's Ludo. He needs to get lucky again. Can't believe it, he
I'm gonna have to
says.
get lucky. I'm not even.
He had to get lucky first time, and now needs to get lucky again. Look at the Turk. He can't do it to me.
First time you see it worried. Tuck, shake my hand, I'm lucky. Tuck, you're unlucky. Sometimes.
Back to back 3 hours.
I've only got 100,000. Come on.
I can't look at it if you're going to put a Jack on there. I'm not looking at it.
Jack. Okay, I'll take a chop.
5-3-7. Ludo is needing a jack.
Ace.
Well, he is out of the door. Oh, queen.
Closer.
Can I get king queen, please?
Ace. Dead.
It's a 10, either side.
Guys,
You tried.
Either side. Taps the table, says good luck, guys.
Yeah, one more
And
card.
Ludo departs the high roller. Unlucky, sir. Turk continues his distribution of cards up to 100 bigs. In a great position to be with the blinds at 4-8.
You bought in today.
Can do suit here for Jamie. Completes 12 BBs. Trev gets to check his option. 9-9, rainbow board here, bet of 11 from Jamie. Trojan with 10 high, but right around that 9 could have some continues against this particular C-bet sizing. I'm going to think better of it. Jamie takes it with the King Deuce. Pocket sevens for Paul.
Under the gun. 30 bigs. Here's 16.
I'm going to pick up a defend from Twan. Paul reminds me of one of them, just looking at him, one of them people from a film, like one of the big bosses who you don't see till the end. Like, you got all these people underneath him, and then he just walks out at the end. He reminds me of one of them. It's like head honcho at the top.
Yeah. My name's Paul Ephraimson. I'm here to do you.
Twan out flopping him. Here goes for the small continue for third.
Seven of diamonds on the turn. After a check call from Twan. Nice turned set for Paul and the check mark.
Such a dreamy sight. Seeing that turned set. Now we're just going to want to try and get this in over 2 streets.
30 and a call. 26, sorry.
Yeah, might have sized up here on the turn tower just for setting up some river jams. Now just with slightly too much in our stack to think about jamming. We're going to probably choose a not all in size, try and target a queen. Not the best river in the deck to see for Twan. Some of Paul's bluffs getting there. King Jack, King 10, Jack 10 now all go in front of us. Yeah, Twan does get out of there.
So down to 29. Last out. Was Fraser Bellamy on the outer tables, just busting out. Means we're down to 29. Playing down to a winner tonight, you will see the winner being crowned champion on the table. Oh, I just realised that's David G in seat number 9.
Race to 16,000.
With the hat on and the glasses and the headphones. Don't we often see that from Dave? But there he is.
Check.
Go on, 29, 30, 35,000 and a bit of juice up top. Sorry, 37,540. 28,510. Paying 15. So, I need to lose half the field to get into the money. Probably get into the money around about the third session. Every 2 hours there's a break and then a table change. Good to see Trev back at the tables. Always good to see him. Four, 3, 9 flop, top pair, Jamie. Should just be a continue and end a hand. So there's the payouts, 37,540, 20,510. And we'll lock up 5,230 when we hit the final table, whenever that may be. You will see it live on the stream. And the bubble will be 16, paying 15.
I reckon half 6 tower.
Yeah, I said the third session of the day.
Looks like around between, I'd say half 11, half 12 finish, I reckon this one.
It'll be a good watch. There's some great players.
Unbelievable. It's a great learning tour as well. Is that David G? I just see come to the table.
It is in the hat
G
with
in
the
town.
headphones. And instantly trying to build his stack.
Yeah, 20 minutes. Is it 20? Is it 20? No, it's not on. It's me thinking nobody bluffs that.
So we're on at 29. Seen Robbie Bull in the background there. He's been playing here all week. Not sure if he was a day 2 buying.
Nice hand to look down at in late position as Twan.
Jack Oliver's there
Yeah, I've seen Jack.
on the outside table, sat next to the dealer.
All the dream team are here. He's not suited for George on the button. Can definitely get amongst it. Just south of 40 effective. David G here, 4 deuce suited. I think definitely can flick in and defend. Getting nearly 7-1.
10 seconds.
Afternoon, Tom. George flopping the nut flush draw.
Yeah, and this could get.
And also Dave G as well with the bottom end of it.
Yeah, so gonna go bet, call, jam, I guess, tower. As Dave, once we catch this amount of equity here,
Yeah.
we're happy to just run it with our flush draw. And as well as that, maybe we still got some fold equity. Once Twan goes this size, George gets the float very wide, call hands like King Jack with a heart, Jack 10, spades, stuff like that. So we can still get this jam through as Dave. I know against these particular holdings it's not going to happen, but he's just going to take his equity and may potentially save his tournament. Going to take the price to the turn.
2 of spades, so he picks up a pair as well.
That's one surely going to be slowing down. No, been called in
Absolutely
2
not.
spots. Not
18k.
fussed about this overcard. Small sizing choice too, just north of 20%. And, George with the ace-9 suited. I think always just calling now. And now.
No, and Dave. Decision time. It's a pair, flush draw.
I think I'd much prefer just taking our price now once we get to the turn where I think fold equity diminishes. Can definitely be some Queen X plus out there that's not folding.
The river is curtains for Dave G.
Do we just don't jab now as Dave once we get there? He's going to go for the check call. One surely has to slam the anchors on now.
Yeah.
And called in 2 spots and 2 streets.
Yeah, we know that George isn't though.
We don't love it as Dave once George fires here. But what can we do, Tower?
We're not folding. We're not folding with a tap in the table and we're just saying, nice hand.
Destined to bust.
90k, all of it for Dave. It has to be a call. And here comes the 10. 10s has to fold. Get it out of the way. And unfortunately for Dave, he sees the bad news. Flush over flush. David G. Unlucky for Dave. Out of the tournament in 29th, 15 paid. Unlucky, sir. In fact, he was out with Konstantinos Pastoroukis eliminated. So Dave was out in 28th. Afternoon, Tom. Tom Gill. Afternoon, Jane. Great comms as ever. Booked a tea time at North Berwick tomorrow where there's a 40-mile-an-hour easterly wind forecast and a -2 temperature. You might end up watching the stream instead. What do you recommend, Jay?
I wouldn't be
Just
out
wrap up a little bit?
Nah. What I'd probably do is one of them, the boys that you're teeing off with. I'll be honest, I've done it a few times with the lads that I play golf with. Weather's a bit bad, what you do, you wake up, you look out your window, and then you just go back to sleep. You don't set an alarm, and then you wake up.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry boys,
Oh,
my
my
alarm didn't go off. I slept through my alarm. And then by the time they're already halfway through the round, weather's lovely. By the time you wake up, you go meet them on the 10th.
I don't think a 40-mile-an-hour wind and -2 is going to improve much tomorrow to meet him on the 10th. It might improve to 1 degree or something like that, you know, from -2.
So all in and a call here. Trev shoving the 3s.
Does he survive? Queen 9-8 is good for Trev Reardon at the minute with the 3s. Just needs to fade an ace or a king. And Jamie drops down to 75 and Trev doubles to near 200. There we go. Flip time. Trev wins one. When it's breezy, swing it easy. That is true. It's hard to do though.
Swing easy.
Yeah, yeah. Because everybody, when it's blowing, everybody seems to think you have to power through the wind, and you just do not at all. You just completely lose control of the ball. So when it's windy in May,
Yep.
no trying to bash it.
I don't try and bash it anyway, Tara. You'll see me when I play. I don't even have a back. I have like a half swing. Like the club only comes up like no higher than my hips. The club comes up no higher than my hips.
Oh dear.
You know
Is
you know when you go and watch the super seniors play and they tee off. You know how far they usually pull the club back.
Yeah.
That's me.
Okay.
Ace Queen for Tuan. Going to be opening from gun. Raises to 16. King Queen off here for Paul. One we could potentially go for 3-bet with from time to time. Fold going to be fine as well. Does go for the aggressive route like this from Paul. Makes it 40k. Like the size of choice as well, not going the full 3x, starting the hand just north of 30. Effective. And back on Tuan here, and I think the fact that we are 6 max at the moment, ace queen off, we're just happy to call and head to the streets, even out of position.
So we see a flop. Queen eye flop for both players. This could get juicy.
%30 continue. That's what I'm just going to be check calling here, I assume. Want to keep some blossing of Paul. Don't want to lose a hand like jacks, 10s, 9s, ace king. Want to keep all these hands in the range of our opponent. And obviously Paul still can have us pipped here with kings or aces. Does make for a pretty clear call to the turn.
Ace of hearts. Swan lead with a check mark. Might slow things down for Paul.
Yeah, I think Paul just always checking here now. Doesn't really need protection now this hand. Maybe against a 2-outer, but just happy to check back and play some rivers. Which is the 9 of clubs. And now over to Tuan. He'll be going on the hunt for value. I assume he will be after turn goes check check, and that's a deep reach into those yellows. It's a 1-2-5. So around 80% hit from Tuan on the end. And Paul with the king queen. Tough spot for him. The thing I will say here, Tower, is what
Was it because the ace was checked?
I'm guessing he thinks regarding the check call from Tuan that he's not going to have too much ace-x other than ace-x of spades perhaps. But we can see Tuan turning top 2 with the ace-queen. Maybe thinking Tuan weighted towards like some king-jack of spades, jack-10 of spades type holdings. Does pay it off. Nice one to take for Tuan Lee. As blind's going to be going up in just under 2 minutes time. That'll take us into the final 40 minutes of this session. How are we doing, Dreamcast? Yes, they do. For the main event, that is. If you bag up chip lead in a main event, day 1A, day 1B, you do receive a UK Poker Open seat for a few weeks' time. Looking forward to that one. Sarah and I will be there. 10 days of streaming for us, I believe. Sorry, just 7 days of streaming. We're in February. Only 29 days in this month, so it'll be Monday to Sunday, so full 7 days. We got Edinburgh next week. Packed out February here in the booth. So Trev going to take this one with ace 10 high.
So you should have raised on the flop.
You raise on the flop.
No, I can't.
Leave it all in.
Yeah, he's on ace suit. Raise him up. I can understand to lose it, you know. Nice call though.
Going in Paul Barnes, afternoon. Everything good here. High roller action today. 27 remain. Prize pool is up, playing for 37k and change. 3.1k for a min cash at 15 players. I think we'll hit the FT around 6:30 this evening. Looking like a midnight finish. I reckon.
Midnight? It's not working that long.
It's normal daytime, right? Yeah.
Not working that long.
A 12, 13 hour day is a normal day now.
Standard.
It's standard.
Standard days in poker terms.
It's when we get the 10-hour day and we finish at 11 o'clock and people go...
Everybody goes mad.
"Ah," everyone like, part-timers. Oh, Dolly weren't working 12 hours days, weren't she? She didn't sing 9 till 9. Working 9 till 9.
It wouldn't have been a hit.
It wouldn't have been a hit, would it?
It wouldn't have been a hit. People would have realised they had to work for a living. 9 till 9? Oh, brilliant.
So, George, love this from him. Check in to the player on our direct left. Turk does turn a pair, so do expect this one to go check now, but do like George's decision to check on the flop. But you just never know with the Mad Turk. Sometimes he just gets after it, as he's doing right here. Just double barreling with the 10-8. And George obviously going to have to check call once more, once we elect to check this one on the flop. But as I say, I think we're going to do a fair amount of checking here.
Queen of clubs on the river.
Well, if there's ever a card to potentially triple off here and get George off the best of it, this could be the one. And here we go, Mad Turk going for
How big does he go?
another barrel.
That's quite tiny, isn't it? 70?
Real rough river spot now for George. Don't really beat too much here, tail up. Trying to think of a hand that we're ahead of now with ace queen, and specifically need Turk to be turning something like 8s, 9s without a club into a bluff here. 6s, 5s.
You know he's flipping over the 10-8, don't you? Yeah, no, he's flipping it over at all times.
No wonder why Hart didn't come. I was looking for a heart.
Been a good session for the Mad Turk. Got some nice hands, but
Yeah.
playing some nice stuff as well.
That's too many.
Over 100 bigs from I'd say 27 players left.
And blind's just gone up into the 5k, 10k level.
No more blocking. No, my blocking is finished now.
They look good on the stream, too. They'll look good on the stream.
Do I?
That hand look good.
Yeah, which one?
There's Robbie Bull. Getting himself on stream. There he is.
No more blocking now. I've done enough blocking tonight.
Player ticket moves down to 26 as we lose Ariane Kashani on the outer tables.
I'm sure Arian bagged up like 600k, 500-600k. I'm
Oh,
pretty
right,
sure he
okay.
bagged. There's going to be someone with a chunk out there.
I see Dave Dock in the field. Jamie Duan says, I'm all in. Oh, Trevor's a hand. How much is it, please?
It's only 7 bigs now, but still even with 5s here and the rest of the table behind us, not the biggest fan of call. Trev does go for fold, however, Twan, quick reach to his chips. He's going to make the call with the Queen Jack suited. Paul is in with the Ace King suited.
Good luck.
We've got 3-way all in here.
Here we go. Jamie with the King Queen has Paul covered.
You would have been perfect shape.
So Jamie needs a Queen, Twan needs a Jack, and Paul needs to hold.
It's going to come 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe not.
That's a fun one though. So both the Queen Jack and King Queen with the Broadway draw. Jack needed for Jamie, King needed for Twan.
Spicy. Queen on the turn.
So that doesn't actually change a thing. The Ace King's still in front, so Jack could now chop between King Queen and Ace King. Queen for Paul to lose outright, as well as a King, and it's a 10 on the river. So what's going to happen is Paul is going to treble.
Yep.
Jamie's going to win a tiny side, like a 13k side from Twan. And Twan not going to get anything back from this pot. Jamie down to just 13k. Paul up to just shy of 200.
No, Jamie and Twan chop it.
And the King, Queen, Jack, Queen chops. So just take it back.
With the
Yeah, they're going to chop it, yep.
Jamie and Twan chop.
So 26k side, 13 back each.
10 to King, Queen.
Cool.
You scared me there, Trev.
Big winner there. Big nice triple up.
You weren't looking for a picture.
So Jamie is now on the big. And I think he has he got 2? He's 4 stalling.
Is it the aunties first?
No, because he has to have enough to like, double up at least.
Turn the blinds like 5 to 10.
So Jamie is 4 stalling on the big. Big blind in first. Ante second. He's got an ace as well.
Let's see what you got then. Is it 10 you have, yeah? Go in and there we go. One by
There we
one.
go.
Oh, you're
King
in
three.
front. Oh, there's a good
You're in
card.
front, he says. Yeah, he's indeed ace 7.
Surely.
Can the spin start?
Way Mad Turk's running so far today. Feel like he's favourite with the King 3. Not anymore. Ace 9 6, basically going to lock it. Fade him, running kings off 3s here.
That'll do.
You killed me on the floor.
It's a no running 2 pair or trips for the Mad Turk. So Jamie back up to 22k. What's the buy-in for the tourney? 1650 for this one, £1,650. 110 entries. We got 37k up top, 3,100 for a min cash at 15 players. 11 spots off the money. In 30 minutes time we are going on first break of the day.
Backups are right. They always are. They always are. You got this. Raise 20.
all in. That's what they say in Vegas. He goes all in.
The two.
Shall we put Trevor all in, no? I said, shall we put them all in before the Pope?
So four-way action. Two's not improving. Twos and fours. Ace, 9, 8 flop, 2 hearts. Does he survive again?
Queen Jack 10.
And get a 4.
Don't mind the shaker in here. You get 4 away.
There's
there you
the
go.
Queen. There's the Queen for Jamie Dwan.
And just in case, there's a straight on the end for Jamie.
Twos, fours. Look at that. Up to 100k.
What a result.
This is a spin.
I was going to say come back on, but
I was disappointed. Who's going to come?
go. Start.
Hiya, Boz. Ian Bosley. You won't be golfing when it's a 40 mile an hour wind and -2, let me tell you.
Yeah, he seems like shorts and t-shirt golfer, Ian.
Absolutely, yeah. Aces versus 6 for Arian. 6 on the flop, 6 on the river. Fair enough. Go out in style, that's what we say. Yeah, Tom Gill's got a spare spot at North Berwick tomorrow, Ian, if you fancy it. There's going to be a 40 mile an hour easterly and it's going to be -2. Let him know.
Back from the brink. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Facing the void. Yeah. I just feel like Tony Free to just do whatever. Yeah. Same life. Yeah. You have that hand where it's just the worst gun. It's a weed shot. But, alright, yeah, sounds yeah, cool. Not even a side. What are you down to? 2 big blinds? 5 to 2. 1.5. That's quite a small one. So. Actually, no, down to 0.8. One big blind there was Queen
Efremson in C number 5. Holmes to 20 with the blinds now at 5-10. And 26 players left. 15 get the money.
Twan are going to have one that we're going to want to defend. Jack 6 suited.
Heads up to the flop. 6, 3, Jack, 2 diamonds. Nice flop for Twan.
Yeah, and Twan getting the better of Paul so far, and Paul got a very tidy candidate to be continuing with here, the King Queen. But Twan going to put on his donking shoes after smashing the life out of this board. And goes for 10k. South of 20%er, and do expect Paul to call here. King Queen with a diamond. Won't want to be catching any top pairs on the turn.
Four of spades on the turn.
Yeah, nice clean one to be able to get away from now.
No more money in pot from Paul.
Yeah, going to want to go a much bigger size than that south of 20% on the floppers. Twan now 2-tone, 2 flush draws out there. Want to be sizing up as he does, goes for 55. Now Paul just out there with the King Queen.
Has Mike Allen been playing? No, I've not seen Mike for a while. Had a huge big great score in Vegas.
Yeah, Mike, I believe, is playing cash now.
Oh, right.
I'm somewhere overseas. I can't remember where.
Overseas?
Somewhere overseas.
Okay.
Might even be Texas. I feel like it's somewhere. Someone told me this a couple of months ago.
23,000.
So it makes it 23.
£4 found.
Oh, Mike's in Thailand. Cheers, Alex. Congratulations this week. Another superb effort. Winning the bounty. How much did you gain bounties? I didn't see that bit.
A lot. I think he got a fair few.
Did
Yeah. I'd say at least.
There was one guy pulled a 4K, a 3K, and a 3K, and something like a 500 and something else, which was pretty impressive.
Yes.
Unfortunately for us, the GDPR won the 10K, so we don't even know who it was. But yeah, same guy pulled a 4K, a 3K, and a 3K. That's pretty good going. Like 3 of the top 6 prizes.
It's a Trev opening here off of 17 from the cut-off. Twan goes for call. The King 9 suited. And George Pop can't see his hand.
Jaggers, blaze, pop, pop, pop. Jaggers, blaze, pop.
8-4-3 rainbow here. Let's see if Trev continues here. Like theoretically, we are supposed to do a hell of a lot of checking. George gonna go for donk on the 8-4-3 rainbow. And surprised to see this tower because I don't think we're supposed to have any donks on this board. Maybe if that 8 was a 7, when there's straight possibilities when we're from the big, but Trev's still got obviously all these overpairs in range, still can have all the sets. So surprised to see this donk here from George, but looks like it's going to work versus these two holdings.
No redraws for Twan.
I'm just not sure we get any leads here on 8-4-3. Pretty confident we don't. Love to know what George is leading with here.
So the high roller going on, 15 get paid. Showing the payout structure straight after this hand. Oh, not Mukhtar out.
The Mad Turk.
He did.
Jacks versus Ace Queen. Jack on the flop, Jack on the turn. Death by quads for Mukhtar.
He went out. He's lost 50k in just about drawing dead. The Mad Turk has had a great distribution of cards so far. Ace high flop, ace 6-8, Mad Turk catches a piece, checks, goes checkity check.
Check. Check, check.
Ace of diamonds turn, checks again. Turk finds for 30 on the river.
So Tidy bit of value here from Turk and could potentially get called by some king highs. There you go. Does get called by king high. Been a very good session for him to start the day.
It has indeed.
Hopefully we'll get full chip counts for you guys. We're going on break in 20 minutes. When we return from that break, we will have full chip counts of the 26 players that are still remaining in the high roll-up.
Walks are welcome, Turk, I'm saying. Walks are very welcome.
Cara's back.
Yeah, walk.
Yep, say hello to Cara.
There's Cara.
You won't let you.
How you doing, Cara?
Actually, I might give you a walk because I walked a lot this morning.
Said hello to her when they come in. How you been? Good, you?
What you been doing? Where have you
Still in
been? How was
Birmingham?
Christmas?
So I go, she goes, it's still in Birmingham? I go, yeah, still in Birmingham, but we're moving in a couple of months, still to Birmingham. She goes, surely you could get like a 2-3 bedroom house now. They're like 140k in Halifax. Halifax?
Yeah, that's close to Birmingham. That's just round the corner from Birmingham.
You've got 70.
Never been Halifax.
I'm not surprised.
Oh, is it not?
Not surprised. Very industrious.
I don't think I can, no.
There's not much in Halifax to think. Do you know what? I'll have a day out in
We'll
Halifax.
go move there. We'll
Yeah,
go just
exactly.
move there. Go see Cara.
Can't even go to the Shea anymore to go and watch them play football. Halifax Town were in the league for years and years and
I
years.
might give a walk to Trevor.
Well, I've been in before.
Are they still
I bet they've been non-league 30 years now.
Trevor,
I bet they
I
have.
had a big bet.
They still non-league now?
Yeah.
Inter Juventus
Yeah, I wouldn't
Saturday
even know what division they were.
Were you there?
They were never massive. They were always Division 4 or Division 3 and then they went down again. But I bet they've been non-league 30 years.
I bet Forest Green have been non-league longer.
Forest Green are in League 2, aren't they?
They in League 2? I
Yeah.
thought they were still in conference.
No. They just had an high-profile manager. Forest Green.
High profile manager at Forest
Yeah,
Green.
and somebody's going to tell us who's just got sacked from Forest Green. Right, proper hype. You'll go, really? Somebody's going to tell us. Troy Deeney.
Troy Deeney?
There you go.
Really? What's he doing there?
Not a lot. They got sacked. There you go, Troy Deeney.
Highly, he's known, but he's not a higher profile manager.
You
is
knew
he?
who he was.
I know he is, but not because of his managerial career.
Didn't know. Well, he only lasted 4 weeks. Didn't he score that
Yeah.
amazing goal
Yeah.
when they won from one end of pitch to the other?
Yeah, Watford.
In like 10
yeah,
seconds.
yeah,
It was amazing,
Watford,
wasn't
Leicester.
it? In the playoffs.
When Almunia saved the penalty and up the other end, and the commentary on Gillette, it was Soccer
Yeah.
Saturday or wherever it was.
Yeah,
that evening.
it was a live match, wasn't it? Because it was
Yeah.
like the playoff final or whatever it was, or to get to Wembley. Yeah. Penalty save. 10 seconds later, Watford are in the playoffs and not Leicester. That was bonkers. Yeah, you got Troy Deeney was at Forest Green. I think he basically ranted on social media that all the players were rubbish,
That's one way to do it.
and he got the boot.
He's 10 suited for Paul under the gun. Good decision to open off a 14. Can still get some value from worse, get the big blind to defend. Got the whole table to get through. And get Twan here to put in an extra 10k with a 9-6 off.
Five, 4-4 flop.
There's not too much going on here for either. Do expect Paul to see about this one in the pair ball, but not going to get that opportunity. And once again, Twan going for his little 10k donk. Saw this before with 2 pair, now we see it with just trash, and Paul says, you know what, have some of that. I don't think you're leading a 4. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Absolutely. Have some of that. over to the outer table here because we've got three-way action.
Yeah, we've got Mark Foggin, we've got Jack Oliver, we've got Candice. Foggin has everyone covered with 7s, Candice with the kings, and Jack Oliver with the short stack with the 4s.
Oh, the kings are in. They're all in. The 4s are all in.
So 7 for a double bust out.
That's
Just a king for Candice. No running clubs either, so that locks it for Candice. And Jack's going to be out as well. So Jack Oliver exits the field. Mark Foggin had both covered. He's still in. Candice with a nice big triple up. Jack was already gone, saw the king on the flop, and he was out of there. Candice,
There's the smile.
who made the FT, one of our high rollers in London, looking for another 2024.
Unlucky to Jack. Jack busting out. Twan Lee flops top 2. Paul and Fremson bottom pair. I nearly said what about a 6 on the turn for Paul. That could be curtains.
Sickness, absolute ill, especially the way these two have been battling. Been a lot of pots between Paul and Twan, and the dynamics already set. However, with Paul just playing flat call here on the turn, is there a well where we don't go broke here? As Paul Eprinson. Oh,
The 2 of clubs is as dry as you want for Paul, and he's probably thinking, how do I get chips?
yeah, and if I'm Paul here, unless Twan goes for like 100k, which I doubt he is, we have to go all in for value. Tower versus basically any size here that Twan Lee opts for.
He's making it over pot. Makes it 85. So, 77, sorry. 77.
Against this size, it's kind of interesting. So Twan has gone for 130%. I think against any size pot or less, we're always jamming. Against 130%, like, interesting here as Paul.
Yeah, he's announced all of it, and there's the snap, and he's going to see the bad news. 2 pair, over 2 pair. The turn card was grim for Paul of Fremson.
Even the river tower, dry as you like, just in case we're not going to double up, bust the tournament. Put a meaningless deuce on the river, not completed any draws.
And the big bad boss departs onto the next
The
level.
big bad boss.
Onto the next level. Level 4. Twan Lee stacks them up. Paul of Fremson busting out just after Jack Oliver. So 25th for Paul. 24 players left. $15 get the money. Break in 10 minutes.
I don't need it. I'm very quick anyway.
Should be a 15-minute break, I reckon. At 10-2. Which takes us to 3:05. Who is Ian talking to? Ian who? Ian's talking to Cara, one of the massage girls. The masseuse.
Who's
Cara.
Ian? That's Rob the Rass.
Oh, is it Rob? I thought, no, well, I don't know then. Who's Ian? Is that Rob Duras, is it?
Yeah.
Oh. It's Rob Duras with the hat. He's still talking to Cara, though. Afternoon of C4, how we doing? What's it like outside? We're stuck in the void, as you know, in Manchester. Is it snowing? Give us an update on the weather. There's Cara, big smiles. Oh, got a bad shoulder, Cara. Cara, oh, 10 minutes. I'm sure we'll see Ian Simpson next week up in Edinburgh because we're here next week. There we are. 14th till the 18th of Feb. Do we have a sketch for Edinburgh for the UKPL? Is it on there? We'll get it. We'll get the schedule up for the UKPL. There it is. All the smaller legs are exactly the same. Monday, which is why there's no dates on, because it's pretty generic for all the 560s. The schedule is exactly the same. So next week, when you... Oh, here we go.
Question.
Oh, here we go.
So we get there on the Wednesday.
Yeah.
We obviously do the high roller on the Thursday. But
Yeah.
what are we doing on the Wednesday evening?
Karaoke,
Karaoke?
beer,
Yeah.
party.
Because we've either got the high roller cash out satellite or the voyage day 1C.
Could be a cash table.
Could be a cash table.
Could be a cash table.
Get what's his face? What's his Mr. Iron Brew and Vodka? What's his name? With his 2 Iron Brews and Vodkas, I forgot his name. You know I'm on about. You know who I'm talking about, Tower.
Mr. Iron Brew and Vodka.
No, table 9.
It looks like cash then on the Wednesday.
Hold on. When's the
Here we go.
Thursday? Oh no, we do the voyage day 2 on Thursday, don't we? And we do the high roller day 2 on Friday. So Wednesday, I'm just thinking we got to think about
We
something
got to
for
get
the
in touch with
Wednesday.
Sean then and see if he wants to come and play.
The Muffin Man, yeah, remember the Muffin Man?
We've got Dave Gallagher to entertain us.
We had was it Andy that was collecting Star of Pramen under the table? We've had some players in the. Oh, what's going on here? You and McNicholas Bowie effect come over to the table, and that is because we have just lost Ryan Yu to put us
on 24.
on 24 for 3 tables. And Dan Moran coming over as well in the 5 seat.
I thought Jack Oliver had re-entered.
That's
So for the final 7 or 8 minutes, Ewan Nicholas in seat number 1, who's re-signed with the Grosvenor team for 2024.
Mark says, see you in Luton from the 6th to the 10th of March. I'll give you some tips for
Yeah,
Cheltenham.
my friend. I bet 50,000. You only come 20,000 back.
There we go. UKPL. 6th to the 10th. Luton Town.
I bet 50,000 with my small plan. You're right, yeah. Yeah, I bet
How are we doing, Roy Cypher? This afternoon, lads. Left home at 11, made it a mile up the road, turned round and got back home at 2 p.m. Eventful and on road trip. At least as the delivery turned up before the snow hit Sheffield.
Wow.
Staying in for poker and golf this afternoon.
After 11 and made it.
Oh, Roy's the man, right?
Roy
When it comes to golf.
knows things.
Post the bets in the chat, Roy. I like a little golf flutter.
It's the Phoenix Open this week in America, where all the fans gather around the 16th to par 3 and throw beer all over the course if
I know
anybody
the
gets a
one.
hole in one. It's that this weekend.
Just started, just teeing off now.
There you go. Not sure if you're making the seniors on Sunday, Roy, but if not, I'm sure we'll see you soon.
Drop them in the chat, Roy, for your old mate.
Why is it called the Boy Effect? It's his online name, and he is a huge player online.
Mike Leonard said he had a t-shirt with Bowie on it, won a tourney and decided that was it, Bowie effect.
Like it. Love it. And it's his name online and it's stuck.
Never knew that. Wearing a t-shirt with Bowie on.
David Bowie.
Does that mean your online name would be Towers Treble comes in 100% of the time, 2% of the time, effect?
Oh, you've seen it, have you?
Effect. If you were playing
You've
online.
seen it, have you?
5 minutes of the session. Probably squeeze 3 more hands in. We are going to be rotating feature tables. I know we've just got 2 superstars in, Andy and Ewan come over, but always a rotation.
Yep.
When we go on break, still going to be a great table coming over, can assure you of that.
C4 says, what happened to Andy Hill? Andy's not playing half as much poker as he used to. Hardly any at the moment.
I thought it was
They just broke our table.
yeah. I thought
Someone told me that was a redraw.
It usually is.
it usually is. That's why I
But they
thought.
changed it to final 2.
They usually is. Unless it's on the main event. I don't know.
Is there a redraw at 16? Yes. There is a redraw at 16.
They just broke mine. They just broke ours.
So we're being told. And they just broke the table.
It's a multiply day table. It's redrawn 3, redrawn 2, 5. If it says normal day 1, day 2,
I got it. I got it, but yeah, I got it. Yeah, it's a full three.
There we go. Mad Turk just been told by Joe that it's 2 tables.
10, 7, 6, nice one to see for Twan, catching bottom pair and flush draw to go with it, and Trev just going to get out of there, and as Trev gets out of there, we're going straight to an outer table. We got
What is happening?
all in and a call, and it's Simon Higgins with 6s, Mark Fogging with 9s.
Simon Higgins back at the tables. He needs to hit a 6 to stay at the tables. And it is not. Simon Higgins departs the high roller just before the money. Fogging taking it out. Simon Higgins departs.
You're going to be on the big blind, mate.
So the scythe ain't coming this weekend. Hope the missus gets sorted out soon, and we'll see you soon, Roy. Side bet on Si Woo Kim this week and Justin Thomas.
Right,
Says
I'm on it, Roy. I'm going on break in a couple of minutes, so I'm going to have a little flutter, and I'll tell you what, I'll get you a little
He had a
drink.
250 to 1 place last week. Who was that? Did you play last week?
Yeah.
250 to 1 to place? Who was that? Flipping heck. I need to follow Roy Cyphers myself.
Yeah, I know Roy, though, you told me before he knows he's good with his golf bets, so I thought, you know what, while he's in the chat. And here we go, Ace King and Jacks, you making it 20k. George free betting the Ace King from the big, and Ewan just playing cool here. In position. George starting the hand with 37 BBs. Does come at his height, just to see that from George, Ewan gets out of the way.
There we go. George Blower's first attempt on the Challenge Tour, 250 to 1 to place. I must have missed it. You did, you're right, Roy, I did. I missed it. Need to take more notice.
Got to make sure I put the right one on, Roy. There's so many Ims and Kims and
Heading towards the break, 15 minutes. There we go, last hand of the sesh. we're on a 50. I went early. One job.
One job.
15-minute break on its way. Everybody's going to depart right now. Good luck, everybody who's playing. Down to the final 23. No, 22 was Simon Higgins bust out. But we'll get the full chip counts on the way after this break. Uh-oh. Billy says it's now snowing in Bolton. It's on its way. Ladies and gentlemen, it's on its way. We see a flop. King 10-8.
Check, check.
Yep. Court's on. Trev's off. 15 minutes. Wet the whistle.
They're going to be coming back with 21 players. Just losing Rob Duras
Oh, no.
on the outer.
Hold it, Ian Simpson.
Ian Simpson, yeah. No, check from George and Manturk going to take the initiative with bottom of range, just 6 height. Could be working versus George's particular holding. It does work. We are on
Playing
a
well this year. This session does Manturk.
15-minute break.
15.
15-minute break, back at 3:05. See you in 15.
See you then.
Now I don't want to see a jack or a 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, on Wednesday we announced a £1 million prize pool for the second year running at Goliath. We can now announce that there are 10,585 runners currently, meaning it's the biggest tournament we have ever held in Great Britain and anywhere else outside of Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now part of history! The Goliath is the biggest it has ever been, and people are still buying it.
ace, kings and clubs, and queens 4 on the end.
Go on, Cully.
Oh, there's the shout in the stream. There is the shout in the stream. Let's go, he says. Down to 44 players as it speaks, and there's 24 million going into one bag. Alex, what an unbelievable day you must have had.
It was unreal. I started as a short stack and now I'm just leader.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, Jay said you were short. How short were you?
I had 125k to start the day.
Yeah. What did you do with the bubble? Did you just sit and wait, or did you just start?
Yeah, I was short on the bubble, to be fair.
Yeah. And you just sat and waited until the money went?
Pretty much. I still took some spots, but yeah, after the money went, just couldn't lose a hand.
Could you believe when we were on the bubble, 21 all in and called in 2 hands?
I can't believe it. Yeah.
It's a huge amount of chips. What's the table been like in the last hour or so?
Yeah, all right, to be fair. I had a lot of big hands, so that helps. So for me, it's been all right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, we think you're chip leader.
That'd be nice.
We're pretty sure you are chip leader, but every credit for making day 3 of the biggest Goliath
Thanks a
ever.
lot.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Hopefully it goes well.
Keep it going. Nice
Cheers,
one.
mate.
Alex Todd. A lot of chips. He has. I got an amount of chips that you want for day 3. We'll just have a quick word with Paul Murphy, Goliath. Day 3 tomorrow.
Yep.
We just bagged up how many?
19,025,000.
Big stack. Nice stack. How's the day been?
It's been good. Been getting nice cards.
Yeah.
Making good plays, so I've been happy.
Yeah. Mixing it up. It's a lot of players. A lot of people just say recreational players. It's just you're just taking flips a lot of the time, and you're just playing totally different. How have you found your tables today?
I've been on about 5 different
Have you?
tables. I've been moved around a lot.
Yeah.
Each has been completely different. But I think the key's been adjusting to the players.
Can you instantly spot somebody who just wants to cash to somebody who's a tour reg or something like that?
Yeah, I can, especially when they say at the table, I'm just folding the last 10 minutes.
that's always what you need. You can manipulate that. But 19 mil coming back to tomorrow. Biggest Goliath we've ever had.
Yep.
We're down to 44, and then tomorrow we're going to crown a champion. We can dream, can't we?
We can dream.
We can dream.
Hopefully final table.
Paul, many congratulations. 19 million. That is just about it from the days. Full chip counts up on the website very soon. But what an amazing day. We have had 1,125 runners. We got in the money instantly. 21 all in and calls for 2 in 2 hands to burst the bubble. We burst the bubble, and then they've gone down and down, and we've finished day 2 with 44 runners. Tomorrow, we are going to crown a champion of the biggest Goliath ever. But who is it going to be? Join us tomorrow.
Good luck, everyone. Healers.
And there is the call from Ariel.
Yeah,
And can't
bad
really
news.
fault him for it, Tower. I think we knew on the turn it was only going to be a few rivers that.
Takes out the second person on the final. Look at that! It always happens. Is it the queens? A set of queens. It's because all the other three have all gone. And it is not queens full this time. Tens. Oh, and he took some straight in. He's not fearing anything, Tim.
Oh, there it is!
Oh, Tim Slater.
There's no help there.
Well done, and do you know what? He's shaking the hands of all the players. Oh no, he hasn't as well. Ace 5-3 for Tim Slater.
And that is a terrible turn.
And Tim Slater. Let's do it again. The Mad Turk chip leader. Oh, what a session he had.
Yeah.
Mate, you do get cards. Nice to get cards. Nice to get distribution. But he also played well. Fogging on a million, Twanley 30 chips. The boy effect. Andy Wilson, 800k. And down at the bottom, Jamie still surviving. Still in the mix.
It's down to 1 BB. Doubled up, then quadrupled up.
Trev Reard and Tom Hall, Mitch Johnson all down at the bottom, but they are the final 21.
Nice little table. Dave Doherty, Candice Nice, Brandon Shields, Keith Johnson, Mark Foggin, Dan Moran.
Dan Moran.
Table that we are gonna have. It will be Endrick Getchi coming in the 7 seat.
And Keith Johnson again.
So hijack open from Brandon here. And that not insta-checked is a board that I guess we can have some donks on here in terms of range, going to be much more favourable for us, and does go for the donk lead with just the 2 overcards. I'm probably going to flush out this Jack 10 of Brandon. Maybe nicer to donk on like the 4, 5, 6 or the 5, 6, 7 rather than like the 3, 4, 5, the 2, 3, 4 where ace highs are still going to be calling once with their will draw and overcards. Does get that one through. That's Dan. Wonder if we're going to have the Candice Nice fan club join the chat box.
How good would that be?
As we did in London.
How good would that be?
He was 10 minutes, we were 10 minutes late at the start.
How bad's the snow, Billy?
Maybe he's trying to do that again.
And now it's snowing in Bolton.
Ace Queen of Diamonds for Brandon. Going to be back-to-back opens for him.
Crucial countdown conundrum. Lady says unpowder and not gunpowder and loses the game. What's unpowder?
You know, like when something's got loads of powder on it and you need to get it off. I had to unpowder.
Unpowder me nose. Oh dear.
You ever seen the IT crowd tower?
The IT crowd?
Yeah.
No.
No, it was on E4 years and years ago, but there's a episode where they go on countdown. Unbelievable episode. I was hoping you'd seen it, but
I remember when young ones went on University Challenge as a scumbag college.
One of them was black.
One of us black.
No.
I mean, sinful. One of mine or one of yours?
Well, it's definitely yours because the first one of mine was.
So nice to see Brandon Shields and Candice smiling away. Dave Doherty in seat 1.
what's in the chat? How are we doing? Afternoon chaps. Going to listen on the drive back home. Would be amazing if you could say their cards because I can't see. Thank you. I won't be. I'll tell you what, Rossa. I'll let you know if it's out, as you won't be able to see. Faults to Dan on the button. Jack 10 off. Going to be an easy open once folded too.
It says how many left are in the top right there.
Seems like I have to watch the IT crowd.
That's a decent one as well, isn't it? The internet. So Dave Doherty just attacking this wide button opening range with the offsuit high-low. Ace deuce off, gets it through. But there's some unbelievable episodes in it. But the final countdown will always be my favourite. Yeah. Yeah, it's the one in net as well. Like obviously the main storyline is the countdown, but there's also the storyline with Roy and his old schoolmate who thinks he's a window cleaner. That's the episode. I think it's like series 4. Over to Dave on the button. Queen Jack off. Endrick's open from +1 hit. And looks like going to be back-to-back 3 bets for Dave Doherty, getting after it early in this session. Makes it 80. Endrick making the call. Out of position. Both players with. Dave still with better lead and position though. May fancy a small C-bet on the 10-10-7 board with just queen high. Fold out some king high, some ace highs potentially. Slight removal as well. Jack 10 of hearts not a thing. And Endrick would be peeling this deep. $19k from Dave, and versus this tiny sizing Endrick, expect him to be taking one off versus the 10%er from Dave here on the flop.
Endrick won big, didn't he? Last year or the year before?
He's won big most years, Endrick. Very, very good player. Goes a bit under the radar because you don't see him on the live circuit as much as others, but had some terrific results online over the years, and when he does make an appearance in a live setting, always there. Rated very highly. Very good on the old 4-card streets as well. Good PLO player, and DD with the double barrel here. 76k on the turn, so finding third exactly. Now really discouraging to continue here for Endrick. Out of position with just the ace queen. Sniffing it out so far, Tower.
I like it. 2 great players battling away. 4 of diamonds on the river.
And Dave with Queen Jack and Queen of Diamonds in hand. Is it going to be a triple for Dave Doherty? Left himself with 280 back, 380 in the middle. So he's got around a 3/4 pot shove if he was thinking about going for it, but Endrick may have other ideas with the ace of diamonds in hand, and does just go for the donk shove. Snap fold from Dave.
Just fabulous stuff. Fabulous, fabulous stuff.
We're going to see some poker today, Tower.
We are indeed. This is a great field, and we're going to see Amir Newhouse in Edinburgh. Can't wait.
Be good to see you, Amir.
Edinburgh next week. That's the schedule for Edinburgh. There it is, starting on the Monday with the satellites.
I need to know what we're doing on the Wednesday. I need to be prepared, Tower. I've got to do my prep. I've got to do all this stuff that you don't see behind the scenes when I'm at home. I need to know. Someone tell.
Where's that J I know? There's a new one involved. What? I'm pretty sure it's cash.
Cash.
I'm pretty sure. You good at cash? I listen to you all the time. You good at cash? I think it's cash. I don't think the schedule's changing. On the GUKPT circuit, it will always be the mini main. That was another good day yesterday. Mini main final, Moore winning after flattening it 3-way. So the prize pool was 30, 25 and 20. Enjoyed that. Henry won a nice big tournament in Prague in December. Cheers, Johnny.
Yeah, 1100 side event, 100 369 entries.
Very nice
Took
indeed.
it down for just shy of 90k.
Beautiful.
So Keith's just going for flat here with the 10s from the big. Dan with the continue. King, Queen, 9 rainbow goes for 24. Keith with the call.
Jack of clubs on the turn.
Things you'll have to see as
Beautiful.
Keith Johnson
Absolutely.
turns the king high straight and probably. It's an interesting one for Dan here, Tower, because Keith's going to call a lot of this 9x, Queen X on the flop, like hands like 9x suited, Queen X suited, maybe some Jack X suited in there as well. So maybe we could target that with a second barrel, but going to be a catalogue of 10x, some turn 2 pairs as well. So Dan just with a well-timed white flag wave. And going to be Keith going for some value on the end with the 10s, I expect. Should see a fairly quick fold from Dan. Not much he can do, even faced with quarter. Not a single hand we beat here. And the Candies fan club are tuning in.
Hiya, Gemma. Good afternoon, Annie. Watching on Facebook. Candies is sign C number 2. Good luck, Candy, says Gemma.
He's got to defend his title. I'm locked in forever now. Get a free beer. No way.
Irish people want to
Snowing up our way and raining cats and dogs in Devon. No snow in Manchester yet, Jeff.
how you were just instantly like,
No snow in
I think it
Manchester.
could definitely be a perk of winning the Irish Open. That you get a free beer.
Well, there's snow in Sheffield, snow in Barnsley,
I'm not surprised.
snow in Glossop. So it's on its way. Snowing in Bolton. So it is on its way.
Dave making it 24 with the King Jack. Over to Brandon, A7 suited here. Hijack versus button. I think both options available for Brandon here. Although we are getting closer and closer to that money. Only 6 spots to go now. It's going to come around sooner than you think, but still undeterred as the covering stack. Brandon does go for 3-bet, makes it 60k. No hiding away at this table, Tower.
Absolutely
Can't just
not.
sit, wait for hands. There's 3-bets flying in left, right, centre already. And there hasn't actually been one that's been a 3-bet for value. Or at least top end of range. Dave not going to be able to call here out of position if he thinks Brandon's getting well out of line. 4-bet rip. Could have been an option, and that's what you just tend to see. Dave Doherty out there. And as Dave Doherty gets out there, we are heading over for some outer table action. And it's Trev Reardon.
Oi, oi, Big C, he's in.
So Trev all in and at risk, and it's Twan with the ace king, Trev with the 6s.
come on the 6s. Ace, ace, ace.
Good start.
9-4-3 flop the turn.
Well, that doesn't change anything. We'll draw Renderless with 6 in play, so fading aces and kings.
And does the 10 of clubs on the river for Big T.
Big double.
Whoop, whoop. Hey, hallelujah, he says. Hallelujah.
Used to run the 100 metres in 10 seconds, that man, wasn't it?
Just over 11.
Just over 11.
11 seconds for Big TR, 100 metre runner.
11
True
seconds.
story. Mark Taylor says, just been just a mini blizzard about an hour ago. Mr. Tobias says, would you rather have snow and cold all the time forever or 40-degree heat all the time, day and night?
I'd have the cold, for sure.
You can't sleep in 40 degrees,
Oh, yeah, you can't.
Ever. No chance. Snow and cold all the time forever. 40 degrees.
What's Candice's surname? Nice.
Nice. N-I-C-E.
Tiny little bit, but probably couldn't see. That one was like, yeah, most of it. Well, you really need to look at this. It's not this.
We have complete from Endrit. Over to Mark. King 10 of hearts, and looks like going to raise this one up and probably hand over. Endrit can't continue the Queen 3 off.
Million for fogging. Endrit just shy of.
And off we go again, Tower.
Again?
Again!
Again, what's happening on the outer tables?
So, we have an all-in from Jamie Dwan.
What's the Turk up to? Jamie Duan's still battling on.
Yeah, so he's been called in 4 spots pre-flop, Tower. This is the post-flop action. So it's 4-4-5 rainbow. The Mad Turk's bet 130k. And George Pop has moved in for 375k. So over to the Mad Turk, who is in the tank, I believe. Jamie already all in. He's going to be at risk when cards are on their back. Currently, Usel thinking about calling this one off.
Wow. Big hand. What a hand. What a hand. Time bank used as well. This is monstrous. Is it an overpair for Turk? Tens, jacks?
I don't think he folds an overpair, Tower. I don't think, what this is like 300k all in from George. Well, like, no, 350, 360. And the Turk's already bet 130, so I doubt he's bet folding overpairs here. Maybe he has like an ace deuce, ace three suited type hand. Could be what he's in the tank with.
What have you got? Trying to work it out. Trying to work it out. Well, he folds. He folds. And that tens are shown.
And
what's bringing there? What's that? Ace. 3 of diamonds.
potential. Still got a nice little 30% here with the ace three. We got an ace, we got a deuce, we got backdoor diamonds.
A diamond on the turn would be sway.
There you go, and now we've actually got an up and down. So any 7, any deuce, any ace, any diamond, catalogue for Jamie Dwan.
Oh, it's in the 8 of clubs. Too many outs, Jamie. Unlucky. Nearly the spin was real. Very close. Very close indeed. And George Pop taking a biggie. What about Turkin? I'll have to ask him.
Yeah, and as we come back to the table, Dave Doherty all in with the 8s, and Endrit just called it off with the 10s here.
Get them for a tenner.
Oh, and there's an 8 on the flop for DD. So jumps out in front.
Oi, oi, here we go.
And
Boom.
fades the 10 on the river. So nice big double up for Dave Doherty, up to just shy of 50 BBs. And Endrit could have been commanding chip leader if the 10s hold there.
Yep. And Dave Dock gets a much needed double. Fortunate for Dave Doherty, but he doubles up.
my opening range and your 3 bet. I know,
ten-
I know
tens are
you
the
like CM.
Should have saved me, it's fine.
Would you still jam on me?
So what's tighter? Depends what you did as well. You go 4.5 on my
Probably go ahead and send size.
God, it's cold in here. Freezing. Hey, the boss has just come in with new attire. Look at this. New apparel and everything. Freezing in here. Feel great. Things you get when you start a live stream. Can't work in a hoodie like, but I'll be wearing it walking home. Look at that, cardroomdirect.com. From the booster. Thank you very much. Back to the game. Go on, Can, says Jesse Norm. Susan's turning up. They're all giving it. They're all turning up now. Candice is on the feature.
So blind on blind action between Dan and Dave. Dan goes for the 1BB lead with the Jack 10 on a 7 deuce rainbow. And Dave Doherty does have 3 to a straight here. Getting 4 to 1 on his money with position with 6-5. I doubt he's going to be continuing this one too often and does actually just get out of the way. It's one of those when you're sat there, you're blind on blind and you're against a good opponent and you know that they will just be leading for one big blind with a fair amount of hands, and sometimes difficult to just continue with spanners though. Go do the 100 metres in 11 seconds, that will warm you up.
That is true.
Seconds.
Yeah, but I mean, like, that's for the viewers, right? So they can't be spoiled, right? It is on the yeah.
We got 4 redraws, so it's up there. Oh yeah, the
Oh, that's what I meant, like, yeah, but that's never going to happen.
Just so that I don't have to ask you, but I'm trying not to be rude by being rude.
I'm going to ask the big board in the sky.
Ace 9 for Dave, blind on blind here with Candy. So I'm actually not sure what Candy's stack size is, but I don't think it's enough for us to jam as Dave. I think it's slightly too much. It looks like she's got like 25 bigs perhaps. We'll find out now. Yeah, so working with like 27 bigs, so Dave just going for the raise and gets it through. Not far off the money. 4 spots to go.
Fucking hates against me.
Like,
No, it's instinct.
yeah.
You can have trouble.
Yeah.
I know, we don't get it right. All 15-minute breaks. Brilliant.
I guess if you get to like a final 4 or 5 or something, you could maybe actually get a half hour break or something.
King 3 suited for Foggy.
Say no. You would never say that.
Opens from
Half
hijack.
hour, mate. You can go to the car park for half an hour.
Never has half an hour breaks when it's 15-minute breaks anyway.
Exactly, yeah. You can have a 45-minute break then.
Making it 30. Candy's not going to be able to get involved with 9-7 off. Over to Brandon in the big with 4 deuce off, and this close to the money mark being covering stack. I think one that does just want to hit the mark here. Slightly too wide, in my opinion. Raise and take.
Well, 19 left down, 110. Super turnout yet again. Jack 10 for Dave here, and Brandon with one that definitely could free bet here. I think I'd be leaning more towards free bet than flat as Brandon from the small blind. Makes it 90k, and Keith with ace jack off here. Room for a cold four, perhaps? Not going to be cold calling, just opts to let it go. Now back over to Dave Doherty. Second time Brandon's free bet. Second time as a bluff as well. Going to be working once again. How does the camera know what cards people have? It's an RFID table, so each card has got a tiny little chip in it. Each chip is then read by a reader under the felt, and each box is given to each player on the system. So when Brandon gets his cards, he'll put them in that box, they'll register, and then it will be fed through to us on delay. No more glass felts. I used to love that, the glass box. The glass box
Helmuth,
underneath.
Helmuth
You used to
talking
be able to see the face through it as
Helmuth
well, and all
talking to
sorts.
the commentators through the boat, through the box. Pocket fours for Brandon on button. Expect to see open. Open it does. Makes it 28, and Keith with Queen Jack off here versus button open, one that can definitely be continuing and is going to in the form of a 3-bet. Don't mind this at all, and back over to Brandon with the fours. Button versus small blind. Ranges still going to be wide even with the 3-bet here, so difficult one for Brandon whether to continue here or not. Starting the hand like 50 effective, 45 effective, closer to. And just gonna go for the 4-bet send. 45 effective with the fours, and snap fold from Keith.
Get down the way, Keith, he says. Nice to see Brandon with chips rather than just hanging on like he has in the last couple of events we've watched him.
Yeah, can get behind the jam as well, because Keith probably never going to 3-bet hands like 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s maybe at like a mixture. So it's only really the 9s for aces that we're worried about. We get called by ace king, ace queen, we take the flip. But do just flush out so much equity with that jam.
It's fair enough. It's definitely. You probably get bad at the talk. I'm the bridge, my guys. Can I have a table talk?
So we're on 19. Money is 15. When we get very close to the money, you'll see all the exits on the outer tables. Bubble at 16. At the end of this session, there's a 30-minute dinner break.
Oh,
Get a kip in. There's a complimentary buffet for the players as well. So that's why there's a break.
See how the main's getting on, shall we, Tower?
I think it's about 17.
70?
I think so.
On a day 1A?
Yeah. Pretty sure there's about 17.
Try 97.
What?
Try 97, Tower.
97?
On a day 1A?
Wow.
Could literally be another huge turnout. Always say, usually the number we get on day 1A, 5x that, and that's a good look for the total entry. So probably looking at over 500 runners in this one, which would create a prize pool of well over $500,000. How we doing, Bort? Afternoon, things all good here. How much was buying for this one? $16.50 for the high roller.
Yep, indeed it was.
So open from Dave to 24k. Candice goes for the free bet to 61. And gun versus +1 here, and Candy's been fairly snug, and Dave was 7s, getting a nice price to call over 3-1 out of position here. As Candice just goes for the 2.5x size in.
So Dave will go a nice double up with 8s after being behind pre. And now Candice flops best against Dave GUKPT.
Yeah, these 5-6-2 hearts do just expect Candice to be putting chips in the middle. Dave not going to have ace king here. That's going to 4-bet rip pre, so effectively the nut ace, and also removal to ace 5 and ace 6 suited as well in the terms of diamond variety. So just a very nice board for us. Almost always going to have the best hand here. Continues for 55, and versus third here is Dave 7s with the 7 of hearts. 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight. Thinks better of it out of position. Gives Candice some respect.
What's that, 100 quid? Yeah, wasn't it?
Yeah, like that. If you've got the joker, it counts as any card before. For instance, there's 3 things up there.
Just had to pause while the guys are getting a lot of water for the fridges. You want the wheels churning round over the wires and all that malarkey. Great to see all the fridges around the room for complimentary bottles of water all festival. It's a good shout from the tote. We just had to mute it while they were pulling out tons of bottles. Dave GUKPT involved again.
Blind on blind here, so
Now I was looking at the graphics. Is the poker in Blackpool anytime, says Albert.
show you after this hand, Albert.
Yeah, there's just been a 25.50 that hit the guarantee. 67,000, I think, in the prize pool.
Great what they've done though on the app. Put out that notification.
Yep.
Mikey Clark has just sat down in the Blackpool 25-50.
Unbelievable. Going to be a massive overlay. All of a sudden, Mikey Clark sits down.
So Dan went for lead on the flop. DD made the call. Now Dave goes for this 50k on the turn once check to. Board of King 3-5, 6 on the turn. Dan just going to get out of there. Unfortunately, no hole cards for us to that hand.
So we're on 19. A bit quiet as we get close to the money.
As expected, things do
absolutely.
tend to settle down. Less hands played in a level. Just people just taking their time a little bit more, hoping that we get some out of table action.
Actually, we're wanting to check on Blackpool. Don't forget, this is the app. Poker Live app always comes up with the live information regarding any poker room.
It was the aggressive chuck of the chest.
Blackpool.
Look at this, there is.
Wanted to make the blind.
We're on regular tournaments.
I got the mid-range
And
ready.
Friday, £5,000 guarantee. £70 in.
Literally put it ready. Looked at one card and it needed to be like 1
On
o'clock.
the 20th of Feb, we've got the big one, the 25k.
Like half 5, looking at the second one.
Day one here for £75 in, 25 guarantee. A lot of runners for that one. It was like 7 day ones or something like that at 75 quid. Plenty of local players playing. And then March for Blackpool, here's the GUKPT, the mini main. There's no mystery bounty in Blackpool. The event is just Sunday to Sunday. So mini main, cash out satellites, high rollers and the main. With the Saturday with the cup being on as normal, and then Sunday with the seniors and the bounty. So there's plenty coming up in Blackpool. No, that's 70. Are you doing about the 25.50? The 25.50 was it was absolute manic on the turbo leg. The uniques in the turbo leg is the biggest it's ever been.
Oh, battle of the up and downs here. Dan is the opener. Got a fairly clean continue. Queen Jack on the King 10-7 board. Board that we can have some larger sizes as well. Tower versus big blind. Could even go for the 2/3 here if we wanted to. As Dan goes for half, just south off. $30 into 68. Brandon here with the 8-9, up and down, not going to be going anywhere.
Don't lean back, son.
Better change this chair.
You're reclining too much. Brandon bets out 75.
Yeah, so goes for the small check raise here with the 8-9. Right, Dan's still going to have all like this suited ace-x, like ace-deuce suited for ace-6 suited, that we're going to fold out here. Maybe some suited queens that would open from the cutoff. Hands like sixes through deuces that are just c-bet and range. There are a lot of hands we can fold out with this raise as Brandon, and still got equity when called.
Two of spades turn.
Not the most appetising prospect for Brandon on the turn though. Knows that Dan's still going to have all this king x not folding out with a double barrel. There'll be some 10x in there that will have a tough time continuing if we do elect to fire another street. And here's finding a second barrel here, which is the 9 high. Goes for 100 into 220, between 40% and half from Brandon. And still up and down with the queen high, making the call, getting 3-1 on money.
And the pairs the deuce on the river.
Now Brandon, have we got the unload in the locker here? Value range tower is going to be king 10, 10, 7 and king 7 on the flop. So now this deuce is actually a great card for Dan if Dan did have a hand that was thinking of bluff catching. I know we can see Dan has queen high, but 10-7 now getting counterfeited on this deuce river, which will be a large part of some of the value hands that Brandon wants to raise on the flop. So does go for the all-in, and Dan with just queen high, not really too much he can do.
Stick him in the bin. Stick them in the bin, which is what he's just done.
So Brandon gets it through with 9 high, does go after it. Maybe we'll have some like king queen and king jack in there for value as well. That might elect to check raise flop against the LP Open.
Flogging still on a mill. Brandon second in chips.
How are we doing? Connor Healis. I don't think Lewis Spencer played this one. He weren't in the field today.
No.
He might have played yesterday, but we weren't covering the high roller. But he's definitely not been in the field today. Let me just double check, just in case I've missed him. Yeah, no Lewis Spencer in the field.
And chip leader at the break, which was about half an hour ago. 40 minutes ago now. Foggy had $1 million, and he's on our table in C number 8.
That's a nice looking couple of jacks from +1, makes it 40. This is the old 2.5x.
Keith raises to 120. King 9. Now then, Foggy. With the hooks.
It's an interesting one, Tower, because I find, especially in live settings, the big blind is the position that is underbluffed the most versus EP Opens in particular. Obviously always calling us fogging, but what I was going to say is, does there become a realm where we just play flats rather than jamming for that reason? Obviously jacks for this amount of big blinds would be a viable jam, but now Keith's just getting to realise that equity and does catch the top pair. King 4-5. So small continue from Keith as expected on this board in a 3-bet coup. Looks like 60k into 264. Foggy has to take one off here with the jacks. Just aware that Keith gonna fairly high frequency c-bet on the king high borders and 3-bet up, still ahead of ace queen, still ahead of some pre-flop bluffs, still ahead of maybe 10s and 9s. We do have position.
10 of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, and one that, as Keith may start checking now, Tower up with the king 9, difficult to get a second street from worse, still some better king X in the range of fogging. Wouldn't be surprised to see Keith check this over to fogging here.
Exactly what he's done.
And Mark's probably going to take the same approach here with the jacks, just on the hunt for showdown now. Like Keith can still have queens, can still have some king X that plays this turn check. Does go check, check, and 3 of hearts on the river, so check mark going Keith's way, and now comes the decision. Do we want to go for value, or is it slightly too thin? And personally, I think we just target hands like ace 10 of spades, queen 10 of spades, jack 10 of spades, these type of hands, because I don't actually expect fogging to play flats with jacks and queens pre-flop a lot of the time. So I think I like the check there from Keith. I think it's just too cutthroat to be going for value there. The king 9 suited for Keith takes that one.
Pulls in a nice one. Good afternoon, Mehmet. Watching from a very wet and very cold Cyprus. Good luck to all. Great viewing as usual. Well done to all the team and commentary. Cheers, Mehmet.
Thanks, Mehmet.
The Mad Turkey's still in.
I need to get to Cyprus this year. I've heard some very good things about it. A lot of people have told me I need to get out there.
Don't go tomorrow. It's very cold and wet.
I won't go tomorrow. Well, are you going to get in the booth tomorrow if I go tomorrow?
Nobody. No, I'm just saying, just don't go tomorrow. It's very wet and cold.
Okay.
I'd probably go around about June time.
June time.
June and July and August. When it was nice.
So the summer months.
Absolutely. Plenty of poker in Cyprus as well. Plenty.
What's the spicy one, Keith?
Obviously, you'd never think of playing poker when you were on holiday, would you? Never. Good afternoon, Shelby, watching on Facebook. Good luck to Candy. Sign C number 2.
Good afternoon, Shelby. A quick deal of change. Another hand. Nixon sporting the Nicholas Bentner today. Love it.
That.
Got the old Bentner hairstyle.
Can I just ask,
Go on.
was he one of the worst strikers in Premier League football?
Who, Nicholas Bentner?
Yeah.
I'd say Soldado comes
Who?
at Soldado.
Never heard him.
You don't know Soldado?
Never heard him.
When AVB was there for Spurs, and we signed
AVB.
Andres Villas-Boas,
Nope.
and we had Soldado, and he just scored a couple of penalties for us, but he's meant to be like the next big thing. He's meant to be decent for us. He had a great season in La Liga the year before, and he was just a bit of a flop. But Benter's up there.
Are you impressed I knew where that was?
Yeah, I'm surprised you knew. Look, where's he from, Bentner?
Arsenal.
No, what country, nationality?
Austria.
I think he's Danish. But close,
Danish.
bright colours of the flag.
Danish.
I'm not folding.
Was not Ali Dia the worst striker of all time?
Never heard him.
You haven't heard of Ali Dia?
Ali Dia.
The one that basically...
Is that Dele Alli?
No, so Ali Dia is the one that when Graham Souness was manager, he told Graham Souness he was a professional footballer, and then Souness put him in the team and brought him on. Honestly, this is a true story. This was in the Premier League as well. Brought him on, and obviously he was pish. He was absolutely pish, and then obviously didn't play again. So, but basically blagged his way somehow into saying he was a professional footballer.
Really?
Done like a session training, got in the Premier League side on the bench, come on, and then Souness obviously realised. Adi Akinbaye, what a shout that is, Mr. Tobias, for Leicester. Remember, he was going all that time without a goal, and then he eventually got one, took his top off, and he was like world's strongest man. Adi Akinbaye, that's a shout.
He's never who played for Wickham.
That was it. Joe Diego said he was George Weir's cousin. That's how he got in.
Pretending to be George Weir's cousin. I love it. Oh, wow.
Aminu has said Shamak, that's another good shout. Suited for Dave. Another one, what about Mateo Kesman? When he was meant to be better than Robin when he come with Arjen Robin to Chelsea. Mateo Kesman was meant to be like the one that was going to be the one to go on to good things, and Arjen Robin was like the one that come with him, and it went the other way. Robin turned into a superstar, and I don't even know what happened to Mateo Kesman.
Yeah, I know he's better than Robin though. Batman.
9-8 suited for Dave, and he is going to be getting sick of the sight of Brandon Shields.
Look at this, raising it with trash. There's to 90.
Yeah, so Candice is out, so
Yeah.
waiting to see what Brandon's got.
Don't know what's happened to the action tracker. We will catch up. Yes, mate, we'll move on. Everybody else out of the way, catching up. Dave wants to see a flop with the 8-9 of diamonds. Two, 6. Don't see any of that in the range of a 3-bet. You never know with Brandon.
They're still going to have all the overpairs tower, so and not going to be any deuce X in Dave's range, so we do have a clean bet here. I think with almost entire range on the 6 deuce, I think we just want to bet nearly pure. Only going to be a small size, which means that Dave should be coming along for one, especially faced with what looks like 20%. Is that 40k, 45k? So against the 20% here, do expect Dave to continue the 8-9 of diamonds here, 3 to a straight flush. Need to have some ideas down the street to potentially go for some bluffs as well. Or maybe even thinking about, oh, he does go with fold. Just going to take the tighter approach because we are only 4 spots off the money. Keep forgetting that. Only for 3 hours into our day, but only 4 spots off the money. So that in mind for Dave, obviously Brandon being the covering stack there. Just weak snag top pair or something on the turn, and Brandon does have the overpair potential to bust, and when we're this close to the money and healthy looking stack, no need to really get after it as much. Yes, Glenn Gaines is still in. And MKDDR said, would you consider a check raise there with small overpairs from Dave's position for protection, or just think Brandon could bomb us off with overs, etc.? I think it could be a thing with maybe hands like 7s, 8s, 9s. I don't think we're ever going to have 3s, 4s or 5s, simply because there should be folding pre with the pre-flop action that occurred. But it might be in there for sure, just flushing out some equity. I don't think we want to be doing it against players that are very renowned to float and get sticky in position, because then, like, even if they're just floating 2 over cards, potential to blast us off our small pair by the river. I guess sometimes could be okay, maybe opponent in question, a factor we need to take into account. But back to this hand as Dave opens ace-3 suited from gun. Brandon calls the 6s and Keith squeezes from cut-off. And yes, we are still on 19.
We are. Been 19 a while. But we are still on 19. 15 get the money.
So Dave here, ace-3 suited, going to be fold almost always. 4-bet ripping with fancy getting really jiggy, but don't think call's ever an option here with Brandon still behind, and that is the approach he takes, just letting it go. Now over to Brandon with 6s and being the covering stack fairly deep here with Keith starting the hand like 45 effective. Tricky one with 6s here, toe up, as Brandon is going to make the discipline lay down, gets out of the way.
Nice one, Keith.
How are we doing, Rebecca Doyle?
Hi, Rebecca. How are you? I hope you're well on this cold and snowy Thursday afternoon.
There you are, bloke. Graham Souness, if I remember, was told Ali Dia was George Weir's cousin and signed him without seeing him play, subbed in on and subbed him off. How good is that? That you've just got a cousin that plays football and you can get in a Premier League team just from having a famous cousin. Doesn't matter about your skill set.
Imagine.
I'm related to Janine Butcher. Does that mean I can just go jump on the set of EastEnders?
Janine Butcher?
Yeah.
How do you know anybody called Janine Butcher?
Janine Butcher from EastEnders.
When have you ever watched EastEnders?
I only know it because my dad's nan and Janine's nan are sisters.
Oh, right, okay.
So that's was like second, third cousin, something like that. But
So you actually know the real
so
person?
so I know
name?
and I don't actually know a normal name. It's Charlie something, isn't it? But it doesn't mean I can just go and hop on the set of EastEnders with Phil Mitchell. Oi.
Oh, imagine.
How are we doing the nuts? Yeah, we're back.
We are back. And next week. Edinburgh next week for the team.
Blind on blind here for Dan, 15 effective. Gonna go with the complete, try and set the trap versus Dave Doherty. Dave's got one that do expect to just play check almost always, and 10-7 off.
There we go. Off to see the flop. Ten, 3, 5. So Dave flops best.
Yeah, I'm going to be getting a street here as well. Dan going to have to check call once for sure with the ace king of clubs in hand as well. So Dave goes for the 1BB, 16k, third pot, and Dan got a pretty clear call.
Pretty easy call. Bring the overs in the redraw. Yes. You know what Nicholas doing? Was it A2 buying?
Two of clubs on the turn. So Dave still with the best of it, but Dan Moran has picked up a heap of equity here. Turns second up flush draw, as well as a wheel draw to go with his 2 overcards. And always find these blind on blind spots the trickiest of the lot, just because of how wide ranges are, and Dave going for check here. Lots completing, flushes, straights.
Oh dear, Rivers 2 pair.
Yeah, and we have king of clubs in hand here, but I don't think it's one we want to bluff as Dan. I think we can still show down the winner some of the time. But Dave going to have clear as day value bet here with the 10-7. And then it's going to be decision on Dan. We won't see the snap fold, that's for sure. Blind on blind here with ranges as wide as they're perceived to be. Could even think about heroing this particular ace high. See what size Dave comes with here. looks chunky.
64-ish.
Yeah, 64, so 80% on the nose. And now Dan with just ace-king high. And it's a tough one, Tower. Like, where's Dave's value bet's going to start from? And I think that Dave gets the value bet all of his 10x once turn goes check. So he can definitely value bet a 10 here. He can have 2 pair plus, he can have flushes, he can have straights. He can have so much value, but this is what you tend to see when we do get these blind on blind river spots. And Dan Moran says, you know what?
Wow.
I've got the king of clubs. And Dave Doherty with the snap call with the 10-7. So Dan went for the bluff with the ace-king.
And down to 1 chip because he didn't put the lot in. He's down to 1 5k chip. I'd make that all in. That's what I'd do with that 1 chip.
And now he's still in.
And he's still in with 1 chip. Afternoon, Valerie. How are you? How's the weather? It seems to be snowing in a lot of places. How are the roads this afternoon? Up in Edinburgh. And everybody else who's trying to beat the cold and the snow, stay safe. Still no snow in Manchester. Roads are still clear. No problems down here. I hope you're well, Val. We are on 19 and it's been 19 a while. It has been 19 for a while. How does Dan proceed now? We just half a small blind. Is it any 2 cards and a spin? We're 4 spots off the money. I'd be absolutely amazed if we can just, what we got, 1, 2, 3, 4 hands before he's forced all in on the big blind. Are we going to lose 4 players in that hand knowing that somebody's only got 1 small blind? Probably not. It's sunny in Edinburgh, but there's ice in the potholes. Great. At least they cover them up and make them flat. Maybe that's the new thing. Don't use tarmac, use ice to make the roads better. Here comes the T-boy. He's a good lad, you know, he really is. Looks after this old fella. Flogging 3 bets to 80. So we've been on 19. How long have we been on 19? Above an hour?
He's queen suited. You. That's why I take 1 stab.
Yeah, over an hour.
No.
Mitch
Oh, I'd never thought he's queen suited.
Johnson. Was out in 20th. Just over an hour ago. Edinburgh's full of potholes. I blame the taxi drivers. Don't say that.
I'm strong with the 1 chip. Maybe it's a good price. Yeah, I was on getting there.
So Dan with his 5k, he is in. So Brandon, after Dave raises to 32 with the king deuce, the king queen is actually in front here. But not anymore. Jack 8, 2 pair for Brandon.
And look at the turn. Dave turns a flush draw now.
Got the option to buy 3. Have 3, yeah. I haven't got season.
So Brandon fires.
But you can always get.
Yeah, big bet from Brandon here. 102 goes for the 110%er, and Dave now with just the king eye flush draw against 110%. Probably got to let this go. Just one card to come. Like, don't expect Brandon to have too many bluffs here with Dan all in, but he is only all in for 5k actually, so we still got a side pot.
Yeah.
Dave does make the call versus 110%. Ace of Diamonds River, so Brandon gets the check mark. Not going to be getting any call from Dave though. Not the river he was looking for. Wrong red ace. Brandon goes for some value, and it's going to be an easy fold for Dave now. Let's call in the 110% on the turn. Oh, Dave does have king in hand tower. Let's let it go.
There's so many chips in there, someone could have some crazy. Oh, David, very good. Always a right one.
Yeah, I thought that as well. I thought
you just Jack 9, 8, 9.
yeah, Jack 8. Jack 6, whatever.
Check back down.
I mean, I do have some other non-2 get it.
Well, I'm targeting
but like,
I know you can bet 7 on it, maybe.
yeah.
Maybe not with the side.
Well, not with the 7, but I definitely bet like Jack 10, 10, 9 or whatever.
Well, yeah, then 3 to 5 is pretty handy. I think I have this just chip my shoulder with like 8 tweets, sub 20 BBs.
You can't fold it, like, you can't fold.
Yeah.
I don't think.
You check my turn and the nuts doesn't change, there's nothing else there, so I fancy that.
had a thing like contract. I was trying to think on River what I thought I wanted to.
Sorry about that, guys.
So we just had to check that.
It was the king of clubs and queen of clubs. I think have been
They're
registered
reversed.
the wrong way around.
Registered the wrong way around. So
So-
we figured it out,
Yeah.
and we're going to get a new deck on very
Yeah.
shortly.
What
so
happened was obviously when the action tracker who does all the cards in the morning is obviously registered the king of clubs and the queen of clubs. Just the wrong way around. It's just human error. That's all it is. So we had a word with him. It was queens. It was queens. So all was good. And it was just literally the cards must have been in the deck the wrong way around and then stuck in. So the king and the queen were the wrong way around. So it was queens. So yeah, it was queens. We've had a word with Mike, and that's why we just muted for a couple of minutes just to make sure. Just one of those things, and we get the deck changed, and hopefully it never happens again. It just happens now and again.
In my head, I was like, he's angry, you called him.
No, he was through. That's what we're on. I can have some extra.
It might have been queen nine instead of king nine.
No, it was King 9 because we saw
we saw the King
Keith one. So there might have been a deck put on after that, a new deck put on after that we didn't see, and that's the deck that has the king registered as a queen. But that's why we went silent
We
for
are
5
aware
minutes.
of it, and we made the guys in the room aware that we know that we're aware,
So Dan Moran still in.
and we'll be aware a bit more when we're aware. Better than not being aware. And we are still on 19. Because Dan is still in. Which the
It still says 19, right?
I'm going to be a 30-minute dinner break after this session, so in about 45 minutes.
So down with ace queen. They're in the middle again. 15 get the money. We're on 19 players. Show you the payout structure.
So Dave ISO with the sevens, small isolation, try and get this heads up with Dan.
Scrolling across the bottom are the payouts for everybody to see as Keith makes it about 100, makes it 200. 200. Jacks. Dan's the ace queen.
Yeah, and treble,
Dave's,
potential treble up here, plus more for Dan.
Dave's out of the way. Can he do it again? And go from 5 to 36.
And not a good start, no runners, so down to an ace or a queen, turn or river.
Not there. And in an ace or a queen, or Dan Moran is out.
No,
had diamonds. There's one heart and one diamond.
Yeah, it's not, it's a 5, so the ace queen, Dan Morant, leaving us in 19th, the first player busted in a while.
To be efficient, they should hold their one not top out.
Sit open, 9, 8.
So we're on 18. 15, get the money. £3,170 scrolling across the bottom, as you can see.
Is it still 17?
Yeah, probably. I reckon we'll just pick that one. Went down. Yeah, well, that was. I was already rethinking.
Keith making another deep run in a high roller. Won last year. Won another event in Nottingham.
They've been on some form, has Keith.
He has.
Endre ace-5 off here could be thinking about the 3-bet from the small blind. Viable candidate. He does go for 3-bet. Makes it 120 to go. Nice and big out of position. Fog in with the ace-9 off. Not going to be able to do anything here but fold. Like we just don't have room for a cold 4. Maybe he's thinking this dynamic button, small blind, that these ranges can be wide and we got the ace blocker in there. But the thing is, we have to 4-bet, and even a min 4-bet to like 220, we'd then have to call off an Endrick jam. So we just got very awkward stack sizes here to even think about doing anything, in my opinion, as Mark. Like if Endrick had like 600k, maybe we got more room to go for the cold 4-bet bluff. But I think with Endrick's stack, once we 4-bet, we'd have to call off a 5-bet rip with any 2. That's the problem we've got here as Mark. So just taking that factor into account, I think it just has to always be a fold. But he's burnt through a couple of time banks.
2 time banks?
Yeah, it's 2 time banks. So really thinking about this, Mark. So does still go for the cold 4, and Endre obviously just going to get out of the way. So 2 time banks used for Mark.
So we're on 18. Top right will get changed very soon. We lost Dan Moran, didn't we?
Floor, please, feature.
I guess there's not that intended, but there's probably a shade of value.
19th was Dan Moran. We will get it updated. Yeah, you do get like an elite field playing the high roller, and a lot of familiar faces on the tour. Don't forget, if you do manage to satellite into the high roller and you want to play it and you're in the NPL, all the points from the high roller do go towards the MPL.
If it comes to that point, well, that's in 20 minutes.
He said 10 seconds 3 times, but that happened just before the last 10 seconds, so 22 times.
Okay, well, like I said, well, that looks like a really good position now. Yeah.
What move from Mark there? I honestly thought he couldn't take it, Tower, because of Endrit's stack, but if we got to run it versus Endrit, I guess we got to run it versus him. If we just think it's going to be getting through so often, not going to be many situations where cards are going to get on their back, but credit to Mark, picked up on the light free bet from Endrit, took initiative. Mukhtar busted earlier on today. He's in the main events.
Has he jumped in the main, has he?
He's jumped in the
Good
main.
lad. That's so have 90 others. 90? Go on. No snow in Manchester. Well, there wasn't last time I was there outside at the last break. Roads were clear. There's snow everywhere else. Stay safe if you're out and about.
There's the take.
If you're not out and about, you've got the live stream until we crown a champion sometime tonight. We are on 18, as it says top right.
Yeah, I reckon FT around 6:30, finish up around midnight.
You think the FT at 6:30?
I said 6:30.
I'm going overs.
You go overs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll say it's later than 6:30. I'll go closer to... I'll even give you an hour.
Give me an hour, yeah?
I'll give you an hour.
Okay. We shall see. It's all about when we get on that money bubble.
That is true. Is there a redraw at 16? There is.
There is a redraw at 16.
I thought those cards fast. That's why there was none doubt. I looked away for a second and everyone had 2 cards.
And the giveaways will start tomorrow, guys.
Yes.
We'll have some tokens to throw at you.
Have you got a budget? Have you been told? Are you just going to do it? You're just going to not care, nonchalantly just give money away, willy-nilly?
Exactly that.
I know exactly what you're doing. Smile on his face when he says that.
The not care.
Not my money! Flogging again, this time with A6, 40 to call.
And once again, another situation where I can't play cool. If we do want to get involved, have to go for free bet, but can't just take every spot with any block up, gets out of the way. Endrit opting to call the King Queen. And Dave Doherty here, Queen Jack suited for 19 in the small blind. Not going to be folding, and these suited broadways, especially after an open and a call, do perform very well as squeeze jams. The fact that we got the flat of Endrit in here as well, Dave Doherty's actually got a very tidy candidate to just move all in here, Tower. We'll be continuing a flat at the very least, but these suited Broadway holdings do very well in terms of a shove, but goes for fold. Wow. And that's just got to be has to be 3 spots off the money. Has to have some sort of factor in that decision. But Queen Jack of clubs just into the muck. Weren't expecting to see that.
No. So heads up to the flop. There's the flop. Ten 9 flop, 10-8-2. Keith out flops Endrit.
Aaron checks it over to Endrit in position. Going to play heavy check, hijack versus cut off. I think a lot more people just recognising this now, Tower. Go back, I'd say even 2-3 years ago, people weren't really checking too much to the player in position. If they were the aggressor pre, they'd just happily c-bet on certain board textures. But people sort of recognising now how we are supposed to be doing a lot of checking to the player in position. And like general rule of thumb, the closer you are sat to the person, the more checking you want to be doing out of position. So like gun versus +1, we're going to be doing a lot of checking. Cut off versus button, we're going to be doing a lot of checking.
Well, they're guessing they're out next door. Andy Wilson and Ewan McNicholas stood up. Just looking around. Ali Ayoub's watching. How we doing, Ali? Haven't watched the stream in a while. Tables should be fun. Great work on the comms as usual. Possibly see you in Ireland. You're booked.
I'm booked, yeah. Booked
You're
it a couple of days ago.
for the lot. And you might see me, Ali. Things to work out. And hopefully see you for the Irish Open.
And James Ryan in the chat. Love having an MTT mastermind in the chat. Here we go. The Queen Jack suited fold is a factor of struggling to range Endrit. In theory, Endrit should have almost no flats here. Kind of looks like he could be trapping a lot, so that does make sense.
Thanks, James.
Endrit off of sub 20, obviously, will have a fair amount of shoves. Maybe not expecting him to have too much in there in the flat range as Dave, therefore thinking he's got some traps, perhaps. Makes sense. You won't see me fold Queen Jack suited tower versus a 2BB open and a flat. Maybe obviously factoring in 3 spots off the money as well. CFO's checking doubling now, getting booked.
If it's more than 15 quid to fly, you won't be going.
It was, like I said, 120 quid return I got on the flights.
Don't forget you got to factor in your suitcase.
Yep.
Not just the flights. We know you can fly, travel light, but a bit tough for a week.
We are heading out for some outer table action, and Tom Hall has got his short stack in, 8-9 off for him, up against the ace-8. He's dominated and has picked up a gut shot. 10's working as well now, double gutted on the turn, so 10s, 9s and 6s, and there you go.
6, baby.
Backdoors it, and small double up through Stato for Tom Hall. He keeps himself alive.
Very nice indeed. 42 doubles to 84 plus the middle. Was in Dublin last year in October. Did you go to the IPO, Kev? Ridiculously expensive. It ain't cheap.
I'll tell you what ain't cheap. I almost passed out when I went out with a few of the lads, and the Northern lads, Riggy, that crew, Will McMurray, probably like between 10 and 15 of us. Temple Bar, go order a round in there, you'll get a shock.
For 15 people?
It was a lot. It was I couldn't believe it when she come back. I can't remember the number exactly, but I couldn't believe how expensive the alcohol was. I guess you get that anywhere, any capital city in the world, and you go to a bar, famous bar, don't expect £2 a pint, do you?
€15 for a Guinness. Wow, Temple Bar. €10.
Well, this is the thing. Most of them are on the old spirits.
Oh yeah.
Double this, double that. Thought she'd doubled the bill when she come back.
Oh dear.
King 9 of hearts for Dave in the hijack here, off of 19. Do expect to see him open. Candice hasn't really been able to get anything going. Keeping her patience. Ace-5 suited there. Lets it go. Brandon with a couple of 6s on the button. Don't expect to see him be folding, being the covering stack here with Dave. Sitting comfortably. Plays cool. Exactly that, Nathan. You got his spot on. It goes straight on the card room direct business card when I'm out in Ireland. Me and Tower out there. Company card. Off we go. Enter King Jack off. Defends in the big 3-way.
Flop of Jack, 5-3. Hendrick, top bet.
Aaron Dave. Seems like a tidy continue here, King 9 of Hearts, but need to be wary about Brandon's calling range here on the button. He's still going to have some nice holdings, so does go with check. Once again, what we spoke about before, just checking to the in-position player. And Brandon with 6s. I think we got a hand that could go for a small probe here, just flush out some equity. Aware we still can be beat, knowing that they will play a fair amount of checks, but I think this candidate could be one that wants to have a stab, just flush out some equity to overs. Not going to be flushing out the King Jack of Hendrick.
No.
Day with King 9 of Hearts, unbelievable price, 7-1. Some nice backdoors and overcard, but be surprised if he continued. Probably just rolling the clock down now. I actually think about it, Tower, just using his time as he gets to this close to the money.
And close to the break. To a Hearts turn.
So Dave would have picked up flush draw and did eventually make the fold, and Brandon with the 6s now. Picks up a gut shot of his own. And now once we, against Hendrick in the big, I think we're happy to play check here. We're not folding out Jack X to a second barrel. Removal to the 6-4, and Hendrick can still have like some 5-4 suited, perhaps 6-5 suited, although we block like some suited 5x with some backdoor straight draws. That is going to go for the second barrel here, potentially lining up a triple versus some 1-pair Jack X to blast off by river. 80 into 210. It's just shy of 40% up. And Hendrick going to have to strap in for one more, I believe, here with a King Jack. Like, still beat some value. Brandon may have some Queen Jack, Jack 10 suited that wants to go for a second street. Hendrick goes with jam and snap fold from Brandon with the 6s. Another reason why I'm a fan of check back as well. I know Brandon going to be very studied in any given spot. Just like logically there, maybe thinking he can get another street from some 5x and pick up a straight draw. And as we say that, we are heading to the outer, and it's the Stato and Tom Hall show.
Same few people.
And it's Tom Hall with the ace queen, no heart in hand. So Stato holding with kings, and king on the turn will seal the deal. Tom Hall exits in 18th place, which means we are down to 17 players.
He doubled up through Stato, and then Stato got them all back. There he is. Unlucky Tom. Always a pleasure to watch him playing. But Stato getting all the chips back. Means we're down to 17.
Ace 2 suited for Keith.
No good there, Andrew.
Well, I'd be surprised. We didn't open, sitting comfortably on 1.1 milli. And Foggin with a potential candidate to go for a bluff with. We'll be defending for sure, but one that once in a while we could opt to go for the free bet as a bluff. Just electing to defend, what you tend to see most of the time. Complete whiff for both. Foggin does have the backdoor nut spade draw. Not too much going on here for Keith, but may fancy one c-bet on the queen high board as the pre-flop opener. Doesn't, checks it back. And Foggin turns bottom pair. Keith picks up wheel drop.
I'd keep 9 of hearts. I even wanted to do it after it involved, but it was like,
It's more expensive and it's more likely to run into it.
I think if we're slightly deeper, I've got the control as well. He's just like, he's got feedback.
Check, 6 on the river. So Perrick for what's good for fogging, and do expect this one to just be going check.
It's a bit more against people that are on there.
Yeah, I would have short two on the first.
Little quiz.
A little quiz.
Little quiz.
Yep.
Spuddy's watching.
Yep.
You know Spuddy?
Chris Flynn.
Chris Flynn, Blackpool. One of our very good friends. Where is he?
Blackpool. No. Seychelles.
He's currently in the gym, which I find bizarre, to be fair.
A bloke called Spuddy in the gym.
Yeah, there you go. It's not going to be Spuddy, it's going to be chips soon. He'd be like wafer thin chips. Not only is he in the gym, but where is he in the gym?
I think literally every salon I've had is like 5 days.
This is great, by the way. This is where the live stream gets.
In the hot tub.
But that's actually a good answer. But it's not, I like that answer. And hot tubs are great, by the way. But he's not in a hot tub
In the restaurant.
because he's in the gym.
He's in the gym.
There is no hot tubs in a gym.
Okay.
Unless
So not in a complex.
if there's a hot tub in a gym, I want to join the gym. Where is it?
At the vending machines.
No, Spuddy is in the gym.
He sat on a rowing machine.
It could well be, but I actually don't know.
Why have you asked me? You
Where's
don't know where
this
he is.
gym?
Where's the gym?
It's in the middle of the sea.
In the middle of the sea. Oh, he's on a cruise ship.
He's on a cruise
Got
ship.
ya,
right now.
got ya.
Now, where is he cruising?
Round the Irish Sea.
In February. In February. It's -6 out there, son.
Let's say
I just share my.
the Mediterranean.
It's close. It's not actually really close. He's in the Caribbean.
Caribbean.
He's currently cruising round the Caribbean in the gym because it's a sea day and they're travelling to the next port. Buddy, great to have you
Enjoy.
watching. Get running a bit quicker, son. And we'll see some of you because half of you missing. We will see you soon. Have a great trip, honestly. He's in the middle of the sea, cruising around the Caribbean, and he is in the gym, believe it or not.
Yeah, and on that note, Tara, it's bubble time.
Because we're on a redraw.
We lost Trev Reardon. We didn't catch it, but
Unfortunately, we didn't catch Trev Reardon busting out. But he's Trev busting out with 17 left, which means we're on 16, which also means
no break.
we're on the money bubble and potentially no break until we hit the money. I don't know if the rule has changed. I don't think it has. So the break will happen in either 20 minutes time. Well, how long's the break? Half
Half an hour. Well, we're on break in 20 minutes, so but the break is half hour for dinner.
Right. So we're either on break in 20 minutes or we're on break when we hit the money.
I've also got some good news as well for you guys. When we come back after that break, I've had a message from Tom Hall. He would like to come in and do some comms for a session with us, so we're going to grab Tom in the comms booth, get some insights from him.
Yep.
Been in a couple of times before. Always great to have Tom with us.
And just to let you know, Trevor Reardon running to Aces.
Oh, we ran into Aces.
With Aces. I thought that was you talking. It
Yeah,
is
it's
you.
me,
Well,
it's
yeah,
me.
you better be ordering the tea,
Yeah,
son.
this is me. This is the time bank when I had to go and tell the floor to give Foggy a time bank back.
You want to use 2. There you go. The referee Jay.
I'm here. Yeah, we went to the old VAR in
VAR.
the booth. I've done the old jog over to the screen.
So we've now got 2 tables of 8. Who we got, Jay?
Let's have a look, Tower.
Let's
So
have a look.
it's going to be hand for hand on the feature table. Dave Doherty stays in 1. Keith Johnson moves to 2. Thomas Clack comes and joins the feature in 3. Ewan McNicholas in 4. Glenn Gaines in 5. George Pop in 6. Mark Foggin stays in 7. And Stato making an appearance first time this week on the feature table in the 8th seat.
Impressive you stay in your same seat while everybody else is mulling round like run around. What a great TV programme that was. Go! Run around was this. It's so good.
Run around.
Yeah. Oh, that was. It must have been late 70s. Late 70s, early 80s. Mike Reed. It was like an educational quiz programme for kids. And they give them 3 options. So you stood on the circle with the answer behind you. And then you got the chance to change your answer by running around onto different. So they call it run around. So you could change spots if you wanted to, if you thought didn't know you not got the question right. It was a great programme. Even Jim must have remembered that one. Run around. Mike Reed.
I don't like Reed, I don't know about
Oh, get me.
I went to Cracker Jack and I went to the street races.
Did you really? Oh, I could crush a grape. Oh, sure, Francis.
Redraw done for 2 tables. Going to be hand for hand.
We are hand for hand, and Joe is just telling everybody what is happening. Hand for hand. So, hand for the money. Will we get to the break on time, or will we carry it on?
How are we doing, Curtis? Any ladies left in? Yep, Candice is still in. What is the money? Bottom of your screen.
Wonga, scrolling across the bottom. Aruba, Jamaica, oh, I wanna take you. Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama. Key Largo, Montego, baby, why don't we go? The Beach Boys.
Sounds like you just sang the Mumbo Jumbo 5, but for countries.
The Beach Boys.
Do you know what? That's a great shout. The cruise ship, by the way, putting a gym on a cruise ship, and I'm assuming the food's healthy there. There's nowhere to go. You've got to do exercise. You've got to lose weight.
Yeah.
It's actually It's go on a cruise for 4 to 6 weeks. Go on one of those healthy ones. Get in the gym. No bad food. You can't go and pop to McDonald's. You can't get an Uber delivered to you.
That is
You're in
true.
the middle of the sea.
Yep.
Dave Nichols will pay for Tower to stop singing.
And Joe Diego said, what song is it? Name the song. Kokomo. Great tune by the Beach Boys. Brian Wilson's still with us as well. He has had a life.
Oh, there's a high note part, says Rosser.
That's why I stopped.
Oh, you stopped.
That's exactly why I stopped.
Is it as high as the Minnie Riperton, the F sharp descending she does in Loving You?
The F sharp descending.
Yeah, F sharp descending that note.
Get you.
So 7-3 for Foggy. Flops best blind on blind here. Outflops the 4s of George. Also has this little 3 of clubs in there. Smiter says no one has ever lost weight on a cruise. I'm talking about a healthy cruise. They must do healthy cruise ships.
Fish, salad, fresh fish. Get your smoked salmon down. Get your salmon. Get your salad down your neck. Have a couple of cocktails and then go to the gym. Oh, it's a great idea. If you're going on a cruise, do you meaningfully go on a diet before you go on the cruise because you know you're going to put weight on?
Yeah, that's usually what happens, isn't it? Before you go away. Not necessarily a cruise. I find when you go on holiday though, you don't really put on much weight because a lot of the time you're active, you walk into places, you're doing stuff. I'm not really a sit by the pool all day, listen to music person. I like to be on the move.
So waiting for the outer table to finish. We're on 16. We're on the money bubble. There may be a break. There may not be.
Yeah, well, scheduled break is basically 15 minutes time.
Yeah. Next time, please, shouts Joe. But to be fair, he didn't shout. Have you ever seen Joe shout? Do you think he ever shouts?
I don't think he ever shouts.
Not ever?
That's a good line. Probably, I would have said 8.
Mr. Clank with the ace king. Good to see you, Tom.
Yeah, no messing about on the bubble tower. Just playing
In
the
there
open
go, he
jam.
says. What's Stato got? Stato, where you go? Nothing.
No.
Okay, dealers, are you ready? Next time.
Ready, right?
What a sight to look down at for fogging. Aces on the button. Fortunately, not going to get any action.
I've got it in my head now. That's where you wanna go. You can eat 24 hours a day on a cruise if you want to, and drink beer when you're not eating. Sounds like a holiday, that, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, but then for the main.
I just don't like the fact that you can't go anywhere. You're on a ship, and like if you want to pop to the shops off the ship, you can't.
Well, you can when it stops in a port.
Yeah,
It goes to like 6 or 8 different ports, and then you have a day in wherever you are. That's the idea.
Oh, that's a great idea. Changed my mind now.
Brilliant. If you do a med cruise, they stop in about 10 different places. You have a full day wherever you are, and then get back on the ship, and then sail, usually overnight or something like that, to the next destination.
I've never been on a cruise. Probably a stupid question, but what happens if you stop at a country and then
don't
you
get
miss?
back on?
Yeah, and you miss the back on.
Unlucky, pal.
Unlucky. That's it.
Absolutely. They don't wait for you.
Don't wait for you.
They'll give you like half an hour in between, just in case. But then they warn you, and the next time you don't get back on, you just make your own way home.
Make your own way home.
That's it. Where are we? Don't know. What country are we in this time? I've no idea. Yeah, make your own way home.
So pocket fours for George opens the 40k. Foggy out the way in the cut-off. Stato on the button hit. Stato bagged up chip lead for the day one. Had a good day so far. Sitting north of a milli chips. I can't, Joe Diego. Well, I can. I'm just a very weak one. Blame my mum and dad for that. Not the best of swimmers. And good afternoon, Jack Thorne. Good afternoon, fellas. I just stumbled across the stream. Many years ago, me and my wife used to play a bit of poker. We were in Blackpool and went to play a tournament at the G. We never forgotten how welcome we were made by Tower and all the regs there.
There you go.
There you go.
Nice one, Jack.
Everyone knows the Tower in Blackpool.
Nice one, Jack. Hope you're good. I hope things are well. Yeah, don't leave your passport in the cabin when you leave, because if you get left behind, you then need to. You're then stranded.
And it says they empty the cabin and leave your passport with border control. There you go.
Well, basically, if you're going on a cruise, be careful. always know what time it is. Always know what time the ship's leaving, and don't leave your passport behind. Go on the Southampton to Sydney cruise. Half a year to get from one end to the other. Wow, how costly is that?
Yeah, it must be.
A 6-month
a chunk,
cruise. It's got to be 100k. Surely. How much is that, Eddie? Not something I could be doing like tomorrow, but what's the cost of that? A 6-month cruise. I'd like to do the Norwegian fjords. I'd like to do like the proper Finland geysers when you jump inside the hot tub that's in the ice and the hot water, and then jump out and get back into a cold one. I like that. I'd like to do a Norwegian fjord.
They need to bring back the poker cruises. That would get me on a cruise.
Good shout, Michelle. Good shout. You want a poker cruise once? Best holidays ever. Sailed from New York down to the Caribbean. 5 stops. Loved it. And poker on tap. Fantastic.
I can't imagine them being the best rake games though on cruise ships. I can imagine a rake being pretty extortionate. Playing 1-2, capped at £100 or something.
That's only like your local game in Watford.
Watford? Yeah, I've been moved for 2 years,
Oh,
Tower.
yeah. You're not in Watford anymore.
Nearly 2 years I've been moved.
We're heading towards a break, or potentially no break, depending on if we lose a player. Candy's still in. We've had a redraw. So the 16 players got different seats, and
Yeah.
Candy's on the outer table.
So you and one that in theory could jam in terms of chips, but this close to the money bubble. Just going to play flat with the ace queen, all about veering on the right side of the cash, not wanting to shove and run into it a fogging for 20. Pretty sure post we would have seen this hand move in. I'm just aware of the situation at hand. And Foggin catches bottom pair on 10-5 deuce rainbow. A bet of 40k and ace queen high for Ewan. Does make the call. Five of hearts on the turn. So the board does pair here. And I think as Foggin, probably going to be playing check, 5x not folding, 10x not folding. We're in front of all this ace-3, ace-4, which we actually block as well. So I think that makes for a decent check with those factors taken into account.
Queen of diamonds on the river for Ewan.
A lovely card to see for Ewan here, especially after turn goes check, check. I expect Foggin just to go bet, bet, bet with his jacks through aces here, so likely to have the best of it as Ewan, but doesn't go for value, maybe trying to induce something from Foggin. That does go check, check, and ace queen, good for Ewan.
Very nice indeed.
In through the window, says my mate did a 14-day New York Caribbean cruise last year, 12 days in, and the ship caught fire at 1 AM. They managed to put the fire out, but they lost 2 days, giving a full refund for the trip. Wow.
Well,
a few months
you
later,
know what to do next
ship,
time, don't you, Jim?
Yeah, I'll be...
God.
Oh, who started that?
Get to the final day of the cruise, get yourself a little bin in the corner, stick a little light to it. Fantastic. I am liking the Norwegian fjords though, that sounds good to me. I like that.
Rob looks so happy in his picture there.
Stato just applying pressure on the bubble. Once Foggy folds, we're now the chip leader at the table, got a very nice seat, so do get to open a lot of hands, knowing that people aren't going to be playing back at us, just wanting to get on the right side of that money bubble. Opens Jack Deuce suited, trying to chip up. They fall about with the ace-3 suited. Glenn not going to be able to defend the 10-4 off, so just going to be raise and take for Stato, you expect. Well, no. Glenn's in.
Mr. Gaines with a 10-4.
Strange one. Did not expect this one to be defended.
Flop time. (9-2-2) Stato.
Open the Jack Deuce suited, flops trips, continues for 1 BB. And Glenn obviously has to get out of the way. Surprised he defended this pre-turn. Do you know what? I'm going to actually check, because this is unlike Glenn. I actually think that this is a situation where a box has picked up a different card.
Yeah.
Because even now it would be a snap fold, there's no need to tank.
Because it's called, you see, with 10-4, so it's definitely not 10-4. Whether the cards hit somebody else's box.
Yeah, it's gone for raise, and what a life for Stato, sitting here with trips and just going to be playing cool, I guess. Keep some bluffs in of Glenn if he ever has any in this situation. Right, let's have a butcher's at this.
Can you see? There's a dealer in the way.
It's difficult to see. Maybe.
Stato just calls, as you would do.
And just in case turns a flush draw to go with it as Stato. Bad card to see though, Tal. Although we turn this flush draw, it's actually a bad card to see if like Glenn's ever check raising some 9x and pocket fours, stuff like that. Because we're just never going to get any action from these hands now. So although it gives us the heart draw, just a really bad card to get paid from some 9x or some pocket pairs. And Stato, with the stack size in question, knows he can get this over 2 streets, so going this 25k, target a 9. Glenn's definitely not got 10-4. I reckon he could have pocket 4s, 10-9, could be in there as well. Queen on the river now, just going to be set in for his tournament life, you expect.
He checks again.
Stato leaving exactly half back as well. Going to be 145 into 290.
We'll get Inspector Arwood on the case at the break, whenever it comes.
Yeah, Glenn don't have 10-4 here, Tao, I can assure you of that.
No.
Definitely does not have 10-4 in this situation. I think it's more likely to be 10-9.
Candy, very unlucky. Bubbling the high roller. Ouch.
Everybody was trying.
Matt Davenport scooping in the chips. We're down to 15. We're in the money. And scrolling across the bottom is the money. All the time rates are replenished. Is that a normal thing around the world, replenishing time banks?
I think each provider has a different way of doing it. I think certain tournaments do it like our way. We do replenish at bubble when you're in the money, replenish at final table.
Yeah.
But the WSOP that was held in London this year, I really enjoyed that how they done it. That you sort of collect your time banks and then your time banks go in your bag, and you get every start a new session you get a time bank. At the start of a new session, dealer gives you a time bank, and then you can like collect them. They go in your bag at the end of the day. I guess it's just down to.
So here we go, the last hand of the session, young man. Jay and I will be back in 30 minutes, which means we're back at 5:40 and 5:41 to be precise.
I've got Tom Hall coming in as well next session. Wants to do some comms.
Bust out just before the money, unfortunately for Tom.
Great learning tool as well, guys. Next session, just sort of listen to Tom at this stage of the tournament when ICM is involved, and he's meant to be one of the best regarding that area of the game tree. Get some really good insights as King rolls off on the river, and do expect George to go for some value here with the ace-9, 9 playing. And a tough one for Keith here, because still some credible bluffs in former front door clubs here. Maybe some 3x that wants to turn the 3 into a bluff on the river. Or even some deuce x, some deuce 4, deuce 5 suited. These type of holdings. So tricky river spot for Keith. Last hand of the session. don't have a club in hand, which is a good thing. We block Jack 10, which is a good thing. But does make the correct laydown.
Correct laydown. We're in the money. 15 players left. We'll see you in 30.
See you in 30. Not the start we wanted.
Carl Spencer, fist bumps everybody. Well played, sir. What a good effort.
Cool with the sixes. Big flip here for both players. Sixes holding at the moment.
Ace or a 10 needed, or Tim Slater is out in fourth. And it's a 9. He is out in fourth. Another fantastic effort. Well done, Tim.
Oh, that is not good. He's dead on the flop.
Sixes about for the Kevin Allen. Oh, we're down to Jack. Stu Rutter has just taken out Kev Allen, former champion of the Grand Final back in 2013.
So the flop.
3-8-2.
That is
That
it.
is it.
We have a champion.
We have double champion.
Go,
Mr.
go,
Stu
go.
Rutter.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Woohoo! Stu Rutter wins. Vic Meta second. Fantastic. Well done.
Come on. I don't want to see a jack or a 6.
Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, on Wednesday we announced a £1 million prize pool for the second year running at Goliath. We can now announce that there are 10,585 runners currently, meaning it's the biggest tournament we have ever held in Great Britain and anywhere else outside of Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now part of history! The Goliath is the biggest it has ever been, and people are still buying it. Welcome everybody!
Huge three-way all in. Ace, kings and clubs and queens 4 on the end.
Go on, Cully.
Oh, there's the shout in the stream. There is the shout in the stream. Let's go, he says. 44 players as it speaks, and there's 24 million going into one bag. Alex, what an unbelievable day you must have had.
It was unreal. I started as a short stack and now I'm just leader.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, Jay said you were short. How short were you?
I had 125k to start the day.
Yeah. What did you do with the bubble? Did you just sit and wait, or did you just start?
Yeah, I was short on the bubble, to be fair.
Yeah. And you just sat and waited until the money went?
Pretty much. I still took some spots, but yeah, after the money went, just couldn't lose a hand.
Could you believe when we were on the bubble, 21 all in and calls in 2 hands?
I can't believe it. Yeah.
It's a huge amount of chips. What's the table been like in the last hour or so?
Yeah, all right, to be fair. I had a lot of big hands, so that helps. So for me, it's been all right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, we think you're chip leader.
That'd be nice.
We're pretty sure you are chip leader, but every credit for making day 3 of the biggest Goliath
Thanks a
ever.
lot.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Hopefully it goes well.
Keep it going. Nice
Cheers,
one.
mate.
Alex Todd, a lot of chips. He has, I got an amount of chips that you want for day 3. We'll just have a quick word with Paul Murphy, Goliath. Day 3 tomorrow.
Yep,
We just bagged up how many?
19,025,000.
Big stack. Nice stack. How's the day been?
It's been good. Been getting nice cards.
Yeah.
Making good plays, so I've been happy.
Yeah. Mixing it up. It's a lot of players. A lot of people just say recreational players. It's just you're just taking flips a lot of the time, and you're just playing totally different. How have you found your tables today?
I've been on about 5 different
Have you?
tables. I've been moved around a lot.
Yeah.
Each has been completely different. But I think the key's been adjusting to the players.
Can you instantly spot somebody who just wants to cash to somebody who's a tour reg or something like that?
Yeah, I can, especially when they say at the table, I'm just folding the last 10 minutes.
That's always what you need. You can manipulate that. But 19 mil coming back to tomorrow. Biggest Goliath we've ever had.
Yep.
We're down to 44, and then tomorrow we're going to crown a champion. We can dream, can't we?
We can dream.
We can dream.
Hopefully final table.
Paul, many congratulations. 19 million. That is just about it from the day's full chip counts up on the website very soon. But what an amazing day. We have had 1,125 runners. We got in the money instantly. 21 all in and calls for 2 in 2 hands to burst the bubble. We burst the bubble, and then they've gone down and down, and we've finished day 2 with 44 runners. Tomorrow we are going to crown a champion of the biggest Goliath ever, but who is it going to be? Join us tomorrow.
Good luck, everyone. Dealers.
And there is the call from Arian.
Yeah,
And
it's
can't
bad
really
news.
fault him for it, Tower. I think we knew on the turn it was only going to be a few rivers there.
Takes out the second person on the final. Look at that! It always happens. Is it the queens? A set of queens. It's because all the other three have all gone. And it is not queens full this time. Tens. Oh, and he took some straight in. He's not fearing anything, Tim.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, Tim Slater.
There's no help there.
Well done, and do you know what? He's shaking the hands of all the players. Oh no, he hasn't as well. Ace 5-3 for Tim Slater.
And that is a terrible turn.
And Tim Slater outflops.
Not the start we wanted.
Carl Spencer fist bumps everybody. Well played, sir. What a good effort.
Cool with the sixes. Big flip here for both players. Sixes holding at the moment.
Ace or a 10 needed, or Tim Slater is out in fourth. And it's a 9, he is out in fourth. Another fantastic effort. Well done, Tim.
Oh, that is not good. He's dead on the flop.
Sixes about for the Kevin Allen. Oh, we're down to Jack. Stu Rutter has just taken out Kev Allen, former champion of the Grand Final back in 2013.
So the flop.
Queen 8-2.
That is
That
it.
is it.
We have a champion.
We have double champion.
Go,
Mr.
go,
Stu
go. Get
Rutter.
out of here. Get out of here.
Woohoo! Stu Rutter wins. Vic Meta second. Fantastic. Well done.
No, I don't want to see a jack or a 6.
Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, on Wednesday we announced a £1 million prize pool for the second year running at Goliath. We can now announce that there are 10,585 runners currently, meaning it's the biggest tournament we have ever held in Great Britain and anywhere else outside of Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now part of history! The Goliath is the biggest it has ever been, and people are still buying it. Welcome everybody!
Huge three-way all in. Ace, kings and clubs and queens 4 on the end.
I told my wife, like in the money, she's like, oh well done, you still on your first entry? You can't re-enter it, like, there's 20 players there.
Helen loves the bubble, doesn't she?
She's got no idea.
It's her favourite.
So I'll have some the bubble baths.
Yeah.
You always ask like how long till you bubble.
My thumb. I don't get any royalties. It really makes you picture it. Every time it comes up, like, $1 back. $1 or something. Yeah.
Okay, guys, there's a new chicken play which is black. This is worth 100,000. If you have one of those, please make sure it is visible at all
Two of them.
times. The new black level will be 10,000. That's 25,000. Good luck. Please
Yeah, I
use the
did
code.
see that. I
Please
didn't
make
see
sure
that.
you're
I
not
doubted you had
following
10
the
for
code.
You get 10 for off.
You as well?
Did you have that? Can be.
Here we go.
We're all here.
Yeah, the man's in situ. Have you checked your mum?
No,
Where's
I
Shazza?
haven't.
Come
I
on,
haven't.
text. Come on,
come on,
Mum. Well, I'm telling you again.
I'll get her in the booth.
Jay's here.
I am here.
He's there, somewhere
you can
over
see
there.
me, I'm here. Can't get us all in shot, but we're going to start the three of us for the first 15, and then Tom's going to do a bit of comms with both Tower and I for the rest of the session. And kicking off straight away, Dave here, Ace Queen suited,
Dave.
12 bigs.
In they go.
And Stato. Well, can Stato... Is it the bubble still?
No,
No,
we're
we're in the money. Stato's calling
1
this.
minute before the break.
Okay, who bubbled?
We were in the money.
Candice.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Not Candice.
Matt Davenport got her.
Oh, Matt Davenport. What a surprise. Matt Davenport running well. Matt and Cal just never stop running good, these two guys, literally. He's going to call this one off.
I think he
Yeah.
has to. Ace Jack suited.
On the
versus
bubble,
Dave.
you could fold this, but I'd be surprised if he folds. You're expecting to be beat quite a bit, but it's not about that.
10 seconds.
He's suited.
2-4
clubs.
score line. There is 1.2, so in they go.
He's in, yeah.
Oh,
Is there a page on?
Dave
Doesn't
says
look
I'll
like
put me.
it.
We were on extra chipping, and in we go. Ace Queen for Dave. Happy to see Stato's Ace Jack. Big
Thank-
chance.
I think we're all big fans of Dave.
Absolutely.
And Stato as well, to be honest. But you don't see Dave as much. Right.
No. Got the Irish Open, got the trophy, took the money, and
That was
I-
it.
I had a few-
yeah, that
had a
was
few
it. It was
weeks
like,
off.
yeah, you know, I'm all right now.
Yeah.
Like, I see that a lot.
Nice smooth flop there as well for him. Top pair, top
That's
kicker.
smooth, is it? There's some unsmooth turn cards.
Oh, like that one.
Like,
like 6 of clubs. You don't want to see a club. Oh, Dave, Doc, DD. No!
No, it's never easy.
It was
Why
your
do we
fault,
do it?
Jay.
Yeah, I blame me. I always
Yeah.
get the blame. To be
Oh,
what a
man.
smooth flop.
fair. Do you know
Like, if
what?
we were at the table and that was me against you all in, you deserve to bust.
do you know what? The Mad Turk come up to me.
He was pissed.
A couple of months ago.
Big hand. Oh, I thought you meant here.
No, a couple of months ago, we played some cash together. We played some cash together. He was at the table. He goes, "Jay, you need to stop." He goes, "Every time I'm all in, you say clean flop, and I end up busted." And that was it. And he gets the ump.
That's exactly what happened.
What you mean you were expecting Dave to come through the door and say, now then, clean flop.
I said smooth. To be fair.
Smooth.
Well
That's
done,
a new
Dave.
one as well.
Yeah, got it in the money. What did he cash for, Jay?
Dave, 3,170.
3,170. Well done, Dave.
Probably a loss of £130, I would say. But you take the cashes. You take it.
Absolutely.
There was a hand with Glenn. The cards were wrong.
Yeah, he had
Yes.
King 9. I spoke to Glenn.
King
we,
nine.
we don't even know how
King,
they were
that was
so
top
wrong.
pair.
Yeah.
And it said 10-4.
Yeah, and we've no idea how.
There was a hand on that final table I watched back that I was on the London, and it said I jammed Ace 9 off, like 3-bet jammed versus Cully Open, and Vince call with 9s, and it said I had ace jack suited, the reader, and I was like, damn, now my jam looks incredibly standard, because like it would have been the ace jack suited was the easiest jam ever, but in the moment with ace 9 I was like, oh god, this could be, if I shove here and get called, it's disastrous. But you know, Vince folded the 9s, and here we are in Manchester. George coming in.
Speaking of ace 9,
50,000. Fog it. Free bet. 200,000. Stato. Fold. Surprise, surprise. Honestly, an awkward one for George here. 225. I could see a fold. Yeah. It's like, theoretically, you don't really want to fold, but if you look at the stacks, George is in quite a comfortable scenario here. I still think it would have been fine to call as well. But I think the fold is completely reasonable for that size. There may be 14 left, and I think a lot of people they don't really think that much about the ICM at this point. They start worrying about it on the bubble, and then they worry about it again on the final table. Yeah. But if you've got a sort of top 3 to top 5 stack here, you're gonna get top 6 a lot in this tournament if you didn't find many hands, let's say. So you even have to be careful right now. Glenn's found it.
Yes, Green.
He's found it.
Afternoon, Jack. Watching the live stream as DD busts out.
where's Jack? I just
Seafoam.
realised that.
Mr. Hardcastle. Break even, but good for them all.
Yep.
Absolutely. Hope you well, Jack. Wherever you may
This is
be.
exactly how I busted this tournament. Ace Queen against Kings.
Off Stato.
I was about to say something, and I didn't want to jinx Glenn, but I folded probably every hand for about an hour, and then finally got Ace Queen. I was like, happy days with my 4.5 bigs under the gun.
Don't get much better than that. And
into
then
the Stato, and Stato casually rolls over a pair of Kings, and
You got to understand with Stato being the countdown champion, he always has a couple of consonants or a couple of vowels.
I always forget
This
about
is the thing.
I always forget about that. That's some clout. Like that's some actual clout.
Not just any champion, like Octo champion.
He's clearly just smarter than all of us with that credibility, right?
Absolutely.
He's probably the smartest man in the room.
Did he only ever lost in the Champion of Champions, didn't he? In the final, that was it.
Yeah, I've not actually seen any footage, sadly.
So needs an ace to survive Glenn.
It's not the 9 of diamonds.
But he's made the money, so
means we lose another.
Yeah, but actually gets a ladder as well, Glenn, on the outer table, losing GDPR ZH on the outer table in 14th. Glenn,
not ZH.
Glenn gains in 13th. ZH.
I can't even think of a name to put to that ZH.
Haozang? Maybe.
But down he goes. So Glenn out in 13th, which means we're down to 12.
12 players, just like that, everyone. Yeah.
I can smell your peppermint tea.
Can you?
I can.
Well, it's good because they've got the bags by the dispenser for free. You know, I don't have to ask for it.
Awesome.
So,
Just do it yourself. If you don't mind making a cup of tea yourself, you can.
Well, it's nice in here because you can just, order food from outside, get it, just bring it in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in the Vic, you're not really allowed to do that, which kind of rubs me the wrong way a bit. But, fair is fair. They've got a full restaurant there, so makes sense. But it's nice to bring in a Starbucks in the morning, not toss it at the door. Stato with the Queen 8, he's folded. I'm guessing that Tom has quite a short stack and that's why he's folded.
Tom Clack.
Yeah,
really
there it is.
Shallow in the big.
Keith is going to have to push here. The Silver Pigeon, he's done it.
The Silver Pigeon.
He's done it. We love the Silver Pigeon.
That's obviously an affectionate name that he's used to.
Go on his Twitter, mate. The Silver Pigeon.
The Silver Pigeon on Twitter.
The grey hair millionaire.
Keep them coming. I'm liking these. How many more we got?
Those are both on his Twitter.
Static, can you see anything below that?
Can you bring food into B&R now? You can, Asifo, if you want. Just don't be too in your face with it, you know?
Look what I've got!
Yeah. Frankie saw my sushi and he was like, I don't know about that. I offered him one and we were good. You know, because at the end of the day, as long as you bribe the staff, it's fine.
So I think
Food. Nothing else. Don't read into that.
It's a negative thing, if anything, because
Silver Pigeon, he's not found it.
No.
yeah, they're pretty small jumps though.
Tom Clack, what's he going to find? He doesn't need much, does our Tom Clack. He's found an ace 2 suited. He's only gone and done it. You and Nicholas.
7 bigs for Tom.
And you're just so happy to have an ace here. Like, you're just happy to have anything. God, the amount of times I look down at like a queen thinking, oh God, just give me something to shove here.
Make
finally.
it suited.
Yeah, make it
suited.
anything. Like a king, and I'm like, well, just put a 5, a suited
Someone's
5.
just snap with a king jack.
Yeah. 2 hands going to war. I'll take the king jack. I'll take the underdog.
You're taking
here.
the underdog?
Yeah, I'll take the underdog. I'm a madman.
Thomas with the ace deuce. Needs to fade.
Looking good for Tom
That
Clack.
is some flop.
It's a great field, by the way, this one. Like, there's a lot of good banter and just like fun atmosphere in this tournament. It was good.
It's fading offsuit kings and jacks.
No
It is.
way, the
Offsuit
red
jack.
jack, man. Thomas Clack.
Tom Clack, he's going to have his moment, you'll see.
Yes.
This year, something's coming for that lad.
He done comms a couple of months
He
ago.
did,
so,
And then
he's
FT.
due, that's it. Yeah, done comms. Final table.
But he's
at the
playing a
moment.
lot, and he's getting a lot better. I can see it. Like, he's starting to play pretty fucking good. Sorry, pretty good now.
Originally from Epsom, lives in Cardiff, lives in South Wales.
South Wales, love it.
Originally
He's a
from
good lad,
Epsom.
he's Tom
Yeah,
Clack.
he's a nice lad.
Yep.
There were quite a
He
few,
got
like,
unlucky in London as well.
Yeah, he
On
did.
that FT. That was very unlucky. Like that he even was in that situation. You know, like
kind of all just have like 1.4 mil.
Reet min 3-bet in that hand
First ever
against
time having chips in a tournament.
Tom Clack.
Yeah.
And if Reet had raised, you know, reasonable or a bigger sizing, Tom may have not even seen the flop. But Reet made it so small he was forced into the flop, and now he's got a royal flush draw and like the fuck it.
You've been around with 1 mil, 1.2, 1.3 all day.
That's the dream.
Absolutely.
That was me for a while. But now I'm in the slums of doing 3 bullets every tournament and never getting over 2.5 stacks. Right. No, I am. I'm in the bin right now. Only for the last couple of weeks, but you know.
Yeah, I was just about to
So what did you,
up on
what
that.
did you do 3 weeks ago? Oh, you know, second, you know.
Yeah, but you know, that online goes quick to Tower, and you know, maybe I've lost all my money in Dogecoin. You know, maybe I took that 80 grand and put it in the
Straight
dog
into
with hat coin, and it was great for a moment, but all my money's gone. You know, someone said in Nottingham, they said, "Oh, crypto's done great at bringing the family together. It's moved us into a smaller house." I love that. That was great.
Oh, that's a good shout.
Fifth place
his
for
name?
getting in the dishwasher.
He was an EPT winner, this guy from back in the
Top of the
day.
line.
In Dusk, actually. Yeah, I can't remember his name. I didn't really know the guy. Anyway, love that guy. Whoever you are out there.
He brought us closer together.
Yeah, it was good.
You live in a smaller house.
It's moved us into a smaller house.
That's brilliant.
It's true though. Like you never know how much money people have these days, because like it's the access you can have to gambling insanely hard nowadays is way more open than ever. You know, could be some people in this tournament, you know, who are secretly quite wealthy, or some people in this tournament who have lost nearly the whole roll in the last 12 days. You know, it's a disgusting world now. It moves quickly.
How do we think the grey hair millionaire's doing?
Oh, grey hair millionaire is probably. I mean, if he says grey hair millionaire, he's probably got like 10 mil. Right. Silver Pigeon. The grey hair millionaire. I want to see him into pots. Here we go. The Fog defending.
Had a good 23, didn't he, Mark? Mark Foggy?
Didn't he go deep in the win something, or in the summer one, 10k? Yeah, he got like last 2 tables or something, which is always pretty devastating. George mixes in a check here, which is interesting.
6, 9, 4 flop, 2 clubs.
I don't hate it. It seems reasonable. I wouldn't personally have checked very much, but if you're going to check any 9, this is kind of the worst 9 you can have. So seems pretty decent. Yeah, Fold coming in for the extremely small bet.
12.5%.
Yeah. It's 2023, mate. 24?
24.
It's 2024, mate. This is all the rage now. Just put in a crumb and seeing how they react.
Don't ask Jay, he only found out yesterday Queen had died.
What, really? Queen's dead? Who's that?
The Queen of the UK. Well, not the Queen anymore.
Oh, the
Because
Queen.
she
That
pa-
Queen.
Yeah, she passed
oh,
away.
the Queen. Okay.
The Queen passed away.
The Queen. Rest in peace. So salute you.
What happened was I got one of the new 50p pieces, and it's got. I was like, "Where's the
It's-
Queen?"
oh,
There's a
right.
bloke on the back. What happened to the Queen? So it goes for the double barrel here, Fogging.
Yeah, he's expecting to have the best hand almost always, right? Because you don't really expect your opponent to check. You're really like expecting him to have ace high here, like a huge amount, and so Fog can just kind of liberally bet as small as he wants to attack ace high, basically. He's actually got a candidate to bluff.
Oh, he's going to check on the river. So I've got a 10 for the straight,
timing.
7. Give me the straight.
That's a very strange one. You could bluff that. You haven't really got a great blocker, the 5 necessarily, but it's going to be hard to have a worse hand than 5-6. However, you've definitely got some showdown because you're expecting him to have ace high, so why would you need to bluff as well? But like that was quite a complicated hand, I feel like. Down to 11 already.
Down to
They are
11.
flying out.
Who was out? 12.
Glenn Gaines, we saw.
That was Glenn.
Glenn Gaines. Robbie Bull says he's a dog with hat maximalist. Yeah, fair enough. See the whiffs getting shouted out in the chat. The chat's loving the whiff coin. Hey, good luck to you.
There's not a whiff coin, is there?
Yeah, there's a whiff. There's dog. That's what I was saying. Dog whiff hat. That's what the coin's called.
No way.
Yeah, the whiff.
I thought you was
that
just
was
having a
no.
troll.
That was pumping for a moment. That was like that was the in coin. That coin was in fashion.
Do you know what?
You know why? Because it was a dog with a hat.
Part of me wishes I got into crypto like 10 years ago.
Of course you do.
But then
Everyone says that.
Part of me wishes I didn't as well. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
like,
happy that I didn't.
You might be able to say that about the Apple Vision Pro today. Like if you say like, "Oh, I wish I bought one on release and held it for 10 years."
In the box.
You could do that like
Why
next
is the
month
box
when it
worth
comes
more
out.
than the actual
Because
thing
people
that's in
are
it?
just unbox therapy tower. Like,
You have the first ever Walkman without the box is worth $9.99.
oh yeah, but having it sealed, that definitely has. Some, surely you can see the value in like.
Having it with the box is worth $1 million.
It becomes timeless when it's sealed. You know, like hindsight is a wonderful thing. Indeed, it is, Ravi. Indeed, it is. We'd all be rich men if we were.
Indeed.
We just bought a load of stupid meme coins.
I still would have found a way to screw it up, even if I had the
Exactly.
information.
And like, let's say you did have the information, and your coin, you put in 10 grand, and it skyrockets to 2 million. You know, have you got the mental strength to watch it go to 2 million and not cash out? That's the real thing, because it's not easy to just be like, oh, I'll just sit on it. It's gonna, it's probably gonna 10x from here. You've put in 10, and it's like at 60, and you're just gonna hold it. Like it's starting to become. Anyway.
Yeah, blind on blind
It's a gamble,
action
it's a
again
gamble.
here. Foggy and Stato this time. Stato with top pair called the 1BB bet. Foggy on the flop and 5 of spades on turn.
Fogan's coming in for a second barrel here. 85,000. And we're going to see a call from Stato, surely. No raising allowed here. What we putting Foggin on then? We'll have a pretty limp call. So I'll give Foggin
Limp call with
a
strength.
Jack 7 off. No, that's not a good choice. A Jack 6 of clubs. That's what I'll give Fog.
He's hit the 6.
He's hit a pair of 6s on the river, so he's going to give up. Well, I say give up, you know, he's... I'm not hearing any guesses from you two, no committing at all. Like,
It's blind on blind, that's the problem. It could
could
be
be
so
any
many
four.
hands. It's just like blind on blind. He can
Well,
have
we can
so much.
eliminate,
All
like-
right. I'm going to give him the...
he should be quite...
I'm going to give him the king 8 off.
That's reasonable too.
I'm going to give him the king 8 off.
Now,
with a heart.
King 8 off would be a beautiful hand to
With-
bluff
with
with.
a heart.
Yeah.
King 8 off
King
with
8
a
off
heart
would be
we'll
one of
go
the
with.
nutted hands to bluff with here. Stato should call, but honestly, I don't expect to win that much when I call here, but I just click call.
225 into just shy of 3.
Blocking 7-8. So Foggin's not... Whoa, that's some respect. We're not going to see it. Damn.
Never know.
Stato.
Somebody send him a message.
Stato's, you know, he's smarter than me. He's got 1.4 million chips.
Look at them
So
stacks.
I'm going to defer to Stato and say that was a great fold.
He can make lots of different words out of a 9-letter word. He's got all these things in the arsenal that others haven't.
He's got live reads as well, Stato, actually.
Arsenal's only 7. There's some 9-letter words.
Is that respect or disrespect? What are we talking about? Is Mukhtar still in? No, Mukhtar's in the main, mate. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Yep, he's not wrong. So let's just go punt on every coin then. You know, may as well. Every coin of a dog with some sort of, you know, clothing attachment.
Talking about the crypto, would you ever forgive yourself for spending 64 million on a pizza? Or whatever it was at the time, whatever it was now.
You know, who's to say that like Roblox money in 30 years' time is going to be worth loads, and some of these kids are going to have spent literal like billions of dollars potentially on like literal kids decorations. Effectively, you just can't you can't beat yourself up because like it's a bit different if you're like spending it on like let's say I don't know partying, where you're like.
He was hungry
Then you're like, oh, I was having, you know, like, you didn't have to do that. Like, you didn't have to, I don't know, it's hard to think of an example. I wouldn't, you'd definitely feel it forever, wouldn't you? I don't know if I'd forgive myself necessarily, but like, you'd come to a acceptance, surely. What can you do? How can you, like...
Yeah. Having the guy accept it was the weird, I'm guessing was the weird thing at the time.
Yeah, I mean, that guy's a G.
It was StarCraft as well. They used to give out places in StarCraft. There used to be like first place $10, second place $5, third place 25 Bitcoin.
Bitcoins,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, 25 Bitcoin. Like this is like 15 odd years ago.
I haven't got 25 Bitcoin.
Oh.
Right, what the hell? What,
You
who
were
is this-
sailing,
who
you were
is this
sailing
rich
around the
man?
world, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
You got
like,
25 Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So Jack 6 off for you. Not going to be
In the
defending.
bin, mate. George taking it down.
So 11 left out of 110. Another super field for the high roller. We're on
11 left.
Yeah, left tee's 9. And we'll crown a champion whenever that is tonight. Stato running deep again. So too the grey hair million. I love that.
Grey hair millionaire.
I prefer
I love that he
Silver
wrote
Pigeon.
it himself. Like, silver pigeon.
Yeah, I like the silver pigeon.
Here he is, on the button. There he is. The pigeon. The silver pigeon.
Makes it 50.
Coming in for 50,000. Ewan
Ewan's had a spin.
could 3-bet fold here, probably just fold. Yeah, I like it. And the silver pigeon is in quite good shape here.
George goes with the 10-9.
Let's see something.
Oh,
There we go, that's something.
Yeah.
Yeah. The silver pigeon, what's he going to do? He's going to go for a 45k C-bet, I'll bet you that.
I agree.
Yeah. 40k, damn.
Looks like 35. Goes to the little,
Wow, he's really...
goes to the quarter
Yeah.
with the Jack 10 suited.
George is going to pay the man 35,000. And surely we're going to see the pigeon start blasting here, you know?
Great
Surely
hands.
we're going to see a large wager incoming. Deuce of diamonds, perfect one to absolutely bomb it. I would go for like a geo sizing here, meaning I would go for sizing that let me shove the river
200 then, yeah, just under pot.
just under
190.
pot, yeah, leaving 570, so maybe like 190, and then so you're going 90% on the turn, 90% on the river. However, the chip value goes up because we're in the money / close to the final table, so you know you don't necessarily need to bomb it every time. I just, on the deuce, I would definitely choose to go for my sort of polarized setting up a river jam sizing. But then, you know, you do that sometimes and they jam on you and you feel like I've absolutely torched it. I've just put in 190k when I could have checked and hit my like very clean 6 outs. But he's got it through. George.
That's it. Silver Pigeon gets it
The
through.
Silver
That's it.
Pigeon.
That's yes, the best hand
The
to fold.
Silver Pigeon. He's done it.
So we're on 11. Conan's watching from Brazil.
Beautiful Brazil.
Good evening. What time is it? Is it in Brazil? Are they behind?
Yeah. Maybe 12 or 11 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, midday something says. Vamu. Yeah, facts.
Call the floor, Kurt. Call the floor. This is ridiculous.
When's Moon?
Every hand.
Soon. I reckon by the time we get to Vegas this year, by the time World Series rolls around, we'll all be on the moon. Ewan McNicholas, he's got the 9-8 offsuit. I think he's going to fold, but I think opening would be totally fine. Okay. Totally fine with the open. It's an it's a close one, I think. This is like stone bottom of range. You're also opening into like the chip leader at the table, which is usually you go a pip tighter or something. The Foggin, he's got the Jack 2 suited, the Stato special.
Flop a king, 6-3, 2 clubs.
Foggin's got a combo that could go for a check raise here, but it would be quite ambitious. However, when you've got this many chips, you like to do ambitious stuff. So I would love to see it. So when you've got like he's got a jack which blocks king jack, which is nice, and you've got like a backdoor straight draw and a backdoor flush draw, and when you tick all those 3 boxes, I think you're allowed to check raise a bit. Doesn't mean that you should just relentlessly check raise every time, but I think that would have been a pretty good candidate. Maybe you're better off having like a queen 5 of hearts, not a jack 2 of hearts, but that was a candidate, I would say. And people in the chat are probably thinking, you know, I've never seen you do anything in your life, Tom. You've never check raise bluff in your life. What are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure.
But it's, you know, when you're in the commentary booth, you've got to talk as if, you know, you're doing stuff. Yeah. My game is, you know, blinding down to about 14 big blinds and making sure I know what I'm doing then, you know. I'm terrible at the real poker. The Silver Pigeon. Last time we played together, me and the Silver Pigeon, he cracked my ace jack suited with ace jack suited.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
That's always a grim
The
one.
Silver Pigeon. Stato. I see some Stato. Oh, come on. I always like to see Stato, Mitch, Keith, those 3 play against each other because it's a funny dynamic because they play against each other so much.
Yeah. I said that to Mitch this morning. I said, how come you and Stato are always on the same table?
It's like a weird magnetic energy from DTV.
Mitch just says, I requested it.
All I've seen is Tom getting aces 12 times in 2 days. Yeah, I mean, it's probably more like 7 times, mate, to be honest. But, you know.
Tom doing some advertising that he never bluffs.
Yeah, exactly.
Smart guy.
Yep.
I love it.
Why do you think I came in the booth, guys? Like, I got to get some points somewhere. I love the combined chat, by the way. We don't get to do that as a viewer, you know. Like
Unless you open all 3.
Yeah, which you're not going to do.
Which you're never going to do.
Yeah.
Are you flicking in the main tomorrow?
I am not, because I've got a family dinner on Saturday night,
right, okay.
and I don't really want to. You know,
Not go.
there'd only be a 10% chance or something that I would be in the tournament, but
Yeah.
I was going to play the main, and now I'm thinking that I shouldn't play the main. It's more important just to
Be a family
go
guy
for
on
a
Saturday.
nice dinner. yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah. Here we go. The Silver Pigeon versus the Fog, the Foggy, the Foggin, the Fog Machine.
The fog machine.
Great flop for Foggin
Ace,
to start
10, queen,
blasting.
2 hearts.
Absolutely blast off with this hand. Yeah, well, we're not going to see any action, but you know,
Check fold.
we got some real regs in the chat. I've noticed some actual
Yes.
regs in here.
Absolutely.
You know, a bit of the Hardcastle, Marchington.
We've got final table list everywhere.
We got Ravi. We've got Asifo,
Benteague.
Benteague, yeah,
Yep. We've got Curtis.
Gibraltarian. I know these names. I've seen you guys.
Robbie Bull,
I'm up
the
in there.
Toysonator.
Robbie Ball, yeah.
Yeah.
He plays cards.
He does.
Second place on the old
Well, every now and
NPL.
again you'll see the big smile coming up in the background on
You
the
know, I
on
wonder
the
if
screen.
I wonder if Robbie Ball goes for it again this year. I bet he doesn't, because like it's going to be a lot of hard work this year to win the NPL. It really is.
I
You've
think the
got to
best
be
thing about
dedicated.
I think the best thing about it for you guys that play the eye roller points
It's separate now almost.
but they also account
Go
to the
into,
NPL. Yeah. You
Oh, I only learned that today.
Yeah, you got the separate league for the high roller, but you've also got the points that go into the main.
I believe Robbie played this. Yeah, you're right. You get points for the MPL, but you also get points for the high roller leaderboard,
right.
and the money goes to the high roller leaderboard for the high rollers. So it allows people like myself who don't have the time to play all of the events. Usually, it's just I would love to play all the events, but it's just too much poker all the time. There's stops every week now, and like
Yeah, there can be.
it's
you have a
insane how
do you-
quickly you get burned out.
Do you have a
Sorry.
calendar?
Try not to, but
No.
like inevitably, before you know it, you have a calendar because you look at the schedule. You're like, oh, I'm gonna play that, and that, and that.
Trips abroad?
Yeah, nothing locked in yet though. Vegas, just Vegas for now, but we'll see. I'm thinking some trips. I just don't want to verbally commit. You know. Yeah, something exactly right, and it really wears you down. Like it really wears you down. Can you explain the high roller leaderboard? So the high roller leaderboard runs alongside the MPL, and every time you play a high roller on both Grosvenor and the 888 ones now, you will get points for both the MPL and also for the high roller leaderboard. The money from the high rollers that is supposed to go to the MPL, or usually would go to the MPL, now is funneled into this high roller leaderboard, and all of the money from the 2% taken from each buy-in in the high rollers is split into, the payouts are like first 30%, second 25%, third 20%, along these lines. So it's good for, it's a less committing leaderboard, which is nice.
Yeah.
What's up, Mike? Yeah, I was a dealer at DTD, Michelle.
There we go. Remember when you were a dealer,
Yeah.
just still don't?
Well, you got to start somewhere, haven't you? Right. Yeah, Asifo, that never stopped running the PCA footage from 2014 or whenever it was. Like,
You had the queens, I'm guessing.
I don't really remember, honestly.
I see photos.
Oh no, I had the 10s.
Oh, you had the 10s?
Yeah, I had the 10s, and I punted in that hand. That was a bad play by me, Asifo. But I was not ready for that tournament. You know, that was my first ever 10K.
Oh, okay,
and I
right.
got 11th or something.
Yeah.
And I just was not good enough at poker / experienced enough to play well on that stage. I did play some poker against Selps. The 10s against Queens wasn't against Selps. Old Vanessa, haven't seen her in a while. Uh-oh, Ewan McNicholas. He's going to be all in here, I believe. Uh-oh, Ewan. I would shove all of my chips into the middle here. I think 3-bet call is something that you can do, but I also think, yeah, he's done the 3-bet. Okay, it does when you 3-bet. It allows you to get away if, like, let's say George got it in and then Stato called off, for example.
Yeah.
The solver loves to shove the spot ace queen offsuit because when you go to the flop, it's pretty miserable a lot of the time. The pot's 450k, and you play 630, and if you miss the flop, you kind of have to just bet call off. It's definitely not folding; he's calling off. Yeah.
There we go. Ewan Nicholas is at risk. Stato with the ace king. Ewan Nicholas, I've seen him before with the ace queen off.
Like, Ewan's a really good player, but he's also more of a cash background. So like that's making these big, like 30 to 40 big blind shoves is something that you would never ever do in a cash game. So wow.
What
Sponsored
flop.
pro.
Whoa.
Sponsored
Pick
pro.
your
boys.
flops.
Is it going to be a chop? I'd love to see a chop.
Oh, imagine. Oh, it's not. Wow.
Stato
Queen,
does
king,
run
king.
quite bad, I must say. Like, from what I've experienced, he does tend to run bad.
Wowzers.
Team Pro, yep, Team Pro. Team Pro, Ewan McNicholas. What's the flop? Oh, there's 2 queens on it. What a surprise.
I need 2 queens. There.
Oh, there they are, yep.
You can have them.
Where's Matt Davenport? Oh, Matt Davenport's tripled up.
Don't just have one, have the other one.
When's Jamie Nixon going to get this lucky? Jamie Nixon's due like a... Oh no, he won something recently, didn't he? I don't know, Jamie Nixon's always due.
One of his students won. One big in
I saw
London.
that in the... Yeah, something or other.
One big in London for 79,000 or whatever it was.
Team Pro. Ewan McNicholas. But can he beat the Silver Pigeon? I don't know about that. Always see Stato running horrible. Yeah, I mean, that's what I just said. Like, it seems like it. He just barely ever runs good. He's been building up big stacks recently, but like the last high roller, GUKPT, you remember he was chip leader on the bubble, chip leader with like 14 left, out in like 9th, or 10th or something.
Sometimes you do not run well. There's some players you notice more when
Yeah,
you see
you know,
them
there's
regular as well.
some guys like Jack Hardcastle out there who just, they don't run like Stato, they run like Jack Hardcastle, and life is a never-ending breed. No, I say that. He's been on a bit of a downer, has our Jack Hardcastle. No, that's also a lie because he just banged off 250k in Vegas, didn't he? Never stops for the lad. Waiting for a JBH comment.
I don't actually know where he is at this moment in time.
Yeah, what a gent. The Silver Pigeon. It's a shame Foggin's got nothing. Yes, sadly, Candice was knocked out on the bubble.
Yes.
But Candice has been grinding. I see you, Candice. I see you out there. The Silver Pigeon's going to be... Look at his face.
What's a flop?
But, he's a millionaire. This ain't nothing for him. Stato running horrific. So true. Grey hair, millionaire. What's going on in the other table? Can we get some out of table Bowie action?
No, unfortunately not.
No? Oh.
No.
Bowie's probably got like 2.5 mil by
Unless there is an Olin and Nicole and PK will be there with the camera.
Well, he managed to get the camera out on me every time I was Olin. And I had the worst ad every time, except for my 6-2 suited. Yeah, unlucky Candice.
Indeed.
Just got some good rail support, which is good. Yeah, David Doherty confirms. Stato runs Harif. At first I thought Nick had misspelt horrible, but now I see it. Harif. Poor Jack, I know. Poor Jack, he had a bad few months there.
Dave.
45 tournaments in a row in Vegas he didn't cash. Boo-hoo.
That's why Jay's taking 10 minutes away, Dave. He felt a bit guilty when he said it was a smooth flop.
Yeah, smooth flop. Yeah, true. Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
I told him straight away, is that a smooth flop, mate? Doesn't look very smooth to me. George, winning. Stato, running Harif. Stato, Let's hope he spins it up, because I don't want to see him finish 10th again. I will feel for him if he does, because it gets pretty annoying.
Indeed. Final table of 9, we're on 11.
11, yeah.
2 players to bust away at the FT.
Who have we got else on the? Who's on the outer? Andy, Endrit.
Yeah, Endrit's playing well. Brandon Shields.
Turk.
Mad Turk.
Great
Matt
lineup.
Davenport,
What a lineup! Holy.
And Swanley.
This is a great tournament.
It is. And we saw the name.
And by great, I mean not profitably great, as in just great names. Like.
And even buying in today too is 16 big, so 6.
Chilling. Yeah.
Like,
Still nice. Yeah.
But the queue of the people that were buying in, you're like, this is like.
Well, people are starting to understand
field.
more that like you don't have to play again with 25 big blinds. You can wait till the end, and it's probably better.
Yeah.
You know, because like it really gets bloody in the last 2 hours of the day if you're just ready to click the auto rebuy button. When you buy in for 33 bigs, you get ace queen, you reshove, you lose to 10s, go back to the desk. Now it's 25 bigs. You get ace 10 suited, and you're all in again, and you lose another. Like it's so quick how fast 25 big blinds can go. The Silver Pigeon's inquiring about George's stack. He's defended, got the same hand. George is going to be a favourite, being in position. But maybe, you know, Keith's pigeon status / millionaire bankroll makes it a fair fight here. Maybe this is a true 50-50.
Oh, to the flop.
What do you mean profitably great? Poker is a gambling game with no skill edge. Yeah, maybe for you, Nick Marchington, when you like 4-bet jam ace 4 suited on a 25k bubble, you know. Some of us are nit.
And be folding.
Yep. Well, we're going to see a call here.
Yeah, ace queen 6 flop. Both in middle pair.
Nick Marchington, what a guy. I looked at your Hendon mob the other day because I forgot which year you made the final table of the main, and bloody hell did you look young. Time has marched on by. It's crazy, like how fast it's going. Is Dave out? Dave has been eliminated. He had ace queen against Stato's ace jack. Stato got lucky for the first time ever, but since then it's all been deleted, and Stato is back to his usual unlucky self.
You and when Nicholas took most of them off him.
Yep. With pure skill, I might add. He's actually walked away from the table to go brag to the other table about how many chips he's got. Check on the turn. Keith's going to go for the block bet on the river, and I imagine it gets quickly called, but honestly, you're not thrilled. Yep. Exciting poker.
Chop it up. Jason Rice says, who won the PLO because he ran like a brick? Riggy won the PLO. Paul Rigg.
Big fan of Riggy. Yeah. I think it's been long. Yeah, you're definitely allowed to moan. Definitely allowed to moan. You can definitely moan about the main event if you want in the chat box. That's fine. About your. Man, I might have to re-watch that year, Nick.
What year was it?
I don't remember. Nick will have to tell us.
2017.
Yeah, it feels like an eternity ago already. When I looked at, when I looked at the picture of him in that main, I was like, whoa. You've aged horribly, Nick. No, I'm just joking.
Yep, the Mad Turkey still is on the outer table with Hendrik GUKPT.
2019. It's not even that long ago.
2019.
That's so. It's
2019.
Like less than 5 years. It's crazy. That's just before COVID, right? Or 2021 was COVID? When was COVID?
2020 didn't happen.
No COVID on 2020. 21.
March 2020 we should have.
Oh, March 2020 was the start of COVID.
Yeah. It was.
Good times.
2019 final table.
The Foggin, he's found the Cowboys. Stato is about to wake up with jacks. Just so you watch. Stato's going to have a really good hand here. That would be classic Stato.
He looks down. He peels. Well,
No,
found one of them. He found one of them.
I'm not sure about this
Ace
one.
8.
I think you do shove. Because Mark is the chip leader or close to it, and he should be opening a lot, so... although the dynamic has changed, and Mark is now not the chip leader, and technically Ewan is. And he's raising into Ewan, who is the chip leader, so he should be a little bit tighter. I mean, Stato could find a fold here. I think this is like the exact bottom. Good fold. Like, that is not an easy fold to make because you assume that Fog is opening quite a lot. That's very disciplined. It may not look that disciplined, but that was very disciplined.
Yes, 8 did get out of the way. No action for Foggy with the kings.
A7 is a clear fold, Ace9 is a clear jam, so Ace8 is going to be somewhere in the very close region of... Countdown Octo Champion, very cool WSOP champ, yep. That's
Sounds
him.
good. Had a deep run last year.
Yeah, I wanted Stato to win the main as well. Yeah. It was an unfortunate
was a
run
good
out.
watch.
Like the way there was
the
like
two pair
4
on the river,
Brits.
wasn't it?
No, I meant I meant there was like 4
right.
Brits all got kind of wiped just before the real juice. You know.
Yeah.
We were almost going to have like the best FT for us ever, where we would have had like 3 to 4 rail bits, but Stato's got the Jack-9 suited. Interesting to see if he shoves or min raises. I like both.
At least 5.
Min raise, good. Silver Pigeon, he's found it. And Stato's going to give a speech before he folds to the Pigeon's 3-bet you watch. There'll be some sort of banter between the two of these players.
Stato and 13 bigs. Keith and 1.1 mil. All sitting pretty. 54, 48, 40 and 38. And then Stato down on 13. 11 players left, 9 on the FT.
Dean Eggs is on the outer table, Andrew. Yep. Still in. He's got 1.5 big blinds staying alive.
Is the cash bad beat jackpot in play in Manchester this weekend? Yes, it is.
Oh,
It seems really sad.
Yep.
I wanted to needle him, but he's not giving me anything, so I just feel like a knock.
yeah, Nick. That's kind of what happened to me as well. Not quite like that. I was following a bit on day 6, I think. Yeah, I had a couple little pieces that you know, could have gone all the way, but
Do you ever swap?
yeah, I do some swaps.
You do swaps. You just do swaps.
I don't. I used to do a lot more swaps than I do now.
Yeah.
I like to do swaps in like the main. I like to do swaps in like the massive field. I like to do like in the Vegas main, for example. I like to do like loads of 2%.
Yeah.
Rather than having big percentages, because if a 2% goes really deep, you're still getting crazy money.
Yeah.
Like, and it's also a way to hedge your bets very well in the main. You know, and it's good because I never do anything in the main. I never get anywhere, and I'm usually the one who.
This is the year, Tom. This is the year.
This is the year. I mean, I'm building up to it. Yeah. I tend to blast off on day 1 in the main. You know. Which isn't my style usually, but I can't help myself in the main. In the main, people are so insane that like I feel like I just have to do stuff, and before I know it, I'm down to half starting stack, and I was like, man, I wish I'd done nothing.
Do you think it's the length of the clock?
Yeah, and it's just the standard of play is so low that like you don't bluff until day 4. Exactly, Nick. You have to wait until the pressure's on before these people will actually fold. It's very special, the World Series, mate. The standard and the energy and the people that you get who are. Is that the Tom? Is this the Tom that lost his wallet in Vegas?
Lost his wallet?
No, I don't think so.
No. If you have to think about it, it's definitely not you.
I lost a 1K Rio
Now,
chip.
Jay would tell you stories about losing everything in Vegas. Wallets, passports, watches, phones,
Watches?
everything. He does a lot hanging out to cars when there's lorries driving past and all sorts, you know.
What, that's a real story?
Oh,
He was
these
hanging
are all
in his wallet.
these are all real stories.
What the hell's wrong with you,
These
Jay?
are all, these are all real stories. You wait till he comes back.
Yeah, I mean, I've lost stuff, but like...
Ask him about the first night. When he comes back into the comms box, just ask him about his first night, sat outside the hotel waiting to check in. Just ask him.
All right,
When he comes
all
back.
right, I will ask him. I'll ask him about
It's interesting.
that. Okay.
It's the kind of run good the guy gets.
Oh, just normal Jay run good, just
unbelievable.
breezing through life, not realising how lucky he is. A bit of a Jack Hardcastle, one might say.
You know, like when
Right.
you get a taxi home one night after finishing work and you leave your laptop in the back seat of the car,
Yeah.
and then 2 days later you get a knock on the door and the driver comes and delivers it back to you. That kind of run good, you know what I mean?
Jesus, wow. Actually blessed.
That's the kind of run good we're talking about.
I lost a 1K Rio chip in the win, and someone handed it in.
Really?
Yeah. Well, they are tracked. You know, the
How do they track it?
microchips in the chip slash
So they know
a
when you
number
bought them?
on the... I don't know exactly, to be
weird,
honest.
isn't it?
Yeah, I don't quite get it. But if you've got 5K Rio chips, for example, you can't just give someone a 5K chip and they can go use it.
Yeah.
Like they will ask you or do something when it gets to a certain amount. So maybe if I'd lost a 500 chip, they would have pocketed it.
Yeah.
But a 1K chip,
Right.
you know. So if you're going to lose money, make sure it's a big amount.
So do they come and look for you, or do you report it and then?
I asked them at the desk and said, I've lost a 1K chip, and if you see it, could you let me know? And they let me know 20 minutes later, like someone's handed in a 1K chip.
Oh, wow.
I know, I couldn't believe it. I was like, well, I deserve this. Like when I realised, I was like, I deserve this for being me, for being sloppy, you know? We've got some pair versus pair action here. Back to the action, back to the poker. We saw Fog take it down with a straight in the last hand. Wasn't particularly of interest the last hand, but we saw Foggin make a straight on the river and scoop a little one. Foggin's debating free bet here. Foggin's in good form. Foggin just final table the Dust All Door main as well. The 500 with 100k up top. I don't know where he finished, but maybe 5th or 4th, something like this. Foggin finished. Ace 4. Stato!
And then Stato looks down at the ace
Stato's
king.
woken up in the dream of all dreams with 2 dead 4s.
Ace for Keith. George has got the 4s.
This is an
Ace,
ambitious
four,
squeeze.
3 bet.
However, usually there's a reason why people, Foggin's on a good ride. He's been doing really well recently,
Yeah.
and probably this sort of stuff has been working a lot for him. So, when you get that rhythm of starting to bluff a little more, for example, and squeezing lighter stuff like this, and it
Here's
starts
announced it.
working, you do it more and more.
Announced race.
No, he's announced call.
What was it? Just call?
Yeah, he's left himself with a crumb behind
Got you.
because of a pay jump. Well, I say a crumb, 70, but it's not going to change the action, basically, is what's happened here. And Stato's in the real dream here. He doesn't know it because he doesn't know the 4s are dead. But this would be classic Stato, where the flop comes 2, 3, 8, for example. Oh God, there it is. There's the wheel for Fog.
The 4 of hearts is live.
The 2's alive. Yeah, the 2's alive.
Fogging announces all in. And now Stato's like, now what?
He's called him. And he's in great shape. But can Stato dodge? What do you think, chat? Can he do it? I left 60k in an Uber this summer and got it back. Nick Marchington. Jesus Christ, brother.
Was he the driver?
Yeah. He was driving the Uber, yeah. He was given like
60k.
Pair the board on the tab.
So, Stato is in.
Coming in hot, Stato.
Take a chop.
Octuple countdown champion, Andrew Holm. He's switched his job and now he's here. He's done it. He's dodged it. How has he done it? He's actually done it. What a dream for Stato. 900.
You say that, I've been out for half hour. What happened? Stato had like 1.4 million when I went.
He doubled up you.
In classic Stato fashion, he got very unlucky. He got what are they saying?
Oh, Ewan, I take
What
it.
are they saying in the chat? What was the word again? Stato always running Harif. That's it. Stato just runs Harif. You know? The Fog, he got his hand caught in the cookie jar there, and Keith would have knocked out Stato And Keith wouldn't have let it go quietly, I tell you. The grey hair millionaire silver pigeon, he would not have, he would have needled Stato on the way out. And he is fuming that Mark Foggin squeezed there.
Would you like a top up?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Certainly. Yeah.
Same?
Yes, please.
Jay?
Yeah, I'll have a cup of tea, please, Tower.
Nice one. It's just me, guys, and Jay's shoulder.
That's it.
Yeah.
Over one.
Peppermint tea.
Yeah, give me a peppermint tea. Thank you, Tower. Foggin coming in with a Jack 10 offsuit. Francis saying he loves the commentary. Well, you've just got downgraded because Jay's been swapped with Tower. So you're about to...
Mate, you're right.
Here comes Stato. I'd love to see a shove here. Very high risk, but I'd love to see it. Call is totally good to me. Oh, it's Foggin limped. Sorry. I would never shove. Oh boy. Now, what's Stato going to do here? Because when you back jam here, you have no good hands. Really, do you? Like,
Not
nothing,
once you
like,
complete
premium.
small, yeah.
Like, and also, Stato knows that Keith is on the tighter side, or at least he, historically would think that he is. So will Stato decide to? Oh.
Well, now it looks even more appetising.
Oh man, yeah, this could be a gold mine jam. Actually, you're right. But also, like I said, what the hell are you jamming? And if Keith has any
This
good
is the
hand,
thing,
he's not
yeah.
folding.
Like Ace 10 even calls like we
I
don't.
would
We
call.
don't.
Yeah, I'd be like
yeah.
fist pumping to call.
Like probably like 7s, 8s is probably the best hand Stato can have here. Would you say, Tom, or would that just shove over? That just shove over the
I
limit?
think that raises or does something. 5s, maybe that's limping. 6s, maybe limping. 7s, I think is just too generous. Yeah, if he's jammed, he's called. Okay, I like both, to be honest. Yes, I agree, Nick. I would definitely go with it for. Yeah, I know it's not a great back jam hand, but it's so good looking,
Yeah.
And classic Stato.
Classic silver pigeon, more like.
Yeah, good point. This is going to be really tough for Stato. Very, very tough for Stato to get away here. How can Stato have a better hand here? He cannot have a. Stato can barely even have an ace here. So like, if Keith starts barreling it off, it's going to be like theoretically borderline impossible. But it is the silver pigeon.
Didn't factor that in, did you, Tom? So 100k quarter C bet from Keith. Foggy does have this gutter ball here, but still with Stato behind to worry about. Just going to let it go versus quarter.
Yeah, like it. Stato is in a world of pain. He knows the silver pigeon's got it already. Like, I'm a fan of everyone, pretty much, in this tournament.
Stato goes with call. Is there a well where Stato gets away from it?
Is there a time where a 5 comes off with Stato first time ever? Can he get away from it? I mean, theoretically, no. Like.
Well, any 8 Jack Queen King Ace would, well, obviously not an ace, but any 8 Jack Queen King would end up chopping this one up. As Keith here, I think we're just always happy to go bet, especially the fact we got the Ace of Hearts as well. Ace 8 suited, maybe one hand that gets there on the turn, but Ace of Hearts in hand. There's only one combo left of that.
If you barreled off here and Stato showed down with Ace Jack, you'd be so irritated because that's just not supposed to be a thing. You're just absolutely loving it with Ace 10 here. 275. I mean, this is.
Now we just hate this double barrel.
But
what do we beat, Tom? What do we beat?
King 10 suited of clubs, King Jack suited. because the offsuit ones, I don't think they raise free.
The thing is Keith going to double barrel though? This is the thing. Once Stato calls on ace
He
queen,
should though, because like Stato is very unlikely to have an ace, and like you've got all the ace X, and he's got all the diamonds, and Jack 10 is himself, you know.
can he not just have like ace deuce suited through ace 9 suited or pure Stato?
Yeah, but you've got an ace, and that's how many combos? Like that's 5 combos compared to all the Jack 10s and all the diamonds, like, and all the Queen X. Like, well, all the Queen X is only Queen Jack, Queen 10, Queen 9 suited, Queen 8 suited probably.
But there's the other thing, does Keith, after a foggy limp on the button, does Keith raise hands like Jack 10 off? Is he not just going to take his equity and check?
No, I'm
check
talking
these
about
hands
from the
back?
Stato side. That Stato should have Jack 10, and I could see Stato. Is he shoved?
He has gone all in, and Keith snaps it off with the ace 10, and
I see
Stato
a chop on the river.
down to a 5 to double. Can get a chop though. King, Queen, Jack 8.
Let's see a King Queen Jack 8 on the river. Come on, chat. Send Stato your energy.
And it's a 9 of hearts. So Stato eliminated by the silver pigeon. I'm never going to stop using that, Tom. Thank you very much. And he takes home £4,280.
Silver Pigeon's going for back-to-back high roller wins here, technically. He won the one in Nottingham.
Yeah, the super high roller.
2,700, yeah. Knock me out, guy.
We wait for another
Cash.
player. Zero and 90.
Plus 1,200. Great weekend.
Great weekend.
Wow, it was a Wednesday.
I made the trip up there Saturday evening for the turbo.
Yeah.
And by the time Max Late Reg closed on the turbo, I had maxed out, so I couldn't even have another bullet. Couldn't even go for the max out. Yeah, I had 3 in the turbo from start. Yeah.
Yeah, they should just like open up the turbo. Right. Like an unlimited turbo. Right. No one cares at that point.
So went there, hour or two, donated 1,500 quid to the prize pool.
Yeah, you're a good man, you know. The
I'm
big
nice
ones,
like
you
that,
got to
Tom,
turn
you
up
see?
and put some money in.
Fucking everything out. It's good. Good for you.
Oh, no comments in the chat. Nothing.
Nothing going
Nothing.
on. Could be a time to tell you what tower was going on
tell
about
me
Vegas.
about the
so
story
what happened was basically I was sitting there on a bench outside the Virgin Hotel, and when I've got up, I've left my rucksack on the bench and just forgot about it.
Okay.
I've this was actually after I checked in. Tower got it slightly wrong, but I've left it on the bench, not for anything. I've gone to bed. I get bang on my door about 5, 6 in the morning, like bang bang, and security. I'm thinking, oh no, what have I done here? And they go, are you Jay Harwood? And I was like, yeah, that's me. And they were like, we got your bag here. I had passport in, had cash in, had loads of my little bits. Had some medicine in that I need to take.
You're a very lucky man.
And
oh, look who has just moved to the furniture table. You are a lucky man, very clearly. Is that Bowie? Yes.
Yeah, it was
Did
very
Bowie
lucky.
pass away recently?
Yes, he did. Quite a while ago. It must have been about 5 years ago. I remember the Big Brother sketch.
Probably thinking of someone else. Well, I don't know if it's Big Brother sketch.
No, there was one of David Bowie's ex-missuses basically got the news that he died while she was on reality TV in the Big Brother house, and she come back in and told everyone David's dead. And they thought David Guest, who was on the show, had died. Yeah,
right.
And it caused commotion. And I don't really watch reality TV. I never actually watched that series, but I just remember seeing the clip. And back to the action, Ewan with the
I
Puppy
might have
8s.
watched Big Brother season 1 or 2, maybe back in the day when it came out. I haven't got any memories of watching it. Andy Wilson, here he is. Let's learn poker, boys.
And these two will be very familiar with each other.
Yep.
Same sort of circle, Ewan and Bowie. And he defends the 6-5 suited. Ewan with the 8s.
It's a flip. Oh, Stato.
We've got an interesting flop here,
Yeah.
Tom.
Ewan could check back here if he wants, or he could go for both sizings probably. Could go for a big or a small. Yeah, check back, I like it. Very interesting.
Tasty.
I imagine we see Bowie put in a little 45k here, try and get some ace high value, covering the hearts now. So like you're not trying to unbalance because of the hearts, but like you generally get to play a smaller strategy. I think here when you have more coverage, like you've got 4-5 and they don't. 50k.
Way off, Tom.
45. No. I'm learning. No.
So 5's a 50, and you're just with a clear call in position here with 8's. No other option for him.
I'd like to see. I'd love to see a heart. As an observer, I'd like to see a brick come off. Bowie bet 10%, and you go for where's the heart?
Classic Bowie.
Classic Andy Wilson. Now, interesting one. I think he goes for a mix of two sizings, one of them being a block and one of them being a very large overbet. However, it's not impossible for Ewan to have him beat. Yeah, so I don't think you can just go absolutely insane and bet that it's 600k for him. But I wouldn't put it out of Bowie's reach. Like most players would never have that in their locker. He's gone for the block.
Third pot. 100k.
Attacking exactly sort of Ewan's hand / ace high with a heart, for example.
So now Andy takes a small one off Ewan, and we're heading straight to the outer table. Tom, is Endrick Getchie, who is all in and has been called.
Matt Davenport. I wonder who's going to win this one. Endrick's quite lucky as well.
We're all lucky, Tom, to be able to be in this industry and get to sit at a table playing cards.
Yeah, but we're not Matt Davenport.
That is true. We're not Matt Davenport. And there you go. Cooler classic. Jacks into tens. Endrick down to 2 outs. And do well to get out of this one. Dead on the turn. Matt Davenport busting Endrick just before the FT. £4,750 for Endrick. And we are at the final table. I'm not sure how long the break is going to be, guys. 20 minutes? 20-minute break. Comms cam is down at the moment. You coming back to join us for some action, Tom? It's an unbelievable.
Some FT ICM action.
It's not just that, it's a study tour. We got Bowie, we got Ewan.
I was saying that to a friend as I was getting a cab over, it could be a very strong lineup.
Brandon, Silver Pigeon, Foggy,
Silver Pigeon,
the Mad
the
Turk.
Fog Machine, the Mad Turk.
How can you not look forward to this
Matt
one?
Davenport. The Silver Pigeon again,
what
just
a table.
Twice, just to reaffirm that the Silver Pigeon's there.
Can we get his name? Is that on the?
I would love to see that. I would love to see some Silver Pigeon.
Oh, that's great. Right, we're going to be back in 20 minutes, guys. Tom's going to join us. He's going to be in with us for the FT, and we'll see how it goes. So we will see you just before 7:10 for the start of the final table. See you soon. There's the shout in the stream. There is the shout in the stream. Let's go, he says. To 44 players as it speaks, and there's 24 million going into one bag. Alex, what an unbelievable day you must have had.
It was unreal. I started as a short stack and now I'm just leader.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Jay said you were short. How short were you?
I had 125k to start the day.
Yeah. What did you do with the bubble? Did you just sit and wait, or did you just start?
Yeah, I was short on the bubble, to be fair.
Yeah. And you just sat and waited until the money went?
Pretty much. I still took some spots, but yeah, after the money went, couldn't lose a hand.
Could you believe when we were on the bubble, 21 all in and called in 2 hands?
I can't believe it. Yeah.
It's a huge amount of chips. What's the table been like in the last hour or so?
Yeah, alright, to be fair. I had a lot of big hands, so that helps. So
Yeah.
for me, it's been alright.
Yeah. Well, we think you're chip leader.
That'd be nice.
We're pretty sure you are chip leader, but every credit for making day 3 of the biggest Goliath
Thanks a
ever.
lot.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Hopefully it goes well.
Keep
Thanks
it
a
going.
lot.
Nice
Cheers,
one.
mate.
Alex Todd. A lot of chips. He has. I got an amount of chips that you want for day 3. We'll just have a quick word with Paul Murphy, Goliath. Day 3 tomorrow.
Yep.
We just bagged up how many?
19,025,000.
Big stack. Nice stack. How's the day been?
It's been good. Been getting nice cards.
Yeah.
Making good plays, so I've been happy.
Yeah. Mixing it up. It's a lot of players. A lot of people just say recreational players. It's just you're just taking flips a lot of the time, and you're just playing totally different. How have you found your tables today?
I've been on about 5 different
Have you?
tables. I've been moved around a lot.
Yeah.
Each has been completely different. But I think the key's been adjusting to the players.
Can you instantly spot somebody who just wants to cash to somebody who's a tour reg or something like that?
Yeah, I can, especially when they say at the table, I'm just folding the last 10 minutes.
That's always what you need. You can manipulate that. But 19 mil coming back to tomorrow. Biggest Goliath we've ever had.
Yep.
We're down to 44, and then tomorrow we're going to crown a champion. We can dream, can't we?
We can dream.
We can dream.
Hopefully final table.
Paul, many congratulations. 19 million. That is just about it from the day's full chip counts up on the website very soon. But what an amazing day. We have had 1,125 runners. We got in the money instantly. 21 all-in and calls for 2 in 2 hands to burst the bubble. We burst the bubble, and then they've gone down and down, and we've finished day 2 with 44 runners. Tomorrow, we are going to crown a champion of the biggest Goliath ever. But who is it going to be? Join us tomorrow.
Good luck, everyone. Dealers.
And there is the call from Ariane.
Yeah,
And
it's
can't
bad
really
news.
fault him for it. So I think we knew on the turn it was only going to be a few rivers that.
Takes out the second person on the final. Look at that! It always happens. Is it the queens? A set of queens. Because all the other three have all gone. And it is not queens full this time. Tens. Oh, and he took some straight in. He's not fearing anything, Tim.
Oh, there it is!
Oh, Tim Slater.
There's no help there.
Well done, and do you know what? He's shaking the hands of all the players. Oh no, he hasn't as well. Ace 5-3 for Tim Slater.
And that is a terrible turn.
And Tim Slater outflops.
Not the start we wanted.
Carl Spencer fist bumps everybody. Well played, sir. What a good effort.
Cool with the sixes. Big flip here for both players. Sixes holding at the moment.
Ace or a 10 needed, or Tim Slater is out in fourth. And it's a 9. He is out in fourth. Another fantastic effort. Well done, Tim.
Oh, that is not good. He's dead on the flop.
Sixes about for the Kevin Allen. Oh, we're down to Jack. Stu Rutter has just taken out Kev Allen, former champion of the Grand Final back in 2013.
So the flop.
Queen 8-2.
That is
That
it.
is it.
We have a champion.
We have double champion in
Go,
Mr.
go,
Stu
go.
Rutter.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Stu Rutter wins. Vic Meta second. Fantastic. Well done.
Come on. now. I don't want to see a jack or a 6.
Oh!
Jeez.
Ladies and gentlemen, on Wednesday we announced a £1 million prize pool for the second year running at Goliath. We can now announce that there are 10,585 runners currently, meaning it's the biggest tournament we have ever held in Great Britain and anywhere else outside of Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now part of history! The Goliath is the biggest it has ever been, and people are still buying it. Welcome everybody!
Ace, kings and clubs and queens fall on the end.
There's the shout in the stream. There is the shout in the stream. Let's go.
Let's do this. We are back. Joined by the mastermind, Tom Hall, going to give us some nice insights on this fight. It's good to have you here, actually, because at final table ICM, probably one of my weakest points when it comes to
yeah, fair enough.
MCT tournaments.
It's like nearly everyone. It's not overlooked, but it's something that people don't focus on because it's like less about being beating the other players and more about manoeuvring correctly. It's not the most fun brand of poker, so to speak, but it's very important for your bottom line.
So we'll run you through the players, guys. In 1, we've got the Bowie Effect, Andy Wilson. 2 is Tuan Lee. 3, the Mad Turk. 4, George Pop. 5, Keith Johnson, aka Silver Pigeon. 6, Mark Foggin. 7, Braden Shields. 8, Ewan McNicholas. And in 9 is Matt Davenport.
What a lineup.
The Matt Davenport.
The one and only Matt Davenport. Good evening, Sean Lewis. What's up, Whopper Supper?
Other guy, how dare he?
Oh, that's fine.
I'm thinking about banning him from the chat just for other guy, Tom.
I love being the other guy. Right.
I should be the other guy.
Well, I'm not the tower, am I? So I'm the other guy.
So Brandon kicking things off.
I like how his name doesn't rhyme. It like throws you off. Whopper Supper. Whopper. Does it rhyme?
Whopper Supper.
Whopper Supper.
Maybe in a northern accent you could get the rhyme out of it.
Whopper Supper.
So Tuan out the way with King 10 suited in the hijack, discipline laid out.
We've got some important question in the chat. Can we please get Keith's name changed to Silver Pigeon in Mongrel? And it's not just going to be... look, it can't... You said it... To be honest, Robbie, you rubbed me the wrong way about there because you should have said the Silver Pigeon, not just Silver Pigeon. He's the Silver Pigeon, not just Silver. There's a lot of Silver Pigeons out there. There's only one, the Silver Pigeon.
How would Keith
Grey hair
take to it?
millionaire.
If just he watched the stream back later and he saw his name as the Silver Pigeon, would he take to it?
His
Okay.
Twitter name is the Silver Pigeon. You know, I think at first he might be a little bit rubbed the wrong way for a second, but I think he'd be fine with it.
Blame you. We got you to
But
blame
he's,
anyway.
yeah, you can definitely blame me. That's fine. I will take full responsibility. All right, let's get to it. Brandon's raised and Fogg's defended, and we've got an interesting flop. Brandon very good at ICM as well. Brandon's just really good in general, but like I think he's like a lot more aware of ICM than a lot of people from what I can tell playing with him. In ICM straight away you want to scale down your bets almost always, and you know your third pot might become a quarter pot, for example. Your big bet might become 60% instead of 80%. That's just a kind of a little rule of thumb that helps. You know, the value of the chips go up, therefore you want to risk less. This is a card that Foggin, in theory, you're supposed to lead this card a lot. It's not something that most players do. They're very familiar with leading the middle card, but not as much so with leading the bottom card pairing. And the bottom card pairing is actually the one you want to lead that the most. Of all the cards you want to lead, the 6 is the most, the card you would want to lead the most. But like I said, it's not in trend really.
Does that sort of frequency increase when we're up against earlier position? Do we have more
Probably,
leads on the
yes,
bottom card
but
versus
like,
EP?
hard to say on an FT.
So Brandon goes for double barrel. So we've got spicy hand to kick things off. Is Brandon thinking about the triple?
Got a great river call hand. Brandon's got a great barrel off hand. Oh wow.
Oh wow. Yeah. Oh wow.
Brandon's going to do it in here. Okay, so there is a universe where Brandon is ahead with King High here. Yeah, that facial reaction did not look like a man who wants to bomb the river. But Brandon's very good at poker, so I could see it. But he does beat some hands. He beats all the hearts, 7-8 and Jack-10. And all of those are very real. All of them are calling the turn.
10-8 double gutted as well.
Yep, 10-8. Blocking a lot of them, however. Thank you, Ali. That's actually really nice to say. He's checked it back. What a wizard. He's found it. He just beats some stuff. Maybe you want to have worse, but you don't really have much worse to bluff with there. It was an interesting hand, actually. I think if the river had come a low card, Brandon definitely would have gone for it, and I think it would have worked. Also, do you ever
Why is the low card better to barrel on than the ace?
The lower pair card.
The ace specifically.
So the board, let's say the board is Queen 9-6.
Oh,
so
okay. You're talking about on
I'm
the
talking
turn.
about the
okay,
9
yeah.
versus the 6.
I mean, on the
pairing.
river, yeah, that's fine.
On the turn, the one you want to lead more is the lower one
Yeah,
because
get
you're
that.
more likely to have it than your opponent.
I thought you were saying on the river we should be barreling on like a 3 and not an ace. On a 3
Oh, I don't
more
know
than
about
an
that
ace.
necessarily.
Yeah, yeah, so-
I meant like I think Brandon would have done it.
Yeah.
I think he decided that like he just beats some hands now and he's not repping that much really, other than like ace queen, ace x of hearts, like yes. Here comes the Mad Turk, pocket nines. I think leading when the middle card pairs leading as the big blind is kind of in fashion. It's been in fashion for years, but leading the bottom card isn't really as common. But it's actually more. To be honest, I've only learned that probably in the last 18 months. Like generally, it's the stronger their range, the more you want to lead. I think, but it depends on the exact board.
So Foggin here with decision with ace 2 suited, elects the call.
Brandon folding, like it.
Yeah, not defending
In
3-weight.
Chip EV, you should never fold that, but on FT, it's quite an easy fold. If you were like at the start of the tournament and this spot came up, you would easily call the 9-8, but it's just an example of how heavy the ICM pressure is at this exact stage. Also, the payouts are a lot flatter than they used to be on Grosvenor, so you have to be extra careful.
So we've got 9s for Turk, met with 1 overcard. We'll draw for Foggin.
110k. Let's see how Foggin reacts. I think he could just fold.
Yeah, I think versus this half pot sizing from Turk, we're less inclined to continue if he did go for third quarter.
One thing I was going to say about that last time, Brandon. Yeah, I like the fold. Sometimes they check to you on the river, and your physical reaction, you make a reaction sometimes where you feel like, oh, maybe I've just given away. Can I still bluff here? You know, Brandon pulled a little bit of a sort of skew-if face.
Yeah.
And I've been in that spot where I'm like, I've just obviously pulled a face.
Yeah,
I can't do it anymore. But I was just wondering if you ever feel that way, where you're like, have I already given it away
I don't
too
think
much?
so. If I do, I'm not aware of it, which is obviously a terrible thing. But I don't think so. Usually with me, I have one set thing in a hand. The only thing I will do is I'll just stare at the middle of the board. I won't talk. I just won't move and just try and
I'm getting
keep
better at stone facing, but like in general, I'm quite an expressive person, I find, and especially with my eyes. Like that's why I'm wearing sunglasses way more often. I think it's working as well.
It's the hands, Tom. It's the hands where I think you get everything from. I say it all the time.
You mean getting good hands?
No, the hands, people's hands. I think there's so much given away and
I thought you
on
meant,
spots
you've
with
been
hands.
doing so well because of your hands, mate. You're just getting aces.
I really don't like playing against people like Tom Aravara. Who sits with his hands under the table, sit with because even little things like subconsciously on rivers, when people are like just playing with their chips, some people will play with their chips on one river spot when they put a bet out. Then the next bet they won't be playing with their chips, and sometimes it's not much to look into. But if you can sort of find something that subconsciously the person's doing that they're unaware that they're doing, I feel like hands, you get so much off hands at table.
Look at this, by the way. Brandon's 3-bet folding or 3-bet deciding with only 21 big blinds, small blind versus cut-off. This is something that people don't really find. They think it's kind of like a shove, fold or call spot, and they're struggling to find, even myself, I'm struggling to find some 3-bets like this sometimes. I go, wow.
The silver
pigeon, he's not believing it. This is a hellish spot. It's going to be a hellish spot post for.
Brandon's put out the crumbs and the pigeon's coming along.
The man is too rich. What are you going to do now, Keith? Pigeon, silver, variety. Is Andy beside the dealer Bowie effect online? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My left hand has shakes all the time. I get shaky hands as well. And it's not even like to do with the situations. It's just like they're just shaking in general. Brandon's got that very small here. His range is very polar.
Goes for the 20%er, and surely Keith can't be doing anything. Went for the loose pill in position with the king 10.
Yeah.
That's Brandon. Should be winning this pot.
Shame you don't get to see Brandon's hand. I think he was on the light side there. If I had to guess. Because you're more likely to have a weaker hand there than a strong one, technically, because if you're balanced, then you only really have like aces, kings, ace, king suited, queens. Maybe that's your value range, and it's way easier to come up with loads of ace-x offsuit hands that could be candidates. So generally in those spots, as Keith, if you have like a suited ace, usually you can just go all in with any suited ace because people tend to be unbalanced towards bluffs if they're good. If they're not that good, then they usually just have it nearly every time because they don't have that 3-bet bluff in their game. Brandon's definitely got the bluffs in his range there. Mad Turk. Susan, in a pot on Sunday, wise guy tells player to call my all in because I was shaking like a leaf and called him and took him out. Nice. I love that. To be honest, the guy shouldn't be telling another player to call. That's but that's like just rude as well.
Raise and take for the Mad Turk, goes for the 2.5 sizing.
Chef Brad.
Good evening, Brad. I'm joined by Mr. Tom Hall. What a man. Look,
Right, Brad.
come in a bit closer. So Tom's here.
The chef. The one and only.
Not-
Chef Brad is in the chat.
You probably couldn't pick anyone in the world to have better to commentate an FT with than yourself.
Then Chef Brad. No, I agree. I'd love to have Chef Brad replacing you right now. It would be no respect for old woman law. Yeah, honestly, that's kind of shameful that someone would say that in the middle of your hand, Susan. Like, I might have, I would be quite upset with that, but it worked for you, which is great. It's a good job this idiot did say something. But this guy should be scolded. Yeah, we know you're a legend, mate.
Please don't, Tom.
No, but we can just ban him.
Yeah, we've tried.
It's
We've
so
tried.
easy. Like,
That's his 86th account this year already, just because he's been banned so
well, they
many
just
times.
let him remake Chef Brad Poker every time. They're like, oh, this guy knew Ramsey. Give him the account. Foggin coming in for a 2.5x raise. So this is something you can do when the ICM pressure is heavy on you and you're raising into one of the stacks. Like, Bowie, what? No way. What just happened?
Bowie folded the big.
Someone folded ace queen.
What?
That's what it said in the graphics. I swear.
Yeah, it said Davenport.
It had to be wrong.
Had
Like,
to be. It said Davenport had ace queen. I quickly watched
I thought it said Andy ace queen, and I was like, what?
No, Davenport, I think it said. Yeah, ace queen from that, so...
There's no way.
No,
There's absolutely no way.
I'll show you, Tom, what happens, right? So dealer pitches the cards.
And the ace or the queen flies over his box.
Yeah, there we go. Ewan's first card pitched straight into Matt's box.
Okay.
So Matt did not have the ace queen,
Yeah,
as we knew anyway.
Yeah, Brad, we got the ban hammer ready, mate. So keep it. Be careful, all right? I'm way looser with the hammer.
How we doing,
That could
Dan?
mean all sorts.
Dan Gormley in the chat. Evening. Hopefully see you in Edinburgh, mate. Be up in your town.
Is that M10?
Dan Gormley, if you know Dan.
Oh, that is down M10.
Yeah. Got a treat for everyone. Tom joining us for this one. Be able to give some very nice insights.
Yeah. I got some insights for you.
The best one of the
Warriors.
day. The best one of the day is the silver pigeon.
That's a real. I mean,
finding out that's Keith's nickname has made my day.
I mean, you know, the infamous silver pigeon. He flies all over the UK.
Trying to get the bread.
Yeah, like trying to pick up the breadcrumbs. He's a real DTD grinder, is our Keith. Like I said, him, Stato, and Mitch, they've been there the whole time I've been there. When I worked there, they were there, I'm sure.
You worked there?
Yeah, like 11 years ago or something, 10 years ago when we opened. I was on the go list, mate. Ewan's folded, ace-8 suited, Foggins open. Seems very reasonable. Hard to really analyse if that's like, you know, should we be ace-9 suited at the bottom, or like can we mix a 3-bet with ace-8 suited? Possibly, but fold seems pretty normal too, so... I've got one. I'm blessed by this forward. Yeah, let's do it.
No notes of that, they might start laughing.
Let's get Chef Brad in here, make it awesome. Tom, can we hear the final table Wi-Fi drama in Vegas for the bracelet? Yeah, so staying at the Hilton, at Planet Hollywood, round the back. And Foggins going to see bet here, I'm sure, small. We can't see Twan's cards, we're missing a lot of cards. Yeah, and with like 12 people left in the event, I was chip leading and I just kept cutting out. The internet was fine the whole trip, and then suddenly, of course, it starts cocking up a bit. And for example, someone shoved a small blind for 15 bigs and I had 7s and it timed out for around 3 seconds and my hand was gone. That was a lot of equity, and mentally I was like shot all over the place. Because I was chip leader, I just said to myself, you just gotta win, just make it not mean anything, you know? And yeah, I messaged Adam Neal and said, get over here, I need a hotspot. And it was bloody late at night, and he still came over and hooked me up with a hotspot. But to be honest, by that time there was only like 4 left and it seemed to have stabled out. But I mean, am I grateful? I'm just grateful he was there. It was nice to have someone there because I was stressing so much because of it. You can't really... It's hard to describe the stress of internet problems during poker. Like, it's something so out of your control and so infuriating for no reason sometimes because everything else is working fine. There's no real reason why this table is timing out, for example. So I was mostly happy to have Nedge to talk to in terms of like just to calm myself down.
Great story though, it is a terrific story. Just gonna talk about...
He did. But he deserved it. Like, not many people would have done that. Like, it was like 4 in the morning when he was asleep. There's not many good eggs left, you know?
Absolutely, I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. Bring Jane. We'll have a chat.
Mark Taylor, do you trust online poker 100%? Do you trust anything 100%, mate? Like... No, I don't trust online poker 100%, but it doesn't stop me playing. It's like like when a company is selling, like Boots are selling whatever, when they do the bottom line at the end of the year, they're accounting for minus 6% stealage or whatever, because slippage, I think it's called. And that's just, you accept that going in, that's part of the business. You just have to kind of accept sometimes some shady things are going to happen because it's a gambling game. People are always looking for ways to cheat in gambling games.
Is that a case of whenever the money's involved, there's always going to be some
exactly, kind of... and like you have to protect yourself, sure, but like I trust it enough to play for sure. Yeah. Like I don't trust that many things in general, but like I will continue to play online poker because I love it, and I don't think the shadiness like in any way outweighs the beauty of the game and the fun you have playing big MTT tournaments online. You know, it's, you know, like I said, people are always going to try and find a way to cheat in any game for money, whether it be Scrabble or
Scrabble
chess
for money.
Well, you know,
not
maybe.
having that.
I wouldn't play you or Stato, I'll tell you that.
You want to play me at Scrabble? I'm not very good, let me tell you.
No, I'm terrible.
I'm not very good at Scrabble, that is for sure. But Scrabble for money, now there's the thing.
I wouldn't trust Brad Simpson's events. The bloke who runs it is proper shady. Tom can't quit online because it's rigged in his favour for the Jabbercatter account. Yeah, I mean, you know, you could say that, but I've never... You can look at other people's graphs and say, look at this guy, he's straight line up to 1 million just because he's had 3 massive scores, you know? The Jabbercatter account, it's all hard work, mate.
Absolutely.
There's some lucky moments along the way, but I can tell you there's a whole load of other players out there who their graphs are just like, Jesus, how good does this guy run? The Jack Hardcastles of the world. You know? No, I love your stream, Dream. I love you, mate. Don't you worry.
I love it.
You got the needles go both ways, chat. You know, you say something in the chat, it's open market for us in the comms to say whatever we like.
Look at this hand here. Something interesting to talk about. Fogging going flat.
Sorry, I'm not.
Not that. I'm not saying
No,
it's not interesting. But
No. But what I'm saying is, I need to focus more on the action.
No, it's all good.
Fogging went for flat with Kings versus Keith's open here from +2.
Okay. Foggin is second in chips, so if he 3-bet against Keith, it would be kind of very value heavy, so it's kind of nice to mix in a flat with Kings here. I like it. You also got quite a few guys behind who could rejam. It just protects Mark's flatting range here. Good fold by Keith. Silver Pigeon, sorry. Well, there's not that many shorties. It's actually quite a bit of room to play here. I'm back in the action, boys. I'm back in. I'm watching, and I'm fully committed. Loving the chat today. Like, genuinely, it's popping. Ask Tom, did he go broke a few times when he first started? I went broke once. Once. And I had like £1,000 to my name total. It was at university, and I built up my roll playing $5 and $10 sit and goes from like a crumb to $1,000, and then I went to Dust Till Dawn and played a tournament, and then I played cash afterwards, like 1-2, and I lost like 400, and then I went home and played 2-4 online, and I lost everything. And the next day I couldn't buy any food, and like, I know that's not a lot of money, but like, I'd worked really hard to get to that point. I was very, it was very early in my career. I didn't really know much about the game. Ooh, Twan's found a hand here. So, broke relatively, I went broke for the money I had at the time. But, yeah, exactly. At uni, a bag is a lot. Like, I was like sitting there like king shit, like.
There's King for Twan.
I reckon Brandon will find the fold here, but it's very, very awkward. The price is extremely good.
It's half his stack.
But he could just have ace-10 suited, or like worse, maybe. Like, it's just exactly. It's half his stack, so it's going to put him in the absolute bin if he loses. This is very close. Thank you, Man of Straw. Good fold, great fold actually. Really good fold.
So, start with us today, Mr. Tom Hall.
Go give Barry a nudge. Get him to play some hands for us.
I mean, it's been 4 hands, mate. Like, let him go. Like, I'm sure soon he'll do something that we're like, wow. I just remember the next day, just not being able to go to the supermarket and buy anything, just no options, and I just felt like such an idiot. Because I'd worked really hard to get to that point, playing small.
Sometimes I think you need it in poker, though. You need that sort of downfall.
Yeah, you do.
To sort of
I say sometimes
appreciate everything a lot more. And
the people who win early, it's not always the best thing. Like long term, it's not really the best thing. Like I went to Nottingham Trent University. I did maths and then I did maths computing. Here he goes. So there you go. Andy Wilson, found it hand. And I failed first year twice. I was doomed to fail from about 5 days in, 6 days in, I would say, to each year. I just knew I was never going to complete. What's my bankroll now?
You don't have to answer. There's questions we just ignore.
1.1 million dog with hat coins. I'm all in on the whiff coin, boys. Like, how much is whiff worth? That's probably like 80k total. Like, what about you, Mark? What's your bankroll now? Did Tom ever have a proper job? I worked at Argos.
Sweet.
And I worked at TK Maxx.
Nice one.
And I worked at Dust Till Dawn.
There you go.
There you go. That was it. Failed first year maths twice. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, when I started university maths, in the first week or so, I was just like, this is nonsense. Everything I'm learning is just complete, just irrelevant, nothing. Just has no relevancy to anything. Like
hyperbolic functions.
Just stuff that like nobody would ever. Even if I went into like statistical analysis, it wasn't relevant, you know. And I just switched off straight away. Like,
I remember finishing trigonometry and thinking, oh, no, that weren't too bad. And you've got obviously cos, san, cos,
tan,
yeah. Sin. And then you go and do further max and you got hyperbolic functions.
Yeah, and it
then
gets,
you got cot and you got sec and you got just ridiculous
eventually you
stuff.
look in the mirror and you're like, what the hell am I even doing?
Yeah,
what is this?
Like, that's exactly how I felt.
It's like playing the recorder in music.
I went.
Who's done it ever since leaving first grade at school?
Nobody. After uni, I wished I'd done English. Even though I was never good at English, I would have just enjoyed it, you know? We got a guest in the booth. And it's not Tom Hall.
Dave Doc, how are you?
Unlucky, David.
Unlucky today.
Unlucky, yeah.
You want to? You don't want to take Jay outside? And
No,
you
can take Tara out if you want.
I'm just on break.
I'll happily sit in the middle.
No, it's thinking of taking you outside for the smooth float on the floor.
Oh, okay.
For the smooth float.
that was.
I think you must have known I was.
You did him in, like really, like. I knew something dirty was about to happen on the turf. Not the river, but the turf. Like.
I even said it on the table. If you'd isolated the audio on the table, you'd have said it. I was like, I think it was Ewan says, so that's a pretty good flop. I was like, I'd rather
you can't say that.
I'd rather that too was a hard one than a club, you know, and then it just came back.
You can't say that.
Oh, that's a pretty good flop, says Ewan. Great.
Can we like work out what Tom's ROI is in the mains of these and just pay him that to commentate every 2
Yeah, but ROI on what in the booth then? What am I putting in money? Like, I give them a tenner, and then I get like 48% ROI, so they're going to give me £4.80.
Dave knows you come into the booth, the next event you play, you win it.
True.
That's true, yeah.
So we're already.
Well, I can't play the main, so I'm done. So why am I here?
We're already the next event you turn up at,
what is the next event I'm going to?
UK Open.
Just go to like the.
I don't know if I can go to that, but we'll see.
Go to like the Triton in South Korea or something.
I might be going to Taiwan.
That's
I don't know yet. Right.
Just get your ROI and that's it. You'll be in the booth with me all the time. The only thing is we've got to find the money from somewhere, so we'll have to take about 1% out of Tower's pay packet.
It's like the NPL, but for me. Then you take out a percentage of Tower's pay, just 2% to go, you know?
I'll have the unders.
I guess commentators think for the year. Like, get the chat to score everyone points. Basically.
I think Ravi would win the commentator. Yeah. He's been in a lot. The main is popping, by the way. Everyone viewing. If you're around Manchester, honestly, I went out there on break and I was like, wow, it is busy for 1A. Like, it's popping out there. Tomorrow is going to be busy. What's 1% of a sack of potatoes?
There you go. Jim knows my worth.
7 or 8 chips.
I reckon we could get 600 total.
600 in this main?
In the main.
Oh God, I'm supposed to go dinner.
We're in family dinner on Saturday.
Don't
even the high roller popped off. I mean, like.
Yeah.
There wasn't
day 2 reg popped off. Tell you that.
Yeah. There wasn't anyone that I was like
oh wow, I'd never expect them to be there. But like, basically everyone, if I could have written a list of everyone who might have played it, they all showed up.
Yeah. Midi didn't.
Oh, Midi, true.
Yeah, Midi
Like,
didn't
well,
show
he was grinding on GG last night.
Yeah.
He's away any minute. He's in the country.
No, I've seen him recent. I saw him at DTD.
Yeah, I saw him.
Yeah.
He was cheaper or something.
Yeah, it's a DTD, I think. Oh, right, last night.
So ace deuce suited makes it 100.
Yeah. Into Ewan, who's he's got 2 cards. Tell you that. Oh my God, he's got the ace 5 of clubs. What a gorgeous hand. Turks 2.5x. And Ewan is defended.
King, Queen, 7, 2 hearts.
Is Mukhtar still in? Mukhtar is out, but he's in the main.
He's in the main event
Yeah,
now.
he's in the main, grinding. He's probably got like 7 starting stacks. The Mad Turk, he's going to win this one. Turk's been doing well recently. Well, I say, he's been making runs. I don't know if it's like.
You wait until he's all in. I announce it's a clean flop.
Yeah.
Then he won't be
He's
doing
done.
so well after.
He's cooked.
That's it. He'll be out the door.
Turk folded Queen's face up to me yesterday.
Is he really?
For what reason?
I don't know. I
Okay.
went all in and he folded Queens to me.
Okay.
Wow.
He was in front, obviously.
Yeah, he was.
I hope you let him know that. I hope you showed him this 4 of spades or something.
I wouldn't have showed him. No chance. No chance.
Flip
Let him
him.
keep folding, mate.
But I have jacks in my range, so I was like, okay.
Well, he's here now and you're not. So,
That's true.
yeah. Same here. I'm not there.
There's the needs.
I mean, at least you received some money. Like,
Well, did I really? I mean, you were right in your observation. I
oh,
lost
that you were minus.
135
Yeah, I
or
thought
something.
so. Yeah, I had a feeling that he was in minus 130 ball. Right. I observed stuff. Here comes the pigeon. I knew it. I knew the silver pigeon had a hand. I knew it.
Have we still not changed this yet?
No.
Do we have to consult with Keith?
I think
No.
we'd have to consult.
Do
with
we?
Keith. Yeah.
Oh.
Keith goes back and watches it, and he thinks, "Who's changed my name to a silver?"
And I'll say Tom Hall.
Did you consult with Dilly when you called him David Attenborough? No. There we go.
Yeah, and he came over and loved it. Yeah. This is my family's been watching. Why do you keep calling me David Attenborough? I'm like,
Look at these small pairs going in the bin. The discipline. Matt Davenport in the bin. Silver pigeon plus 100k.
that's how it's done.
1.1 millionaire.
Yeah, I've got a stack. Well, I say I've got a stack in the main. I have starting stack in the main. I have a stack.
Well, you've got your stack exists.
Yeah, my stack
is what you're
exists
saying,
in the main,
yeah.
is what I'm trying to say. And I don't really want to go play it. I want to just stay here and listen to Tom.
You could if you
I
wanted.
mean, I could also just go in there, play it, and listen to Tom in my head.
Just go punt it and like join us. Yeah. Guys, if you want to register the main event, now's the time. There's a seat open at
Table 4.
table 4, and we've got a punter ready to punt. Ready. Turk.
You got Grimo on that table.
The
as well, I
boots.
think.
What's up?
You got Barry Grime on the table. with
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
John Mooney.
Barry's not even punting the most, it's me.
He's gone 100k? Yeah, good.
Yeah.
If he went 125, it would be shameful. Round 2, Matt with a pair of 6s. Well, I mean, I might call this against Turk. It's kind of close though. I wouldn't blame him for folding. It's not easy.
I feel like 5 is my line.
If both players had 200k more, I think it's a very easy call.
Yeah.
I think this
I
is a
think it's
reasonable
reasonable,
fold.
yeah.
Yeah.
Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Oh!
Great fall from Matt.
Are we deep enough where we could ever see some white magic here where Turk just like 4-bet mid clicks it?
Yes, there is a. I mean, Andy Wilson is an online player at heart, so even if you get all the live tells in the world, I don't know if you can.
I don't know if I told Andy that Turk was mid clicks to me or something.
Turk sometimes opens way too wide and then sometimes folds massive hand. So it goes both ways. Like you just can't.
Yeah,
really...
there's never any coins.
What's Turk gonna do? All in, I think.
Well, Andy's ready 330.
He's going to flat
Time
or
back.
jam
You've
is
got a
good.
little time back first.
Yeah.
The classic J.
He's going to shrug his shoulders and puff his cheeks out and...
What, the Mukhtar?
Yeah.
When's the last time you seen someone use a time back?
You know what happened if I win this tournament? Yeah, you have a
This is
date.
tense.
Oh, the speech is
Turk's
coming
giving
out.
mad speeches here. He's not 4-betting small.
Don't let me down.
He's all in. Yeah.
I'm all in.
Oh, Andy Wilson.
That is so
How lucky are you, Andy? Let's find out.
We're about to find out.
Can you find the cowboy?
Couldn't figure that one out.
2 cowboys are left. Did we see any cowboys going to the muck?
I can't recall any.
No, I don't remember any cowboys out there. I remember 6s going in the muck.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yep, here comes 2 6s. 2 7s.
2 sevens.
Yeah, close.
No spades.
Andy
No
Wilson.
kings in the muck.
That's a 10 of hearts. That's not a cowboy.
2 of the kings alive. Does Andy Wilson hit?
Or is Mad Turk going to be a big chip leader here?
Michelin
Oh,
It's a Michelin restaurant. Oh, Chater, you need the heart. I need the
great FT so far for Andy.
Michelin restaurant.
Yeah, please do come back.
This set.
Yeah.
Nice one, good luck.
Yeah.
Keep
Give
it
him
going.
to Grimo. Like,
Remember?
big shift in momentum here.
Yeah.
Big change. Andy down to 9th place. Brutal. Wow.
Mad how you go from.
Yeah, it is. This is why you have to be super careful. Not saying that he could have avoided that, obviously, but like, just in general on the FT, you go from your stack being worth £20,000 to 9th, one hand. You know. Brutal for Andy, but he's still alive. He's still alive. You know, I wish I was one of these 9 players. I wish I had the kings against the aces and was Andy. You know, but
Yeah, I know.
I'm right here, right now.
Exactly. We don't forget Luton against Mitch Hynam back in the day too, 10-handed,
Don't-
all in kings versus
Yeah, I
aces,
know, I
king
never
on the
forget
flop
that.
for Tom Hall.
Exactly.
I don't forget. Tower might forget, but I don't forget these things.
I tell you
Tom.
what, Mitch hasn't forgotten it. I don't blame him. Like, that was,
Mitch hasn't
that
forgotten
was
it.
brutal.
Andy Wilson needed to
I
take
had no time banks. Like, honestly, I think I possibly made a mistake like, with kings. Like, it was for so many chips. Like, Tim Chung, obviously, straight away afterwards was like, "Yeah, I would have folded." I'm like, all right, mate, calm down.
You got a habit on stream kings into aces. I remember Rob DeRass, Matt Davenport, Cole
Yeah.
4-bet,
I
5-bet.
almost
Yeah,
folded
that was.
that.
I remember that one.
There was no timex there. That was nice. I got like 3 minutes to tank. I was getting massage as well, so it was like perfect. Ewan's coming in with a limp, and Matt Davenport has found ace king. I'd be interested to see what Ewan's limping range is. So like, limping is something you could start doing when you're kind of middle of the pack sort of stack, when you've got a lot to lose. It's like another form of lowering your bet sizes in order to minimize risk effectively. It's something I did for a long time, and I've kind of go through phases of doing it and not doing it as well. It's quite a hard strategy to implement, like, and play really well.
The thing is, though, even if you put like a few hours of work into that strategy and get familiar with that part of the game tree, you're going to have a decent edge on players that aren't
Not familiar with it,
and not
correct.
familiar to people limping and don't know how to play against it, and that will obviously be significant for us.
See, I think he's mostly going to call here.
See,
Usually,
I'm never limping the button there.
uh,
Oh, he raised to 125. I thought he was just calling.
no. Honestly, I would say that's probably a good thing, Tower. If you're not trying to complicate the game too much, which is generally the best way to do it. When you add in this limp, it adds in a whole nother thing you have to think about when you're raising as well, because now you're like, if I'm limping with this, then what does my raise look like now? Because like, surely I'd limp in with aces, so now my raises become weaker.
No bait, Andy.
It gets complicated.
My first time.
We've got another visitor.
The
the main man.
He's gone. He's gone, chat. That was it.
Chat box, Jack O'Neill, good evening, my friend.
Jack O'Neill?
Tom, as it stands, if you've got a free bet now to pick the winner, who do you back?
The silver pigeon.
Who else?
It is one great final
Good to see you,
table.
Jack.
Every seat is known.
Yep. I'm not super familiar with seat 4. I've seen him around.
George Pop.
George Pop, right. I've played with him a couple times, but I've never really chatted with him. I've chatted with everybody else at the table, I think. Maybe not Twan. I've played with Twan. Andy. It's quick. It's crazy how quick it goes. Came in as a chip leader, now 9. Oh,
King
surely
10.
he's called, yeah.
Church called
Yeah.
the King Jack.
Oh,
This could be the first elimination on the FT.
Turkinator.
Is it Mad Turk's day to run hot? Let's find out.
Just had aces against the Kings.
Very
We've got
unfortunate
King
for
Jack
Twan
against
here.
King
This
10.
is as bad as it gets. You know.
If it comes Jack on, boys, just let me do the comms on the flop.
I think I have to pay the
10-10.
Look
I
at
was
this.
going to say clean flop, but it's not. It's strip 10s for Twan.
Forget the meeting, forget the dinner.
He's got an out.
He's got
There's a way out for the Turk here. Can he find it?
Queen. Ladies over
He's not done it.
Remember? Queen.
He's not done it.
No clean flop for the Mad Turk. 2 10s on board. Twan with a double up to 1.1 milli.
What is correct strategy in Power Pass qualifiers, Tom? Good question. It's very difficult, actually, sometimes. The standard is so bad in these Power Path qualifiers that
It's the second time you
it can be very hard to make shoves that you would normally make because people are calling off with hands they shouldn't be all the time. So I think in general you want to be maximising how many chips you win in the early to mid stages and then kind of locking it down, just locking it down and doing nothing, like shoving occasionally and then regretting it when they call with like a7 or something they should have folded every single time when they probably should have folded queens. Chef Brad, you've been quite in check, I feel like today. You've been reasonable, mate. Right about it.
I'm putting like a reverse, but like you reverse it.
Guy called me with 8-5 of clubs, there it is. Yeah, but Jack, I would back the silver pigeon. That would be my choice here. No offence to Turk, but I'm a big silver pigeon believer. Sorry, I meant the silver pigeon. Matt Davenport.
Quality play.
He dodged one there with the 6s. He saved himself 60,000. Matt's got some gears in him. Matt's got moves that you don't expect sometimes. Sometimes he shows you a hand, you're just like, Jesus, I just got destroyed.
You can tell me that, right? That's allowed.
Matt's owned me on stream before. Could have had him out in that tournament. Yeah, could have clicked the call button and he would have been gone.
Jack 9 you had, right? What was that, like a year and a half ago now? It's a long while back.
Nearly 2 years, I think.
King I flop, King 10-2.
Should have chopped for the trophy in London as well.
Check, check.
What a fish I am. I should have won with Jack 10 suited and be like, yeah, let's make a deal. How is he 40? 40? 40?
40? I'm not really. Where did them numbers come from?
A wise choice. I mean, but like 40, look at him.
He didn't look 40, did he?
I thought he was a uni student. No, I did. I was like, oh, he's young, he's probably decent. He seems to know sizes. Like,
The best thing was on the start of the day or the day before, we were looking through the database and Jay looks down. You got 2009 as an entry. 2002 or 2003. He says, well, that's a typo.
yeah. I listened to it back and I couldn't believe it. Like, there's no way, I thought. Like,
I said to Tad, it can't be the same person. He cashed in 2003. The bloke is no older than 25. It's not the same person. And then we found out he was 40.
when you talked to him, his voice was quite clearly older than 2020, I feel like. But looking at him, you'd have no idea. What a life, eh? Wins the tournament as well. Looks like he's 25 years old. I'm over there looking my age, you know, losing heads up. Like, even though I get aces every hand, still don't win. Like,
How are we doing? Ian Needleman. Good evening, gentlemen. Great high roller final table. Beat plenty of action here. Good commentary as usual. Great viewing.
Cheers, Ian. Thank you very much.
Ian Needleman. Legend in the chat.
Legend in the chat.
Legend in the chat. There's some legends in the chat today, like legitimately. Been a big list of legends.
Yeah, I still didn't believe them one bit.
Foggin,
I would have given
out of there. Brandon, Ewan, out. Matt Davenport. Has he found a hand? I think he has. He's not. He has not found a hand. Andy Wilson. Nope.
I feel like he just laughs or something.
Twan, he dodged a bullet there. He's alive. Dodged some Turk bullets.
You'd have to be like, okay, Joe.
Turk coming in with a K7-0. A special hand with special values and special powers that most don't know about.
I'd love to know about these special powers of the King 7 offset.
Oh, the King 7 is a magical rejamming hand where you get to shove the big blind for an absurd amount of bigs. Sometimes up to like 40.
Really?
Yeah.
Keith wakes up with a 3-bet in hand.
Yeah. Honestly though, if Turk continued, you'd be like, this is a scarily big pot already. Like if Turk called here...
First and second chips.
Exactly, right. Yeah, King 7's a weird one. It comes up as like a... You know, like big button opens and you just rip in 40 to balance for his queen. It sounds insane, but it kept coming up. Yep, the never-ending grind of 9-handed. Nobody wants to go.
Exactly.
Yep. Right now, you're guaranteed what, 5k? That really ain't gonna cut it for these guys. You know, that's like.
Nice jump up top as well.
Yeah.
Plus the points.
Yep. High roller leaderboard
shoot
points.
You're up the leaderboard.
Which I missed out on today by not cashing. Yep. Brandon, King Queen. Coming in hot. Turk. Down the hand. He's calling. What's he got here? 10-9 suited. Same hand. Interesting. The fog machine.
The fog machine.
Yeah,
like
I just came up with that. Yeah, I was just reaching, you know. Why is Mark's head so much bigger than the camera shot compared to everyone else? Why has Brandon been given like a nice...
I think because Brandon's one is taken from
Today.
his final table picture, when he is winner's picture, when he won.
And Fogg's is pulled from the database?
Yeah, I'm guessing, yeah.
Okay, just
I'm
crabbed
guessing.
in there. Can we get the graphics team to, you know, shrink the Turk and Foggin's head, please? Just a little bit. To Brandon's size. Alright. Yeah, Foggin's been on a run. Foggin's been doing well recently.
What do you think about this call here from Mad Turk, even as chip leader against Brandon opening off this stack size from gun? Can we just fold this one as Turk?
I think you can, but like, I think it's fine as chip leader. I think as anyone else, you fold. It's not. It's pretty uncomfortable because Brandon's range is supposed to be so tight. But like,
we get doing
just when you're chip leader, you're just supposed to be really sticky. You're not necessarily supposed to like. Turk's got big here. It's not very logical. I wonder if Brandon. I mean, it's hard to do anything as Brandon, but.
When we got our stack.
What are you going to do? Make it 280?
Yeah.
No, but seriously, you could. Like, it would be such a print to make it 280 here. But in game, you're like, yeah. I mean, I've just got to fold, right? But this sizing doesn't scream like value, really. He's got to fold. I mean, I'll fold in game. I'd be worried that Turk, even if I did raise, he might just float you with something that, you know.
Outrageous.
Yeah.
How do Gary Spinks? Hi lads, Mr. Spinks watching, looking like it's going to be a great night of high roller poker. Some table.
Brandon just has a really small head. I don't know, in that shot Brandon's head looks bigger than Fogg's. But I think that's the boldness, you know. What's your favourite service station? Good question. I can think of one, but I don't know which one it is. I don't know where it is. I'd know it if I was there because it's got a bridge over the motorway, and
that narrows it down.
No, but there isn't that many because I don't drive that many motorways, and there's only one where the service station is split on both sides of the motorway. Where there's like a restaurant on one side of the bridge and there's restaurants on the other side of the bridge.
That makes sense.
Fleet is that it? I mean, it's not very nice, but I've got fond memories of it.
I couldn't even name one services, to be honest.
Oh, Andy Wilson, is it going to be showers for Andy? Oh God.
Looks likely.
Tough spot here because like you really respect Matt's opening range, but like your hand is so good. I expect him to go 300k. He's all in. Okay. Yeah. Any Andy supporters in the chat? We're going to need an ace. With the Scott Mills bridge, that's probably it. I don't know, but like. Oh, Andy Wilson.
So Andy coming in top of the pack.
Yeah. It's brutal when this happens, boys.
Gets cold decked.
But it's not over yet. Google it. Alright, I will, Mike. Just for you. First time ever I've Googled a service station.
Do you want me to just do it here?
Yeah, go on then. Fleet services. Oh, I love fleet services. Yeah, I need a road view for the bridge.
So king for no help.
Now that's a smooth flop.
Wilson. That's
a smooth flop.
That is a smooth flop. 3 of clubs on the turn.
So can we see it on the river for Andy Wilson?
Ace needed. One
Case
left.
ace. Oh, unlucky. I mean, what can you do?
Nothing.
That was brutal. The reality is your chip lead is only like 30 to 40 big blinds usually, and in any game 30 to 40 big blinds is 2 hands away from being eliminated. That's a real shame because like we're always looking for some Andy Wilson action, you know, we're all trying to learn the game.
£5,230.
Now we'll have to learn from the silver pigeon. I love the service station talk in the chat. It's so British.
Does this look familiar to you?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't look familiar, to be honest. I don't think it is Fleet. Fleet looks way nicer than the one I'm talking about. My one's got a KFC on the other side of the bridge, and they do great gravy in there, boys, if you're ever driving by. If you're ever driving past the service station with a bridge, pull over and get some gravy.
Queen now for Matt under the gun.
Andy Wilson, brutal game, man. Can we get Andy Wilson in the booth? Is that a thing, or is he shot off?
I'm guessing he's probably shot off after that.
He lives in town, so like I mean, I would be gone.
He's either shot off or he's gone and jumped in the main.
I can tell you he's in the main.
Give him a flick in the main. If he spins up, then he'll go home.
I'd be shocked if he was in the main. Not for any like real reason, but if I lived in town, I wouldn't play tonight. Like,
Yeah, it's tough going from 40k blinds back down to 200, 300.
yeah, and it's tough to just even get it off your head. He was chip leader 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
You know.
No, there's one Andrew in the main.
It's
and
not Wilson.
Only one Andrew?
There's only one Andrew in the main.
That's
and that Andrew was
Andrew Headley?
runner-up in Countdown Champion of Champions.
Andrew Holland,
Stato's in the main.
a true grinder.
Absolutely.
Ewan versus Matt. Grosvenor Pro versus Grosvenor Pro. And Matt's decided to check back here. Don't love it, don't hate it either. I think you want to range bet here. Like, I could see some hands that want to check. The thing is, it's a bit different to a normal spot where you check back a little bit because of their 3x. They don't have as much 3x. They have very little 3x because of the ICM. Because they're calling a lot less hands than in a typical situation. I would probably see bet even more here because they have less threes than typically. Ewan's got a bluff candidate, but you expect him to have ace high and like.
Have to go massive though.
Yeah,
don't
like
we?
it's. I think you just give up a lot here, so
That's what he's done.
totally fine with it.
Yep, King Eye will win.
I would have liked to have seen a C bet from Matt there, but it seems fine as well. If you had aces, for example, would be a very reasonable check back. If you had sevens or ace three suited, all of these hands would be reasonable check backs. But
Next week, we are in. Oh, we're frozen. That's a lovely petal. You want? That's a frozen picture.
look at, oh my god, I'm so handsome.
We are in Edinburgh for the UKPL starting next Monday. We're live streaming on Wednesday. That's the full schedule. You can take a clip of it, take a picture, so you've got the schedule right there. That is for the UKPL.
Where's this again?
That's in Edinburgh.
Edinburgh!
It starts,
Beautiful Edinburgh.
It starts on the Monday. We arrive on the 14th and we crown a champion.
Jesus Christ, the 14th. You've got, like,
It's all right,
you
there's
guys never stop.
The 14th.
Yeah, it is insane.
Crazy, Tom, crazy
Yeah.
stuff.
It has been a busy start to 2024.
Brandon's going to do the half stack thing here, I would guess. Sort of like
Do you know what?
290,
This
300.
this half stack thing, it needs a name. Because the half stack thing, it just doesn't sound
Who
very
did
good.
it
needs,
first?
like,
Who did it first? Probably someone on like Super High Roller Bowl or something. Stephen Chidwick, maybe.
Yeah, can we call
Not
it the
sure.
Chiddy?
Like
Chidwick.
the Chidwick is like the leave one chip behind thing, though not
Did
necessarily
he do
the
that
half
first
stack.
as well?
He does that a lot, and he was the first person I remember doing it. But the one chip behind thing, a lot of the time, it's not doing it just to like save yourself. It's so other people can make mistakes, right? Because a lot of people will call and turn their hand face up,
Yeah.
thinking you're all in. So it's kind of a. I don't love that, to be honest.
Can it be classed as a bit of an angle? If somebody does not see the one chip and then enforces
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you turn your cards over?
Oh, not really. But I consider it to be, I wouldn't say unethical, but like getting close to unethical occasionally. If you're doing that in like the main event in Vegas, it's a bit like.
It wouldn't be too long before Vegas clamped down on it. They don't mind clamping down on anything.
Sometimes when you leave a chip behind, for example, it's so you can stall for a page up, for example, not so you can. That's my opinion, right? And all power to you if you want to do it and think it's going to make you more money. But like, I don't
It's if you
like
balance it though. Like if you're doing it 100% of the time with your value and with your bluffs, the times that you got your bluffs, you still have that smidge of equity within the prize pool. I always thought that's what it was more to do with.
It is, but like, there's some spots where that doesn't really have any like relevance. For example, someone opens and Stephen Chidwick shoves all but one chip for like 25 big blinds in a spot where he gains nothing. He's not bluffing, is he? He's always going to call off the last chip.
I'm talking about river spots. On the
Yes,
river.
yes, I know, but I'm trying to. I only have an issue with kind of like the pre-flop ones where it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
You're only doing it for the purpose of them hoping that they turn their hand over early, and then you get a chance, 1 in a million, by the way, that they flop a boat and flop you dead, and then you can fold for that one chip. We're talking about one in a, once. It's just, I just don't think it's necessary. And I love the half stacking one chip behind stuff. So
I tried the one chip behind. I went for a period where I was doing it, and then Francis put a stop to it for me because basically this was, about just after I come back Vegas the first time, they had a comp on in Nottingham, and I'd done this on the river. I left myself one chip behind.
Yeah.
Francis moved all in, snap folded, and he somehow showed
you
me
a bluff. Yeah,
he somehow showed me a bluff, and I was like, "What?"
True legend of the game, Francis. Jesus,
what are you doing, Francis?
How's he done it? Right. What a guy.
He actually had the best. I had like 6-7 high or something. Like he actually had the best hand, but the fact he had a bluff, I was like, "What? What's going on?"
There's
here,
not
sir?
many. There's like Terry and Francis, and probably a couple others who could do that. No.
Evening Rack Sheet, watching on YouTube. Hope things are good.
After that hand, I was like,
Never
not,
again.
Not going to bother with that anymore. Tried it.
added benefit of reducing your fold to 3-bet stat. Now that's an online reggy thing right there. That's a very reggy online thing.
You don't do that online as well.
Well, you could do it online for that reason, because then your statistic that they're looking at on their HUD says that you're folding less to 3-bets, so therefore you could make people play less aggressive against you because of the data they have on you. That's quite nerdy, but like also very relevant as well. Like,
Someone says, Tom, how tough was your table yesterday in the high roller? Some top players on there.
yeah, it was pretty bad. It wasn't great. I wasn't loving it. Anytime you get sat on a table with Andy, you're just scared he's going to like 2.5x the pot. And you're just like, oh, Jesus. This was one of the tougher high rollers, actually.
I agree, just
Yeah.
looking at the field in general.
Yeah. Twan coming in with a limp here with King Queen. Seems reasonable because you don't want to raise and get jammed on and have to fold. So this is exactly why like you get to now call and see a flop rather than or jam. I would prefer a call. I know we can see that Turk's got Queen 7, but when you jam here with King Queen, you generally don't get called by worse, and you want to keep a lot of his random crap in there for Turk. You know, his like 9-5 offsuits and King 2 offsuits, for example. Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. Well executed by Twan so far. Yeah, toughest one I think I played on this tour. Yeah, probably. Right. It wasn't that bad early on, but then a lot of the regs stayed in, and the regs will keep re-entering.
I'm guessing if you
as well.
stood watching the day 2 buy-ins, you'd have probably known 80%, if not more.
The people who late reg date, you'd be surprised. Like, it's not all just professionals doing that now. Like, a lot of the recreational players have started to understand that you're fine to play with 16 big blinds. And honestly, the tougher the field is, the better off you are kind of playing with 16 big blinds rather than playing 100 deep against the Silver Pigeon, for example. You know, he's gonna get the live reads on you. Like the Pigeons played tons and tons of deep. You know, Stato or Mitch, all these guys like who are just better at deep stack poker than me. You know. So turns on check. Turk's going to lose some more money here. Twan's not going to fold. Just such an easy call. Really well done by Twan. It looks quite simple, but a lot of people might have raised pre-flop, jammed versus the raise pre-flop, try to bet the turn or the river, like when you're in a spot where you really, he's just going to have a better hand or a random bluff. So look at this, Twan is now in second place from that.
Short stack, literally less than an orbit ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Found the 2
He's got lucky to double up, but you know, easily could have been the hands the other way around, and Turk could have had the King 10 and Twan could have had the King Jack. So luck goes, you know, it's not that simple. But Twan's just picked up nearly 700,000 there. Like, that was absolutely massive.
Turk drops down, back to 1.4.
Some people, you know, maybe they would have folded the river as well, but like, Twan snapped it off instantly, as was his right to do so. Yeah, well done. That could be the pot that sends him to winning this tournament, you know? Like, each little choice has a knock-on effect. It's very crazy when you think about the butterfly effect in poker, of like how many different things would have happened if you had a slightly different stack size in this hand coming up, or whatever it may be.
George pop in the big.
Pop's defending with the suited Jack 2, the Stato, as we'll call it.
Stato.
Yeah. What's going on in the chat?
Flop of ace 9-5. Top 2 Foggy.
I love this guy, man.
Regular.
FT is so cagey, everyone's under it. Exactly. That's the beauty of ICM. That's what I love. This is what I love. The sort of in the cage. Who's going to slip first? You know, who's going to make the mistake and cost themselves tons of equity? I wouldn't say Turk made a big mistake there. Like, he put pressure on a player who had less chips. He's perfectly in his right to do so. It just didn't work out at that time. I think I would have chosen a more polarised strategy than Queen 7 suited necessarily, but you do want to be putting a lot of pressure on the guy with less chips than you when he limps into small blind versus a big blind.
Even more so when he's starting the hand like 4th, 5th out of 8 players.
Exactly. Yeah. When they're in the middle of the pack, they're in that extra cage.
The cage in the cage.
Yeah, Chris, I know, mate. So unlucky. Right. It's actually the second FT I haven't made this year, mate. Unbelievable.
Not sure yet.
Unbelievable. Oh, third FT. Jesus. I didn't FT the PLO either.
Jack 10 suited for Matt Davenport.
Matt's done really well so far as well. Been a great start for Matt. Great start for Twan.
1.9.
Yeah. Not. I think he's like equal chip lead, maybe, like with Keith, possibly something like that. George is going to be all in here.
Foggy's close to 1.9 as well.
Yeah, I think Foggy's like 1.8 and Keith and Matt are 1.9. Anyone can win though. Like we've seen, like George is one of the shortest here with 700k. In 2 orbits time, George could be the massive chip leader. Like it's just anything can happen when it's the blinds are this high. Keith's got something. Sorry, the Silver Pigeon's clearly found a hand here. Like he's not fake tanking, is he? Like, I'm gonna guess he's got 2 9s. And he's in a world of hurt. Because 2 9s would be absolutely grim to look at here.
I'll have ace queen off.
I think ace queen off, you just fold. 9s, I don't know, I might fold 9s as well. Don't really know. Keith's got a lot to lose. Like Keith losing 700, 650k here puts him in the middle of the pack. There it is, ace queen suited. You nailed it. I wouldn't blame him for isolating this. Yeah, no. I think ace queen offsuit I would have folded. Ace queen suited I might have called as well. Yeah.
Matt snap folds the Jack 10 of hearts. So George all in but has the best hand. 83% of the time he wins.
That's high.
Must be some dead
couple
cards.
Of ladies in the muck.
And the Jack 10 of hearts as well for the
That's true, yeah. Very good point. But, you know, he's a rich man. He could get richer. You never know.
5, 6, 3. As dry as you like.
Ace.
Doesn't change a thing.
He's the case. Lady to bust George. George
Not there,
survives.
George doubles. We got game on. Like I said, George is now basically top 3, and it's crazy how quickly it turns around. Just got to stay alive, boys. Yeah?
Indeed.
Can't win it if
12
you're
bigs now. Brandon has short stack. Ewan on 20 bigs. Twan Lee chip lead at 1.8. 3 on 1.8 mil. Twan, Matt, and Foggy. All is good.
I'm always at risk.
So thanks to Tom Hall for spending his time in the void in Manchester.
I'm here. Well, I can't play the main, so I've got to do something. It's great. I love it in here. I love how, like, when you're in the casino, you couldn't even think this exists.
No, that's true.
That's what's crazy. This is such a big room for
Yep.
like what feels like a small poker room. Right? Not that the room is small, it's just like the ceiling is much lower, for example, and then you've got this giant open space.
Yep.
Right? You could have a fucking you could have a you could run the Goliath in here, maybe.
Well, there's definitely room for another 25 tables.
There is. You could, yeah. No.
Where we're normally sat in a cubby hole in Luton or...
The only thing about this casino is it's not in the city. I would like it to be in the city rather than...
Tony Walk.
Yeah, it's just like...
If it's
Just,
sunshiny.
yeah, it's just getting the Uber every day, and then like it's nice to just stroll down. You know, there's no real hotels nearby, is there? As far as I know.
But it is a booming place at the moment. It's been a very good 12 months for Bernie Road.
Tom, who do you prefer, JJ Okocha or Lee Trundle? I'm gonna go for
Is
Okocha.
JJ Okocha an old footballer?
I think so, yeah. I'm very educated in football, and
Who's Lee Trundle?
he's
Another old footballer.
yeah. No, he was in Westlife. They were both in Westlife. Cheers for bubbling me last night in the 55 PSKO run. Yeah, James.
Nathan Davis has got gripes.
Yeah, chat gripes. Right.
Fogging with the Ace Jack Seward.
Turk coming in hot. He's all in.
Yeah, he says have it.
Very aggressive play. I mean, Turk is definitely opening too wide, you know. But Tom, did you have a deep run in the Venom? Not this one. I had a deep run in the PK. No, I think I got like 40th in the one before this one. That was, a bit disappointing, but not too bad. What's my favourite stop in the UK? I mean, I have to say DTD. Sorry, like to Grosvenor, but like I worked at DTD, and it's like I've got like a lot of mental/spiritual attachments to the building and the people, and like it's just
nothing wrong with that, man.
No, it's just my it's my poker home, so to speak. In terms of like, what's my favourite Grosvenor stop?
Do you ever think that they should have opened a hotel round the
DTD?
corner?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that would be great. Like, and then partner it. And, yeah. I think there might have been talks of turning that old club next to it into one at some point, but the one that did that was Playground Poker in Playground in Canada. Like when I went, it was like 5+ years ago or something, and they were in the midst of building a hotel right next to the casino. And that would have been, that's the dream, when you just get out of bed, roll down, go down the escalator, and you're in the tournament. Like, I do like the Vic in general, I like playing at the Vic, except for when they had that heat wave and the AC wasn't working. That was actual hell. Like, that was torture.
So 8 players left in the high roller. Andy Wilson, the only player to bust out so far.
Unlucky Andy.
Started the day, and we're down to 8. Money was 15.
44 sounds like there was more day 2 regs than were people in the field. Maybe like 23 people registered day 2 and correct. 21 bagged. Yeah, that's insane.
Exactly correct.
What's the least amount of chips you've regged a tournament with? Big blinds.
Would have been the G400 when it was, I think it was 8, maybe 6, or the mini day 2, 6.
Lowest I've done is 5.
6K?
No,
6
blinds.
6
blinds.
Yeah.
6 blinds.
Yeah, I think it was big blind 3K coming back mini, maybe. It's either 8 or 6, between 6 and 8.
It's fun because like you're always having a great time when you register with like 8 or 6 bigs, and everyone else has been there for like 4 or 5 days playing all the flights and trying to bag up, and you're coming in on day 2 fresh, like loving life, and you can see the misery on everyone else's faces. They're tired and like they've been grinding, and you're just there happy as hell, all in with your 6 big blinds straight away, doubling up, tripling up. You've got the same as them now after 3 hands, and they're fuming.
There's actually no better feeling than when you max late Regicon, when you hit that first break after it, and you've got
like 8 stacks.
And you're out there
all
chatting
of a sudden,
with your mates that have played all the day.
And they're so miserable. They're like, oh god, I'm so tired. The Mad Turk's got a pair of 10s.
1.3 mil with a big blind at 50.
Turk is a volatile player. He can go from chip lead to out quite quickly, just like Andy did. You never know with Turk. Sometimes he gets a bit too gas pedal happy, but other times when he's in that gear, he can be mashing and just like winning chips. But that's the the plus and the minus of playing a very loose, aggressive style. You know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You're exaggerating the variance, and yeah. Oh.
Wow. So you and
Turk. Oh my God, Turk's going to go from chip lead to out now, maybe.
you are in the small. Looks down at Cowboys.
One of these hands that we want to free bet not all in, Tom, I'm guessing. Or that we
Sure, I really don't know. Like,
do we just play jam with all of our?
I had a conversation with you earlier today about sort of something like this, where I had like 8 pigs against Grimer, and then I shoved the kings, and he folded. As he opened and then folded for 6 pigs more. And Ewan said I could have gone not all in. And I was like, yeah, you're right. I could have gone to 5 pigs. So he's done it. He's done the not all in.
Ewan, how much do you have behind me?
Seems good against Turk.
Especially when Turk's so prone. Like if he's got a 7-8 suited here, he's not folding getting this price. That's why I think this is really
He's
nice
very loose pre
versus this opponent in particular.
No, I wouldn't.
As well.
I wouldn't even have been. I wouldn't be that shocked. This is going to sound silly, but if Turk folded here,
he loves a hero fold, Turk.
He's called.
He has made the call with the 10s.
Turk loves a hero fold. He does, in like sometimes too much so, but I've seen him make some incredible folds.
So you
What's
and
going to
Nicholas,
happen here?
day 2 buying with
Ace high flop.
kings.
Yeah, I knew it.
What a flop. Ace, queen, king.
Sizing here from Ewan, maybe 100k, 90k. You want to play 3 streets here, not 2. You don't want to bet 200 and shove the turn, your hand's too good. There it is, 100k.
Still expect Turk to call once with this immediate gut shot to Broadway with his 10s.
Bets 100 and a call.
Quick call.
All jacks alive. Oh, there it is!
The mad Turk!
Absolutely smoked it.
Actually, now this is a very interesting spot for you. It's kind of hard for Turk to even have a 10.
But this is the thing that I mentioned pre-Turk would peel, I
Yes.
reckon 10-9 suited, Jack 10 suited, Queen 10, King 10 suited.
Yeah.
It would have to be suited,
He
obviously.
has quite a few already.
Maybe 10-8 suited is the line where he doesn't call and it's 10-9 suited through to ace
I wouldn't
10.
be that shocked if he had 10-8 suited and called. No.
What do we do versus Jam here now though, as Ewan?
Bet 175.
He's going to call off, I think.
He moves the lot in and it's a call and the 10s are shown for Turk and Ewan McNicholas is a day 2 buying.
He's going to need a
Gets
card.
himself to the FT,
He is going to need a card.
but he has plenty of outs.
I think a 10's a fair one, yeah, on the river.
Yeah, a 10 would be fair. A 10 would be fair. Turk was on the ropes there. He could have been...
Oh! Barry!
Oh, now he is on the rope.
Yes!
Barry for Ewan on the end!
The curse of the chip leader.
Wow.
Jesus.
What an event that was. What a turn, what a river.
Mad Turk, he's been really...
Wow.
Unlucky Turk. Because Turk went from medium stack to chip lead, and now he's like...
But how unlucky he got to get there? The only way he doubles Ewan up in that situation if the turn comes a Jack and the river pairs. There's actually so unlikely that after we see that flop that Ewan ever gets a double up.
Ewan McNicholas doubles to nigh on 2 mil.
Mad Turk. Grosvenor Pro does it again. Grosvenor Pro chooses the run out.
If only it was that easy.
Till Turk cannot believe it.
I've got a question for you, Tom. So, in a hypothetical world where we have superpowers, so before every hand is dealt, we have 2 options. We either get to know the flop or the turn and river. What would you choose?
Flop.
Flop.
Yeah.
I run the best.
Turn and river's not that relevant.
It is if we're deep as if we're really deep as
Yeah.
becomes relevant.
Yeah. I would choose a flop.
Because once the flop's out and you know the turn and river, you know what the board is.
There's just so many flops where your hand just turns to complete cheese. And like, turns and rivers like what?
Complete cheese.
I've
Yeah,
never
like
heard
that.
that.
Sounds good.
Your hand turns to cheese.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, complete. Oh, I like cheese.
I love cheese. I can't eat it sadly anymore. But, I love cheese.
Your hand turns to complete cheese.
Yeah, it does. I mean, your hand goes from premium cheddar to like some crappy
baby
Swiss holy, you know, no depth of flavour at all. You know, a flavourless Edam, for example, compared to a strong cheddar. Ewan's got the ace high here. Good check, good bet. Let's see what happens. He's bet, and he's gonna win. Or is Twan gonna get frisky here on a board that favours him slightly? Not that much, but maybe I need to speak up. He's folded. I like that fold. I love it. Mad Turks, he's got to put in 100k now.
Yeah.
Brutal. Actually brutal.
Can you go on like inner tilt and just like get yourself into a bit of bother? He's just lost a big hand.
As Turk, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Even if you're not showing it, inside I'd be fuming.
Yeah.
Like, because he's gone from like one card away from being giant chip leader.
Yeah.
Like,
And you can see how.
and like you can say like, oh, surely you get used to it, but you don't really get used to it. Like, you still like you feel it, you know. Everyone's still human. There's only a few people out there who feel nothing.
You've got to condition your brain to get your brain to being happy about doing the right play, not about the result. And you've got to get your brain conditioned into that. I know it sounds a lot easier than what it is.
It's
it
insanely
takes years
hard,
and years of taking
Kind of-
beat after beat
yeah.
and just getting on with it. And
You have to
then
go
just
through it.
become numb.
Again,
Yeah, you go
saying
through
about winning early in your career is not always good. Like, winning early in your career, you can become jaded, and then you go on this, usually a run afterwards. But when that run fades, you're only left with that, what was confidence, not skill. Like, you're left with, like, experience and some confidence, not as much of the actual graft and the mental strain that forges steel like a samurai sword dipped in cold water thousands and thousands of times, like losing beat after beat after beat for years and years. Like a man like Stato, for example, forged like steel,
Who's now, unfortunately, in the main event.
grinding.
He's in the main. Nearly 120 runners in
I
the main event.
always think that about playing with someone like Bowie. Like, if you look at him and try and get like some sort of live read, are you getting a read on his actual hand, or is he looking nervous because he's realised he was meant to bet 3 big blinds instead of 4 big blinds?
Yeah, he's actually
like, this is the thing. Like,
He's annoyed because he lost 0.01
Yeah.
big blinds, like EV on that last hand. Like, I hear that a lot with him, where he's like, "Oh, I'm so annoyed about how I played that hand." I'm like, you just played the last 26 hands perfectly, like, and you're worried about losing this like fraction of EV. He's a perfectionist, you know, and that's what makes him better as well. Coming in with the Queen 9 of Hearts is Ewan.
fresh with the chip lead.
George, I would play a call here, but 3 betting could be a thing. I think it's a pretty clear call. Yep, off we go. 2 luck boxes, 2 Grosvenor luck boxes. Ewan and Matt Davenport. Who would have guessed? Like, why didn't I pick one of those 2, eh? Like, I picked the Silver Pigeon. Right. Happy 16th birthday, Zach.
Happy birthday, Zach. Can't believe he's 16.
And happy birthday, Zach.
I thought you were still in your 20s,
God, I
Christy.
wish I was 16 again. That would be the dream. Go for it all again.
You wouldn't have to though, because you'd have all the knowledge that you've got now.
Yeah, but that would make it even better. Like,
you got you back in
you'd
2012.
be so much more suave than like you were when you were like 16. You know, like,
coming out with these 10% leads in
oh
2012.
yeah, that's what I was
like.
I was talking more about just like, you know, Riz, for example, as the kids like to say.
Oh, Zach has a great day, Christy. 16.
Not that I got any Riz, you know. My 16-year-old self might have been 0 Riz, and now I'm like a 2 out of 10. But, you know, a 2 out of 10 when you're 16, it's not bad. Right.
So you're going to go for a double barrel.
Double barrel here with a good candidate.
9 in hand, and move on to some of them straights that George will have from the big.
Half pot is smallish sizing, but it's ICM, so you do want to go a bit smaller. But with his exact hand, I would have liked to have seen a very high pressure sort of larger sizing. George has got an obvious call. And I would like to see Ewan, if a clean, no, that's not a clean river, but maybe could still bluff as Ewan. Not really sure anymore, probably not.
This is a bet fold, isn't it?
If a clean, I think George is going to check. Not sure.
Still beat some diamond draws as well. Now we get
Yeah, Ewan is close to the bottom of his range, but like, no, not really actually. If the river had come a 3, I would have blasted off. But on a 9, 200k lead, I don't love these leads usually. It's pretty perfect given the hands. It's just never a bluff, ever. Like, have you ever seen anyone on stream like donk out here with missed diamonds for like, you know, a small sizing? Just never happens. They just always have a straight here. Even if I had like, let's say I had King 10 suited as Ewan, I might pay off, but like I would be assuming that we're just losing every time. Right. Nice to entice a raise. I mean, you're just better off enticing a bluff with a check. That's the thing, than a raise. Like, it's so much less likely for them to bluff when you lead out into them.
Yeah, especially when you've checked called twice.
Yeah.
So
However, it's well timed. And this is live poker. You know, maybe he caught a reaction on Ewan's face, for example, and thought, oh, he's not got he doesn't like that river. I'm just going to bet small and pray he calls, because, like, I don't think he's going to bluff. Right.
You've been on Charlie Correll's live retreat?
Nah, mate, come on. What am I, a snake oil
Just a little, like, a wince in his face, he just gives it away. I know what you're saying, though, sometimes
Mate, Charlie Corral needs to put some clothes on. Like, honestly, this guy, like, what is wrong with this guy? Like, never have I seen a man on a poker show try so hard, you know? Like, for a voodoo, why did I say that? Not voodoo. Hippie, whatever, you know, for that sort of personality type to be, Charlie.
Just
Charlie, mate, calm down. Put those nipples away, Charlie. Mad Turkey's coming back, baby.
This is the 4th time he's had aces today. And that's all that I've seen.
I think we're going to see a fold from George here. Yeah, good fold from George.
355.
Yeah, if it is, I'm gonna.
Yeah, 355.
All in and a call.
You're ahead, Tug. You're ahead.
What was your head when I put my money in?
Not always. I've seen you put it in.
So here we go.
Mad Turk, he's got the aces.
Yeah, that one.
The Mad Turk.
I'll pay you now.
Are they going to do him the triple bad beat here? Because that would
He never loses with aces. I don't think I've ever seen him lose with aces.
It's pretty clean.
Yeah, as clean as it gets.
Yeah, clean as a whistle, sharp as a thistle.
Pretty safe.
Yeah.
What about
The Mad Turk.
On the turn,
And that will seal
Can he
the deal,
dodge a
but
7?
shot.
Oh, don't be silly.
He is guaranteed to be in the tournament. He is still alive, or he is back in business,
Back on
baby.
to 835.
I'm glad he won that because, like, I mean, you know.
He'd have tipped the table if he hadn't.
Yeah, right.
Would have been picking up the pieces.
Kind words from Gary Spinks. Tom, you're doing a great job on the commentary. I'm certainly enjoying listening to all three of you, says Gary. Thank you, Gary.
Cheers, Gary.
Good lad, Gary. Go on, the Turk.
How much did you pay, Gary?
How much did I pay, Gary? Well, didn't you pay him? I thought we'd already talked about it.
Might have been Jay.
No, like, I didn't send, did you?
I know.
Oh,
Jesus.
great. Leaves with me to send, the only one that hasn't.
Well, you said you sent.
Oh. Banking problems, Gary, at the moment. He'll be with you shortly.
So, heading towards the break.
Yeah, what was
10
that
minutes.
about?
What's what?
2 levels?
That's gone quick, hasn't it?
Ah, was it just what the players
It's because
wanted?
of the FT, right? When they got to the FT, it like kind of staggers the brakes a bit.
When is the break?
It is in about 20 minutes.
No, it's not.
It is?
Less than that.
15 minutes.
Told you.
It's gone real quick.
It flies sometimes when you're at a table like this. I love it.
Yeah,
as well.
I love
when
it.
We've got a
Like,
mind like
it's-
you in here, and I can ask you some
I just love it in
questions.
general commentary. It's fun. Like, not for when you have to do it literally 240 days a year, but like, you know, the occasional pop in the booth. It is fun. Like, it's fun interacting with the chat. It's not something I would do. Like, I wouldn't stream myself personally online because I'd be so scared of saying something I regret. To be honest, because they record every word.
Like Charlie,
you know?
put your nipples away.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
something
Like
that.
Like Charlie. Like, you know, they're going to catch a nip slip, and I'm going to be forever labelled like as a freaky hippie.
Foggy
Hey, Charlie, if you're watching. Yeah, that's enough. I'm not going to say anything. I'm a gentleman. Put some clothes on.
So, does have both stacks covered behind us, but fairly wide open from George. 10-6 suited.
Yep, seems all right though. I think it's pretty good actually. Foggin, keeping him honest. Gonna let him bluff. I like it.
I'm actually a big fan of the flat from Foggin in the big
Yeah,
as
me
well,
too,
just
me too.
because of all the hands would dominate or that open from the button. here.
Similar thing with what Twan had earlier, where you just keeping the worst in and free betting and getting worse hands to fold. You know, that's a. It sounds so simple, but it's a massive key part in poker that people overlook a lot. Where your bets are designed almost always to get worse to call and better to fold. Those are the two objectives of a bet, and a lot of the time, especially pre-flop, people forget that and shove with a hand that really achieves nothing. You know, where you get better hands to call and you get worse hands to fold, and then you're just burning money usually.
And would you look at this double
George
barrel?
coming in hot with a double barrel.
230 into 4, 6, 5. So half pot on the turn from George.
Ballsy. Spade comes off. I think George is going to shut it down, but does Foggin really have an ace of spades here? Not really. Could have king 9 or jack 9.
Once
for
we
example.
get here though, Tom, with the 10-6 suited.
He's given up. Yeah.
Never,
I just didn't think he'd want to risk more chips, frankly. Foggin with that was a very reggy move, if you noticed there. Foggin waited for his opponent to show his hand before
Fast
showing
aggressor.
his. Yeah, I know, but that's something people miss as well.
You see it a lot more like this year, last year, rather than going back 5 years ago. People just sitting there knowing that the other opponent's got
waiting.
to show their hand
Yeah.
unless they want to muck it.
Well, the rule is different from place to place. That's the problem as well. So a lot of the time, I just sit there waiting for the dealer to tell me. Like, I have to ask him who shows first because I don't want to show my hand usually.
It's
No,
just
but it's true. It's true. I don't want to show.
not at
Like,
it's just left.
and it is out of looking like an idiot sometimes. Like, I'd rather not. Like,
Is it WSOP where it's left the button if there's no river action shows? When it goes check check, it don't go back through the
I don't even
streets.
know. I think it's the reverse of what it is here in America. So yeah, I don't even know which way is which.
And do you know the other thing I hate about America? And I get told off the first week I'm in Vegas at least 50 times.
What?
Big chips on top.
I hate that rule.
Big chips on top. It's most.
The rule I hate the most is the show one, show all rule. can't have any fun. Like I'm just trying to have fun, you know. I'm trying to show Tower that like look at me punting, and I don't want to show it. Like, Keith, he's folding surely. The silver pigeon. Yeah, he's better than that. Volgin doing well, 2.3. I can't quite tell what Brandon stack here, but this might be a shove with any 2 cards. To be honest,
Brandon has big chips on top.
he does, yeah. Unlike Jay.
Ever.
Yeah. I can't see Brandon stack right now, but I think I think this is close, but I might have just shoved nearly any 2 cards here. Because Brandon's smart and he's going to fold correctly. Even though Brandon, I believe, is the shortest stack, ICM still applies to the shortest stack. There's like things that could happen in the next orbit where 2 people could clash and bust quite easily, like Turk could have done just then, for example. Like, just because you're the shortest stack doesn't mean suddenly you're back to normal poker. You're still under it in some ways. Like, I think that's a mistake a lot of people make, where they think they can just do whatever they want with the shortest stack because ICM is not a thing anymore. But it's always applied. It always applies. Right. Top pair for Mark. Going to see a bet and a fold almost every time. Brandon, if this is chip EV, if this is not ICM, Queen 2 is actually a pure shove for versus
What?
yeah.
Oh, pre-flop. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Queen 2, Queen 3, and Queen 4 as a mix, I think, which is nonsense.
Yeah, I was about to call you out then, Tom. I was about to.
Not post flop.
Yeah, I was about to call you out. I thought you meant on the 9-7-3 rainbow.
Pure jam, Queen 2, overcard with backdoor overcard.
Backdoor trips. You got backdoor trips.
Yeah, very disguised backdoor trips. Good point. Like,
And a lot of the time we make the backdoor trips is not even a straight on the board as well with the Queen deuce on 9-7-3.
they're never going to have 4 or 5, are they, or
exactly.
whatever? Yeah.
So heading to the break, we'll be starting Facebook because we're just about coming up to the 8-hour delay malarkey. Are we doing the same on YouTube?
Facebook?
Do we know how long the break is?
15.
15, okay.
Are we doing the same on YouTube? Might have to do it because of the 12-hour rule. So if you are watching on YouTube, you will have to find the new link after the break because we'll start just in case it runs over the 12-hour recording time.
The rules are the rules.
They are indeed.
They can't be changed.
Facebook stops just before 9, so we'll do that as well. And you'll find the new link on Facebook. But you won't miss any action up until the break. But there will be a new link on YouTube when we come back with 8 players out of the 110 that have played the high roller.
Let's do suited for Twan. Likely to be last hand of the session. Just under 2 minutes left on the clock. But we are going to squeeze one more in because you're not going to be able to defend
One
that
more end.
What's happening after, Tom? Are we losing you? Are we
I'll
losing
stay
you?
around.
Are we
for
keeping you?
I'll stay around.
We've lost him there. Look at that.
There I am.
Lovely face.
Frozen in time.
Somebody asked when was Blackpool. There it is. It was Karen. Karen Lowry says when is Blackpool? 10th till the 17th of March.
Oh,
there you go.
there we are.
There we're back again.
Us minus Jay.
I'm here. I am
Jay's
here.
here.
Yes, Twitch doesn't need to stop regarding the because we're recording it and put it back onto YouTube and Twitch for tomorrow. Twitch doesn't have a rule where you're not allowed to carry on.
They don't care about
So
the rules or the
YouTube
rules.
have a 12-hour rule, and if we go over, we'd miss the ending. So and Facebook have an 8-hour
Let me
rule
hide my face
where
a
you
little
can't
bit,
we can't stream any longer than 8 hours on Facebook continuously. But Blackpool is the 10th until the 17th of March, which comes up just about straight after the UK Open.
Good vibes in Blackpool.
And it's just after Luton. The 6th till the 10th of March.
Wonderful,
we're in
beautiful
Luton for the
Luton.
888. So plenty going on in March.
Why did you use a different font for Edinburgh?
And that's PK's fault.
PK, why? Ah, so you had to change the graphic.
No, on the 888 one because it originally said Scotland.
Ah, I see.
It originally said
See?
Scotland because there was.
Because Edinburgh's not specific enough.
I love the fact me
It's
and
too specific.
Me and Tara have been looking at that for ages, and you're the first person to pick up that the font is different.
I don't know, it just freaked me out, man.
Oh no, I've had messages.
Yeah, you have messages.
I've had messages.
That's it, guys. We're on a quick 15-minute break. We're very lucky. Tom's going to be coming back to join us. We'll be doing the
Cheers,
comms
still here.
as a 3. I am here. I'm talking. I'm here. But just tune in, listen to it. He's got some great insights. I'm loving having him in the booth, and I'm sure you guys
I'm loving the chat
are
today.
as well. So
Like, genuinely.
Yeah, we will
YouTube and Facebook. Make sure you find the new link in 15 minutes.
see you at 9.
See you then.